unlimited hydroplanes, the powerhouses of boat racing.
Tremendous charge by Hanauer. How he's keeping the boat under control is completely beyond me.
They're kind of flighty. They're doing a little walk. Oh, no, the Kate! Shane! Get even!
112 years.
Let's get it going. We're 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Mission Bay. Welcome to the final round of the 2024 H1 Unlimited season. Mercurys Coffee Company presents the APBA Gold Cup at San Diego Bayfair.
Good morning, H1 Unlimited race fans. Brad Lewis here atop the pit tower on San Diego's Mission Bay. San Diego's Mission Bay that is covered with a heavy onshore flow, a deep blanket of clouds, but they are going to burn off. We're going to have a beautiful day here on Mission Bay. It is the Mercurys Coffee presents the 2024 APBA Gold Cup at the San Diego Bayfair. Boats will also be racing for the prestigious Bill Munsey Cup. We have 2 days in the books. We've had a couple very, very busy days here on Mission Bay, but today, for those of us of a certain vintage, this is race day. Despite the fact we had a lot of racing yesterday, we have a lot more to go today, and we will crown an APBA Gold Cup champion and the Bill Munsey Cup champion. Looking at the schedule for today, we're a little bit after 10 o'clock right now, and coming up at 10 o'clock is an H1 Unlimited test session. I turn around and look behind me. I've got 3 of our 6 H1 Unlimiteds in the water. I am told by our pit personnel those are the 3 boats that are going to come out and test. That is the U11, Miss Mercurys Coffee, and that is a good sight, which we will get to in just a moment. Also in the water is the U1, the Beacon Electric, with our defending APBA Gold Cup champion J. Michael Kelly aboard. And then just beyond that bright red craft is the yellow and blue of the U40, the flavor pack, driven by Dustin Eccles. As I said, I'm told by pit personnel and H1 personnel and referees, they are the only ones that will come out here in this test session. Following our H1 test, we're going to open up the course to our 1 leaders if they would like to come out and test. And then at 10:40 this morning, our Grand Prix Heat 3A will take place. They will be out on the water. Then coming up at 11:05, H1 Unlimited Heat 4. That will come at 11:05. We are going to follow that with opening ceremonies. So we're going to start the day off with a bang, and it's all going to start here very, very quickly. Let's take a look at that H1 Unlimited draw for Heat 4. This was determined as the teams drew ping pong balls out of a bucket a couple of days ago, and that determined who runs against who in which particular heat. At the end of the day, before we get into the final, everybody will have run equally against everybody else. But there on the screen is our Heat 4 draw for the APBA Gold Cup here, presented by Mercurys Coffee. It's going to feature the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, with Corey Peabody, the U11 with Mercurys Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. It's going to be the U27 of Miss Apollo and Dave Villwalk, and Andrew Tate will take to the water in the So Far Perfect this weekend, U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate. And we've been keeping an eye on those national high points. Andrew Tate, he's got, I think, a 134-point lead. He's now sitting. Magic number is 132. You see Andrew on the screen there, our points leader at 6,719 points. Corey Peabody's the only one that's got a shot at him, and that's 5,650. There is a big difference there. I believe, if I've got this right, if Andrew, 1,069-point lead. Thank you very much, Mr. Kish. And if I've got this right, if Andrew finishes this heat in any particular position, he will be our APBA H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. It's something they've been chasing. They want to get it in the rearview mirror so they can go out and run hard for the Gold Cup. But Andrew Tate in a very strong position to pick up that national championship. As I had the good fortune to do yesterday, I was able to work with the man who's been standing next to me for the last couple of events, and that would be John Walters. And John is just putting the headset on with me right now, and he's going to join us in. John, are you hooked up and wired there?
I think that I am.
I think
to be here.
I've got you in my ear. I'm hoping that I am showing up in yours as well. Yesterday we talked about the difficult situation with the Mercurys Coffee and and right on cue, how about this? The U11 of Miss Mercurys Coffee was unable to get out on the water yesterday. They tried twice to answer the bell for their heat races. They were unable to do so. I know the team was here very late last night, and what we're looking at right now is the results of all of that work. The boat is away from the dock, and I know you can speak to that a little bit.
Absolutely. They had a bunch of phantom problems yesterday, and Shannon and Scott Rainey and the entire crew of Mercurys Coffee worked late last night or into the early hours of this morning to be able to go through every single system in that boat to figure out what the problems and the issues were. Like I said, they had a couple of phantom problems, and they never gave up. They never, figured that this thing was going to beat them. So they're on the race course today representing Mercurys Coffee, who themselves is working to establish themselves as the Gold Cup of coffees.
Absolutely. I like that. The Gold Cup of coffees. There's a good comment. I think we need a gold cup to drink our Mercurys coffee. You talked about phantom problems and chasing their tails a little bit yesterday. But that's common in boat racing. That's common in hydroplane racing. And sometimes the gremlin can just jump on your boat, but they can just as quickly jump off.
Absolutely. And there's just so many systems that are, I've gotten quite sophisticated and complicated in the boats today. And, there's so much to take care of. And the saltwater environment is extremely difficult on them. And, we pound these things and beat up on them in the boat. And, you try to shock mount things and make it as easy as you can on the equipment. But it just beats the daylights out of everything in the boat.
So certainly good to see them running on the race course right now. We also have J. Michael Kelly in the U1, the Beacon Electric. He is on the race course, as I mentioned earlier. In the water is the U40, the Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. They have not put the lid down on that boat. I'm starting to get the feeling they're going to let those other two boats run first, and then I think they will come out perhaps by themselves. So, John, we're looking at our Heat 4 for H1 Unlimited, and I'm turning around here for a moment. I think I'd like to give me thumbs up. We can welcome in our fans here along the shoreline at the same time here. Let's do that. John, we'll turn these two microphones on. You're now hot. Now we do the two microphone thing. So welcome to our race fans here on San Diego's Mission Bay. Those of you along the shoreline, we are underway now for day 3 of 3 at the 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup at the San Diego Bayfair and the race for the Bill Muncy Cup. John, there's something we can talk about. We keep talking about the APBA Gold Cup. We got this Bill Muncy Cup here as well. Whoever wins this thing's going to walk out of here with 2 very prestigious trophies.
Absolutely. This is a treasure weekend. We've got the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest perpetual trophy in all of motorsports, and one of the most recognizable names in, again, all of motorsports, Bill Muncy, and his cup and family who live here in San Diego and welcome us every year to come down here and race for, his memories.
So let's take a look at the heats that are coming up today and looking at the schedule. For those of you here on the shoreline that haven't yet heard the schedule for today, we are in the middle of an H1 Unlimited test session. We expect 3 boats on the water. We've got 2 of them out right now. Dustin Eccles is aboard the U40, the Flavor Pack, behind John and myself, and they will be coming out to test. We are told they are the only 3 who have asked to come out on the water. When they are done, we'll open up the course to our 1 leaders. They can come out and test on the race course. Then at 10:40, our Grand Prix America Heat 3A will take place. That's scheduled from 10:40 to 11 o'clock, and then at 11:05, it'll be H1 Unlimited Heat number 4. Coming back to the pit area right now is the U11, the Miss Mercurys Coffee, and Jamie Nielsen. John, I know we just talked about it for a moment on the live stream side, but for our fans that are here, if you weren't here yesterday, or even if you were, that maybe is the best sight of the morning so far, seeing the U11 go out on the race course, run hard, and now return under their own power.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as mentioned, Mercurys Coffee crew never gave up last night. They worked late last night until early hours of this morning, going through every single system in that boat, working to find out what the problems were so that they could represent their sponsor as well as they could. And like I say, as Mercurys, coffee gets involved in our sport, and they slowly become the Gold Cup of coffees.
So they are returning to the dock. Congratulations to that U11 race team. That is the Unlimited Racing Group, Scott and Shannon Rainey, and that team, they've got to be happy as that boat comes back to the dock. They're the headline sponsor for the event. They've got the boat. They certainly want to come out and have a good showing. Meanwhile, on the front straightaway, another guy who wants to have a good showing this weekend is J. Michael Kelly in the U1, the Beacon Electric. This is an awfully strong player here today. And Mike is our defending APBA Gold Cup champion. That does not mean he doesn't want this one any less.
Yeah, that's for sure. And J. Michael Kelly had a real heartbreaker yesterday and went out and won the heat and then did not pass the tech inspection in the truck there and was overfueled a little bit and unfortunately got that taken away from him. So that helped the other team boat, though, get a little bit closer by, the hundreds of points that 100 points that he got when Corey finished second to him. So you just never know. It's a boat race, and anything can happen.
That's what we always say. It is boat racing. That's what can happen. So I mentioned that coming up at 11:05 is our Heat 4 for H1 Unlimited. John, let's take a quick look at it. We got 4 boats slated to go here. The U-27, a Miss Apollo, with Dave Villwock, the winningest driver in the history of our sport. And we talk about winning a Gold Cup and how fun that might be and what a big deal that might be. His name's on that trophy 10 times. If he wins it one more time, he'll tie that old good buddy of yours, Mr. Chip Hanauer, with 11, and that would be at the top of the list. Never, and I had this conversation this morning, never count out Mr. Villwock.
No, you can't. And Dave has the ability to come from nowhere and be there when you least expect him. He's got a lot of experience on this race course, a lot of experience behind the wheel. He never gives up. He's always working to make the boat better, make himself better, and you can just never count him out, or that's when he'll get you.
Yeah, and I made the comment this morning. We had a little meeting with our live stream team, and I made the comment to him. I said, do not take your eye off of him. Oh, yeah, every time he's gone out and running his 2 heats yesterday, on the far outside, he's not mixing it up. I'm telling you, the guy knows how to race. He's raced and been very successful in everything he's ever done behind the wheel of a race boat. You better have a plan for Dave Villwock.
Absolutely, and he's watching, he's paying attention, even when he's not in his boat on the race course. He's watching the others, and he's picking up the things that their boats do well, the things that his boat does better, and anything that your boat can do that would give him an opportunity to take advantage of that. And there's a great equalizer out here this weekend, and that's the saltwater. And as we get more and more boats on the course, as we get closer to that championship heat, the guys are going to run harder. They're going to take more chances, and the risk of being taken out by someone else or even yourself is much greater as the day goes on.
Boy, look at Dustin Eccles just floating the flavor pack as he comes up the backstretch and heads right at us. Before we run down the rest of our boats in our H1 Unlimited Heat number 4, you were talking about Mercurys Coffee. Let's talk a little bit more because they're a big player here this weekend. Mercurys Coffee welcomes race fans to the San Diego Bayfair. Mercurys Coffee, the fastest bean ever. And talking about Mercurys Coffee, I think we've got Jamie Nielsen on board here. Jamie, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Brad.
Boy, I got you loud and clear in my ear as well. Tell me what I just told our fans was a true statement. You just returned to the dock behind the wheel of the U11. Was a long night last night. Tell me there are some smiles on the faces of that team down there.
Yeah, certainly. So this team worked really hard. We've faced so many challenges so far this weekend, but that's racing. You just got to keep trying until that final bell rings. And such a big thanks to the Miss Mercurys Coffee team. They worked so hard to get this boat running, and we're back. So we got not only a running boat but a competitive boat, and I can't wait for the heat racing to start to finally show what we can really do.
And you've been racing boats long enough. You know that what yesterday and what happened yesterday is exactly that. It's yesterday. You got to look forward. You've got a piece. You got a piece that can play in this show. Now you can focus on going out and racing. Definitely. So I'm more than ready. It was a long wait sitting through yesterday, and unfortunately things like that happen in racing. But there's a ton of people here supporting Mercurys Coffee. Ton of people supporting the U11, and can't wait to go put on a show for them, all the fans here at Bayfair, and show what the Miss Mercurys can really do. Yeah, and your timing is really good, you and Mickey down there, because I was just reading the Mercurys Coffee advertising spot, and all of a sudden I'm told, hey, we're standing by with Jamie Nielsen. So, Jamie, I'll let you get back up and debrief with the owners and your crew chief and so forth, but it's good to see you back out on the water. Have a good day, my friend. Hey, thanks a lot. Looking forward to all day. All right, Jamie Nielsen, driver of the U11, the Mercurys Coffee. He's going to be out there and be a part of the show now. They wanted yesterday, but they didn't get there. But as we said, John, yesterday's yesterday.
Yesterday's yesterday, and today's the one that counts. So
today is the one that
they're
counts.
They're going to run strong all day long, and I think that the worst part for them is they didn't get those 2 heats worth of knowledge. They're starting where the other teams did 2 heats ago, so they've got a lot to do, but they've got a lot of experience down there. They've got great people down there working on the boat, and Scott and everybody are surrounding them, talking things over, and they'll figure things out. They'll be competitive, and they'll be in the final.
And I love this particular comment that I'm supposed to read. Mercurys Coffee is the fastest bean ever. I didn't know beans were fast, but if they are, Mercury's got a quick one. They hope to have a quick boat out here today, and it's just going to be so good to have them in the show. Speaking of Mercurys Coffee, enjoy Mercurys Coffee and the H1 Unlimited hydroplanes this weekend on Mission Bay, and get your samples of Mercurys Coffee on the boardwalk. So head on down the boardwalk toward Vendor Village. You'll find the Mercurys Coffee tent down there. They've got free samples of the coffee. John, you and I, we're burning daylight here. We're going to have to get down there and get our coffee because we were good on our timing in Seattle, and we got a bunch of it. I got to go get some more.
We did really well in Seattle, and we appreciate Mercurys Coffee for all that they do for the sport and everybody that's involved here. And, yeah, absolutely, I want some coffee to take home.
Looking at the screen here, it appeared to me that Dustin Eccles coming off the corner down there, he was floating the boat a little bit. He's pulled his foot now as he comes up toward the top end. And talking about boats and looking at this draw, let's get through this. We started it once. We talked about Dave Vilwalk and the U-27. The U-11, Miss Mercurys Coffee and Jamie Nielsen, he's going to be a part of that show as Dustin Eccles is going to bring the 40, the flavor pack, back to the dock. Our third boat in the heat is the U-91, the Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. So far, he's perfect. Top qualifier, 2 heat victories. If he just finishes this next heat, he will be crowned the H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. And you know they want to get that done, John, and put it in the rearview mirror. Then they can go race for the Gold Cup. Winding up our 4-boat field for Heat 4 is the U-9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody. So it's going to be Peabody, Tate, Nielsen, and Vilwalk. That is coming up at 11:05. Is Andrew Tate going to run that conservative and put that thing in the rearview mirror, or is he going to go out and run it hard?
I think he's going to run it fairly hard. You don't want to be behind these boats with all the salt water that's in the air, and he's going to go fast enough to stay out front. And you don't learn anything if you don't stretch stuff and you don't prepare, for the final. It's a winner take all, as you know. So, I think they're going to run hard. Andrew knows himself that it's going to get more and more difficult as time goes on with more boats on the course, bigger trophy on the course, and the fact that everybody's going to be duking it out for that inside lane.
So we mentioned that when our H1 Unlimited test came to an end, it would open up the course to our 1 liters for testing. Brad Sanchez is on the water. Brad Sanchez, right out of the box yesterday, put the boat upside down, and all of a sudden we had an accident. He did the complete 360 revolution, landed it, started to bring it back to the dock, and then I think discretion became the better part of that, and he shut the thing down, got him back in. Then when they came with the second heat yesterday, there he was in the water, and he went out and ran. I talked to him this morning. He said all that happened during the flip that they had was one of the spark plug wires came off.
That's amazing, and it's a true testament to all the hard work and engineering that's gone into making these boats safer for people. And, we know going into it that you're never going to be able to build boats that don't crash. The best we can do is put the drivers in a position to be able to survive those.
That's it. So we talked about our schedule that's coming up, and we're in the middle of a 1-liter test session right now. And as we are doing that, our Grand Prix hydroplanes are being picked and placed dockside because they will be coming out with their Heat 3A, which will be coming up here at 10:40. Then it's H1 Unlimited, Heat number 4 at 11:05, and we're going to follow that with our formal opening ceremonies for the 2024. Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup at the San Diego Bayfair and the Bill Muncie Cup. So, John, are you ready? Because we're going to have a lot to do today.
I'm really ready. I always enjoy, being at the Gold Cup, being part of it. I'm so proud to be a part of this, H1 crew and group and, the live streaming team. And it's a great pleasure to be standing next to you, Brad. Thank you. Well,
it's a pleasure having you up here. We've had a lot of fun doing this, so I'm looking forward to today. And I can tell you that this morning I was down and I was watching kids getting their pictures taken with drivers, and even though it is Gold Cup Sunday, and I cautioned some of the people on the live stream team and some of the H1 officials, everybody remember what this is. And people might be wound a little bit tighter today, but that's okay. It's racing. It's a very prestigious trophy. But still, I walked down pit row and I saw drivers having their pictures taken with kids, and all's right in Hydroland, and that's what H1 can offer. It's a professional sport, but we are so approachable. It's so important.
Absolutely. All these drivers, all these people, even though, many of them, have achieved superhero status, they're real people, and they enjoy being with other people, talking to people. And we know, that some of these kids that are out there that are so excited about, coming to the races with mom and dad, they're going to be they're going to be the people that could be Gold Cup champions next time. That's exactly right. You never know. We used to look at little Carson Kelly running around the pit area. Now look at Carson Kelly and lots more like him. So it is the 2024 APBA Gold Cup presented by Mercurys Coffee at the San Diego Bayfair. I'm Brad Luce along with John Walters. We're going to be back with a call for the Grand Prix hydroplanes coming up very shortly. Then we're going to go racing on the H1 Unlimited side. But for right now, we'll step away. We'll keep the cameras going on the live stream, but we'll step away. John, I need you back up here at about 11 o'clock, and we'll put those H1 Unlimiteds on the water, and we'll need your expertise. Looking forward to it. Thank you. There you go. John Walters and Brad Luce. We will be back, and certainly, Jeff, you're going to come up here. We're going to talk 1 liters here in just a moment, but I got a little bit of work to do with opening ceremonies coming up here in about an hour. Stand by.
Hello again, race fans. We are 20 seconds away from a 5-minute mark for Grand Prix America Heat 3A. Stand by. You heard the countdown, green flag on the race course. It's Grand Prix America Heat 3A. We've got 5 boats slated to answer the bell. I think only 4 are going to make it. So it's going to get loud and proud out here. Grand Prix Heat 3A. Boats beginning to come out on the water. Joined up here on the tower by Jeff Conant's going to help us here with the call of our Grand Prix Heat 3A. We got a couple of boats away from the dock. I believe that was Josh Harnack, who is out there in the GP12. And in the GP3, we got Jimmy King. Those 2 boats are on the front straightaway as we approach the 4-minute mark. Heat 3A Grand Prix. Waiting for 2 more boats to come out. Here comes our third. I hear it. That is going to be the GP33. That's the NGK GP33 and Jack Lupton from New Zealand. He is away from the dock. Beautiful shot there on the H1 Unlimited live stream from the drone, looking right down on Lupton as he comes away from the dock. We are still awaiting the arrival of our 4th boat that is going to come out and join the field. That's going to be the low-profile orange, black, and white. Miss Marlene presents the Charger and Kevin Ekert. They have not even yet tried to fire that boat. They are just now starting to push the nose out toward the center of Mission Bay. And that's what you hear in the background. Josh Harnack runs through the top end of the race course. Kevin Ekert away from the dock. Also scheduled to be in our heat is the Fraternal Order of Eagles, the GP8 and Eric Christensen. They are not going to answer the bell, so it's going to be a 4-boat Grand Prix Heat 3A. Jeff, welcome on board. We don't have all 5, but we got 4 good ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Brad. And I'm looking at the GP8 trailer. The crew is flat exhausted. They've been thrashing the last couple hours to try to get this boat on the water. Unfortunately, they're not going to make it. But I will say that Jimmy King out there in a Pleasure Seeker, he had quite an interesting moment yesterday. We'd call that a change your shorts moment, so to speak. But he was going down the straightaway in lane 1 and ended up about 4 lanes inside of the course in about 100 foot.
Yeah, it happened very quick. I did not get an opportunity to talk to him about that, but I'm sure it got his attention pretty quickly. So let's take a look at the 4 boats that are out on the water, and let's look at the lanes, because our boats run in the Grand Prix America format with an assigned lane format, and sitting on the inside lanes going to be that bright red boat, going to be the NGK GP33 of Jack Lupton. Then it's going to be lane 2. It's going to be that low-profile orange boat. That's GP10. Miss Marlene presents the Charger and Kevin Ekert. Then it's going to be a lot of yellow in lane number 3. GP12 with Jim and Terry Ruff present the Rapid Rabbit, Josh Harnack. And on the outside, the aforementioned GP3 Jessel Valve Train and Jimmy King. Looking at the clock here, just now inside 1:30 until the start. Jeff, 1:30.
Yeah, these guys are going to start listening to their radio person in the radio corral, trying to hit their marks, make sure that they hit the start-finish line right at 0. That is the intent. You go over that start-finish line before it hits 0, you are going to be DQ'd. So real critical that these guys start establishing their position on the course, their correct position on what will enable them to hit that start line at perfect time.
I like where the boats are right now as we approach 1 minute mark. We got 3 boats down to the bottom end of the race course. In fact, when we have lost, I believe we've lost Jimmy King in the backstretch. So we are down to Oh, now I see him. Yeah, he's way out by the outside course markers, halfway up the backstretch. That is Jimmy King. So we're going to have a 3-boat heat. Lepton in 1, Ekrit in 2. Harnack will now be on the outside in lane number 3. Coming up on 30 seconds until the start. 30 seconds. These guys have been testing out here on this race course. They know how long it takes for them to get from the exit pin at the top end of the race course down to the start-finish line. They'll try and wire that right now. Josh Harnack, I tell you, I have watched this kid drive for a lot of years, and he's a good one. And if he can wind up that particular boat of his on the outside and wind up that yellow 12, he could be tough. We are inside 10 seconds. In fact, we are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, good looking 3-boat start, and oh my goodness, did Kevin Ekrit fly the 10 as they came across start-finish line. He's down to the first turn first, but on the inside it's going to be Jack Lupton, I think, coming out on top, but boy, he has got company with him. Good racing as we come off the bottom end of the race course. Jeff, this is a good run.
Yeah, absolutely. You see him dancing the sponsons as they come down the backstretch here, heading into the SeaWorld turn. On the inside, our New Zealand buddy, Jack, driving it in there hard. Kevin on his outside in lane 2, followed by Harnack in 3.
I can tell you what, Ekrit loves this boat from the first time he got in it, and he keeps telling me, he says, you haven't seen everything yet. Well, he's got it hooked up and running now, and he's staying in that right side rear view mirror of Jack Lupton, who's got almost a rooster tail on the second place boat and on the field, but also keep your eye on Harnack on the far outside. He is making a move on Ekrit, so still a lot of racing here. We are halfway through our Heat 3A for Grand Prix. Right now it's all Jack Lupton, but Jeff, as they come up the backstretch, keep an eye on Harnack. He's got that yellow boat hooked up.
Yeah, as a rookie, he's not showing like it. He's definitely wanting to get up there and dance with everyone else as Jack continues to lead him around the SeaWorld turn.
Rooster tail lead, but Harnack does not want to let go of Kevin Ekrit at the top end. Lupton will come down, put 2 in the book with 1 more to go. Got a nice lead on the field. I think if there's a race that's going to develop, it's going to be for second place. But now it appears as though Kevin Ekrit in that GP10, Miss Marlene Presents the Charger, is doing exactly that. He is charging, and he's now opened up a little bit of water on Harnack, who is back in 3rd place. Meanwhile, our leader off the exit pin at the bottom end of the race course. This is the 3rd and final lap, and he will come up the backstretch. All he's got to do is run about half a lap more, and Jack Lupton will claim a victory here in Heat 3A. But he's still got a lot of boats racing hard behind him, and a lot of boats in this case is 2 as Ekrit flies it a little bit. Harnack doesn't want to let him go, but he's going to run out of real estate, Jeff.
Yeah, he's pushing hard on the outside. Pretty impressive run by the rookie. You got Kevin in 2nd. I think they're going to end up finishing that way. In fact, it looks like Jack's going to come across the start-finish line to win Heat 3A in the GP.
He does indeed, and he's followed in 2nd place by GP10 Kevin Ekrit. Josh Harnack will come home in 3rd in the bright yellow GP12. Jim and Terry Ruff presents the Rapid Rabbit, but our leader and our winner of Heat 3A, GP33 NGK GP33, Jack Lupton from Waverley, New Zealand. Well, that's a good way to start the day. Have some good, loud, proud boat racing here on Mission Bay. So race day, the final day, 3 of 3 here at the 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents San Diego Bayfair, and the APBA Gold Cup is underway. And now it gets real busy, Jeff, because once we get those boats back to the dock, we are going to cut loose our H1 unlimited hydroplanes. They are just now being picked and placed into the water. The U-91, the ride of Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate. That boat is in the water. Here comes the U-27, a Miss Apollo, is coming off of the trailer. They will be in the water shortly as our Grand Prix boats come back to the dock.
Yeah, it's always great to have these GPs here. You know, this event used to be called the Thunderboat Regatta when everyone was running piston-powered engines, and they still bring the thunder, so glad to have them.
San Diego Bayfair would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to All Access Rental for their support. All Access Rentals is your social. We'll even make that SoCal. All Access Rentals is your SoCal JLG dealership for rentals, service, sales, and parts. All Access Rentals is a local family-owned business celebrating its 25th year. All Access has 3 locations to serve you in San Diego, Riverside, and Orange.
You know, I just watched a second-place finisher, Kevin Eckert, come to the dock here. When he got out of that capsule, he was shaking his fist and pumping his fist. He was excited because that's a good run for that team. Again, he's newer to the GP class, and nice to see Miss Renee go out there and perform like that. We'll look forward to him running in the later heats today, as we got a couple GP heats scheduled before the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your day with Mercurys Coffee, the official coffee of San Diego Bayfair. Pick up some organic coffee samples from the merchandise tent on the boardwalk. Go to Mercurys.com and start your 100% organic coffee subscription today. So stop by Mercurys along the boardwalk on East Vacation Island and be sure and thank them for bringing the APBA Gold Cup to San Diego, and grab some samples and stickers. And John Walters and I have been talking about grabbing some samples. Leave a couple for John and I, because I know we're headed down there after a little bit here when we get a break. I'm not leaving this area without some more Mercurys coffee. Thank you for your participation. Dion & Sons is the official fuel supplier of San Diego Bayfair. For over 80 years, Dion & Sons is your trusted source for premium fuel and lubricants. Visit us today for your energy solutions. It is Dion & Sons. Looking for fuel or industrial lubricants? Dion & Sons delivers top-notch service, providing the energy you need to power your business. Dion & Sons.
You know, Brad, we seem to be getting taken care of today. We got some coffee, and we had the Hops Go Lucky GP 15 bring up some Old Trapper beef jerky. So I think we're doing pretty good today, bud.
We're stepping in the right direction, that's for darn sure. For more than 30 years, Davies Electric has been supporting San Diego Bayfair. Thank you for helping make racing on Mission Bay possible. Davies Electric is a proud supporter of San Diego Bayfair, a family-owned business celebrating nearly 80 years. Whether it's commercial or industrial, you can be sure the job will be done right. Thank you to Davies Electric. Those of you who are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream just watched Jamie Nielsen fist bump with a number of his crew members as he heads down the dock to climb aboard the U11, the Miss Mercurys Coffee. Again, as we spoke this morning, a big step for them. They had a long night last night, but they got the boat up and running. They were out and tested this morning. And the boat right now is sitting in the water, and Jamie Nielsen is as anxious as anybody here. He's a racer. He wants to race. He was as frustrated as anybody having to sit on the dock yesterday and not have his boat go out and compete. They are ready to go, and look for the Mercurys Coffee to be out and be competitive in our H1 Unlimited Heat number 4, which is on deck. We've got 4 boats slated to go in this one. The Goodman Real Estate's in the water. The aforementioned Mercurys Coffee is in the water. And the U-27 Miss Apollo will be driven by Dave Vilwalk. That boat is in the water. And as I look to my right, here comes the white trimmed in bright blue of the U-9, Corey Peabody's ride, the Beacon Plumbing. I'm going to get John Walters in here as we're going to get ready to go racing in H1 Unlimited Heat number 4. Again, the 4 boats that are going to come out are going to be the Miss Apollo, the U-27, Dave Villwalk. The boat is red, white, and blue. Can't miss it on the water. Very, very patriotic scheme to that one. Going to be joined by the U-11, the Miss Mercurys Coffee, and Jamie Nelson. The U-91, Goodman Real Estate. The story there, Andrew Tate's been perfect on the weekend. He brought a good lead in national high points to San Diego with him. And if he finishes this heat in any position, he's going to walk out of here with the H1 Unlimited National High Points Championship. But he's going to get pushed because, you know, Corey Peabody, he only knows one way, and that's full bore and fast in the U9 to Beacon Plumbing. It's the Miss Apollo, the Mercurys Coffee, the Goodman Real Estate, and the Beacon Plumbing, or John Walters, as I like to say, Villwalk, Nielsen, Tate, and Peabody.
I think this is going to be a great heat, and I think that, Corey's aware of what happened yesterday with the 91 there in the Goodman Real Estate. I think that Andrew on the inside lane is unbeatable on this course, and I think that everybody's starting to understand that. I think you're going to see them take a real hard shot at trying to get the inside lane and try to run inside of him this time around, and we'll see what kind of a setup they have, and that information will help them in the final.
John, you and I were just sitting here looking at the live stream screen. There was a Mickey Washburn, our cameraman. There it is again. He's got a look right in the face of Corey Peabody. There is a look of determination and concentration.
Yeah, he's absolutely concentrating on what he needs to do to put the Beacon Plumbing in a position to win this heat and certainly come out as the Gold Cup champion at the end of the day. There's a lot of that time that he's just trying to think about what's going to happen. He's going through his start procedure. He's going through all the things that he needs to do to put himself in a position to win here.
John, we're about 30 seconds away from a countdown to 5 minutes, to the 5-minute mark. I am being told that we should be aware here in the pit area and up and down the shore. We're going to have a helicopter coming in and landing. I'm going to assume they're going to land behind the pit area. Stand by for a countdown. There was the aforementioned 5-minute to the 5-minute mark countdown from H1 Unlimited's Mike Morissette over in the start-finish line. Back to the helicopter. He's coming. We don't know exactly when. And he's going to land. We don't know exactly where. But I think he's going to set down over here behind the pit area. That's where I've seen him come in and set down in the past. So be advised, if he does come and set down back there, it gets mighty windy here for a few moments. So you may want to hang on to your easy ups, and if you've got paper on the desk, kind of like we do up here, we might want to nail it down. So, John, maybe you can handle that task. Just start nailing everything down here.
You got it. We've got plenty of paper up here and plenty of things that need to be nailed down.
Including you and me, because it blows pretty good when it comes up. So we're inside 10 minutes. John, you have sat in the cockpit of one of those H1 Unlimited hydroplanes inside 5 minutes to the 5-minute gun. I'm looking down there. I'm seeing crew members over there that are helping to strap the drivers into their seat. And once they do, it will get very quiet in that cockpit. And at least that's what the drivers tell me. They sit there, they concentrate. What's going through their mind?
They're thinking, they're looking up and down to see, who they're going to race in this heat. They're trying to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. And, in this case, they want to be the first one away from the dock. They want to get out there, establish their lane. They want to make sure that they put themselves and their boat in a position to do what their boat and their equipment does best. They want to prevent anybody from taking advantage of anything, and then with the saltwater environment, they're making sure that they stay clean and clear and don't do anything that's going to cause them engine problems later in the day.
So what we don't have is a countdown of where we are inside 5 minutes to the 5-minute mark, but I'm going to guess we're about 2.5 minutes through. but we are monitoring the radio. We will get the countdown to the 5-minute mark, and then we'll have a clock on our screen, which we can pass along that information to our racing fans. And, John, we may have fans here today that weren't here yesterday, the day before, 2 years ago, or maybe have never seen an unlimited hydroplane race, and this whole thing takes place on a clock start. That's why we start with this 5 minutes to the 5-minute mark, and then we get to the 5-minute mark, and then the boats can come out on the race course, and then we start the race before the race, because when our drivers leave the pit area here, they do not have an assigned lane. They have no idea what lane they're going to end up in. They quote-unquote fight for lanes. And it's quite a format, and it really is a big part of the whole race.
It is, very much so. And pit position is a big deal here. And as they come around, you're going to see we've changed the rules now to where a crew member has to have a hand on the boat. When the 5-minute gun fires, they cannot leave the dock before that. So they're back on the dock a little ways here. They're going to try to walk forward and take up, the last 2 or 3 seconds if they can. It's critical that the driver gets on the race course and starts the process to establish a lane.
We saw that yesterday, and Dave Vilwalk, as we talked yesterday, was somebody who was raising that issue at the drivers' meeting, yet when everybody left the dock yesterday, he stayed here for another minute and a half. There's all kinds of strategy involved. You don't have to come out at 5 minutes, but you can come out not before the 5-minute mark, but you got to be on the course and up and running at the 1-minute mark. So if that sounds a little confusing, maybe it is, but once you see it, it makes sense. The other timing piece that we have is we understand we're about 6 minutes away or 1 minute away from our 5-minute countdown. As the boats are on the water during that 5-minute period, the next box they have to check is they have to cross the start-finish line after 1 minute and 15 seconds. That's called the score-up. Lids are going down, John. I think we're getting close to a countdown, and I did off to my left see a helicopter here a moment ago, so stand by for a countdown to the 5-minute mark for H1 Unlimited, Heat 4. We're 45 seconds out from the 5-minute mark. Lids are down on 3 of our 4 hydroplanes, only Dave Vilwalk, and there it goes. As soon as I say it, they close the lid on Dave. Next thing you hear will be a countdown to the 5-minute mark for H1 Unlimited, Heat 4. Green flag on the race course. Don't know if the microphones picked it up, but you could hear the boat starting to spool with about 10 seconds to that 5-minute mark. As John said, they can't leave the dock until 5 minutes. So the boats were still sitting there, but they were spooling up. And just as we talked about, John, Dave Vilwalk hasn't even tried to fire the U-27. The red, white, and blue hydroplane is still sitting at the dock. But meanwhile, Mercurys Coffee, Jamie Nielsen, he's the first boat out and headed down the front straightaway, going to be followed. Look at this move right out of the pits already. Corey Peabody said, you're going to walk down the front straightaway on the outside lane, Andrew. I will jump to an inside of you, but there's a lot still to be decided. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to the start. Here comes Dave Vilwalk, the winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. And John, let the mayhem begin. It's race day Sunday for the APBA Gold Cup. I know you're excited. Let's get this party started.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and there's a lot of head games going on right now. As you saw Dave wait till everybody was in the upper turn up there before he left the dock here. So he's going to go out and take a look at where everybody's at over there. You'll probably see him cut through the infield here in a little bit and join up the group. But from looking at it from this point, he can see everything, and he doesn't have to come through rooster tails and figure out a clean lane.
One other box that has to be checked in this start procedure that I did not mention is when the boats come out of the pit area, they have to run all the way down the front straightaway into turn 1. They cannot cut the race course down at the bottom end and go over to the backstretch. After they have gone all the way around the bottom of the race course, then they can. So you see Dave Vilwalk on the front straightaway. He has to go all the way down to the lower end of the race course. Corey and Andrew have been running pretty hard. Corey's been staying in the left side rear view mirror of Andrew Tate, and now the two of them are going to pull up to the other two boats that are Dave Vilwalk and Jamie Nielsen. Dave Vilwalk is the first boat through the corner down there. So it's a little crowded down at the bottom end of the race course. I checked that. That's Jamie Nielsen that's coming up the backstretch, long way down there, because Dave's got to go all the way around the bottom end of the race course, being the last one to come out of the pit area. So, John, it was kind of an interesting run there for Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate. They were running pretty hard. Corey was going to stay on that left side.
Yeah, Corey definitely wants to have the inside lane here, and I think that he feels he needs the inside to win. So there's going to be a bit of a battle there. It's a little bit more crowded now with four boats on the course, and as you can see, they come up the front straightaway here pretty much all side by side and pacing each other, waiting to get the opportunity to make that move.
And a guy who has a knack of getting an inside lane, Jamie Nielsen, with the U11 Mercurys Coffee. He is right now at the entrance pin to the upper corner. And those of you who may have been racing with us in the past and go, well, wait a minute, Jamie's plowing water there. Look at that. He's below 80 miles an hour. Yes, he is, but that's okay. The 80-mile-an-hour rule is off the table. So no more issues with that. Jamie can stay right where he is. However, we're at 1 minute 40 seconds right now, and he cannot cross that start-finish line before 1 minute and 15 seconds. Now, the rest of the field is starting to come up behind Jamie. Lane number 2 is Corey Peabody. Lane number 3 is Andrew Tate. And on the outside right now is Dave Vilwalk. Again, this is not the start as we approach 120 mark right now. So they still got 5 seconds to kill. Now Andrew starts to put his foot down. We're at 1 minute 15 now, so it looks like a clean score-up. So this is not the race. This is not yet the start. It is indeed a legal score-up. The boats can still change lanes at this point, but they have to have a full rooster tail lead over another boat that they would move in front of. And, John, I don't see any of that happening right now.
I don't either. There really isn't enough time at this point to get going fast enough to get a 7-boat length or a full rooster tail lead. So I think the way you see them lined up here is the way they're going to score up and end up going to the starting line there. Good distance between the guys with 4 boats on the course. There's plenty of room between. Again, looking after the engines and the equipment to keep it out of the salt water.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to get spray in there from the salt water. We saw some of that with Dustin Eccles yesterday, and it cost him dearly in his heat, although he was able to finish. Coming up on 20 seconds as the boats get to the top end of the course, Nielsen in 1, Peabody in 2, Tate in 3, Vilwalk on the outside. It's about a 12-second run off that exit pin. They are there now, and now they put the hammer down. Do not jump that clock, but don't be late either. We're inside 5 seconds. We are 3, 2, 1, mark, and that one was close, but John, that looked beautiful.
I think that was a great start. They were all right on the money.
So officially now the start is under review, but looking, it's Corey Peabody and Andrew Tate going to get down there together. Peabody on the inside, got about a boat length and a half on Andrew. I think Corey wants to send a message here. The start has now been ruled as a clean start. First boat off the corner, Corey Peabody got a lead, and he's got it on Andrew Tate, but basically they're side by side coming down the backstretch. Deck-to-deck boat racing, John. We wanted it, we got it.
Yeah, it's a good, clean start. Everybody's running hard down this back straightaway. You can see there's good distance between. Boat rides are all good. Corey's doing a great job running right on the buoy line, and he's making Andrew work really hard to try to run with him.
Our third place boat on the water is the U27, the Miss Apollo with Dave Vilwalk, and then it is back to Jamie Nielsen in the Mercurys Coffee. But coming down to put one in the book, it is Corey Peabody. Opened up about 5-6 boat lengths now on Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate was having a perfect weekend. Top qualifier, won both the heats yesterday, but he also, by finishing, can pick up that national high points championship. He can do it right here, and that's important to him. But you said, John, you thought he'd run pretty hard. He is indeed.
He's running hard, and like I say, they need to prove something here to themselves, and gear ratio, propellers, all the things that they're going to try to set up for their final heat combination there. And Corey's got a great line. He's running right, a few lanes out. He's not right on the buoy line. He's giving himself plenty of room, leaving plenty of room for Andrew, and it's just boat speed now. Who can get down here first?
Well, right now there's a whole bunch of it aboard that U9. U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and Corey Peabody. And if we haven't said it yet today, we'll say it now. Remember, this is the APBA Gold Cup. We're going to go around 4 times. So Corey's going to come down and complete lap number 2. And you talk about sending a message and talking to the other boats. Yeah, well, Corey's sending a message right now to Andrew Tate that I've got a lot of speed, and if I get inside of you, you're going to have your hands full. But look at the race off the top end of the course here as Jamie Nielsen has now found some beans, no pun intended, in that Mercury Coffee, and he's pulled up alongside Dave Villwalk, and I think he's going to overtake him down the front straightaway as we start lap number 3.
Yeah, they're running really close and really close together there as both of them seem to have pretty good boat speed. Jamie's got an inside line, and he does a great job of running the boat right on the buoy line. He'll get everything out of that Mercury Coffee machine that he can get.
Meanwhile, up the backstretch, we are on lap number 3. Oh, it's a close one down there at the bottom end of the race course. Jamie Nielsen about 3 boat lengths back behind Villwalk. Meanwhile, our leaders and our leader, Corey Peabody, Beacon Plumbing, U9, running hard through the top end. Andrew trying to stay with him, but Corey showing an awful lot of speed. Back to the 3rd place boat, and 4th place third is Villwalk. Boy, he's running in some slop, but he's leaving room for Jamie Nielsen inside of him in the U11 of Mercury's Coffee. Good racing here in our Heat 4 to start the day. And now down to the bottom end of the race course on lap number 3. Check that, lap 3 in the book. We are on the final lap. Corey Peabody, bottom end of the race course. Got almost a full rooster tail on Andrew now, John.
Yeah, Andrew's just out there cruising right now, and I think that he's going, hoping that he can put enough pressure on Corey that maybe he can make a mistake. But he also knows that at this point in time, it's not worth risking anything that's going to keep him from finishing this heat and locking up the national championship. Farther back there, the other 2 boats with Dave Villwalk and Jamie Nielsen are just coming out. Jamie seems to be turning a little bit better and got some good speed through the turns there. But Dave Villwalk seems to have some acceleration and a little bit of top end on him.
It's white. It's trimmed in blue, metallic blue. It's the U9. It is the Beacon Plumbing. It is driven by Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington, and he's going to come down and complete lap number 4 and pick up a victory on the water in our H1 Unlimited Heat 4. 2nd place going to go to Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, and now Jamie Nielsen has fallen back from Dave Villwalk in the Miss Apollo. He has moved to the outside. Dave Villwalk is going to come down and pick up 3rd place and 3rd place points on the water. Jamie Nielsen will come home in 4th place, but I still think there's got to be some smiles down there, John, after all the work they put on that boat last night to come out here, start, finish, be competitive. They were in that race for 3rd. I think they'll feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mercurys Coffee group last night worked late into the night, early morning to go through every system on the boat and try to figure out their issues there last night. So it's a good credit to the crew and everybody that got this thing back on the water. Jamie's going to get some points here and finish and get a chance to move on to the next heat, along with all the things that they learned here. So that's the big difference from yesterday is that they missed 2 heats where the other guys were out there racing combinations, learning each other, feeling out the boat a little bit, the race course and that, and Jamie just got his first heat in.
So we will remind everybody that was the racing on the water, and on the water, at least Corey Peabody in the U9, Beacon Plumbing, he was the winner. 2nd place went to Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. 3rd will go to Dave Villwalk in the Miss Apollo. And our 4th place finisher is Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercury's Coffee. And we say the winner on the water because the referees will take a look at any footage or where they think there might be a question. We will very soon, I am sure, hear that the boats have cleared everything on the water, but then the boats do have to go through tech inspection. On each one of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes is a data acquisition system. Boy, look at Corey plow through some rough water there coming back behind Andrew and Dave Villwalk. But all of the boats will go through tech inspection, and when they do, we will get the good word from Seth Parshall that our boats have passed tech inspection, and then it will be official.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Corey's teammate, Jay Michael Kelly, have a great drive and a first-place finish on the water taken away from him as they did not pass the tech inspection. So best of luck to them, and hope they continue to have a good day.
Great shot here in the pit area as we look down above pit row as all 4 boats come back here at the same time. Great shot. First place to Corey Peabody on the water. So I am told that our Mickey Washburn, with not only a camera but 2 microphones, is on the dock, ready for Corey Peabody as he steps off and out of the cockpit of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. So we will hopefully have a word with him momentarily. He is still in the cockpit, but like I said, our Mickey Washburn is down there. We'll have him both on the live stream and here on the PA at the San Diego Bayfair. Heat number 4 is in the books. Checking the monitor. Still waiting for Corey. Oh, he has stepped out of the boat now. We will have him here momentarily. Corey's out of the boat. Our, as I said, Mickey Washburn is down there with 2 microphones and a camera. I'm ready.
All right.
Corey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Brad.
Hey, young man, how are you doing? That's got to make you feel better. That was a good run.
Yeah, it felt good. We made some changes last night, and they really showed today. And it was a great run with Andrew there. I thought both of him are going to be a little early that start, but turns out we were good. So happy with the boat, happy with the team, happy with Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric, and can't wait to get back out there.
I got to be thinking you're liking this cooler weather here right out of the box, and that being on the inside of Andrew doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, it's nice being inside. It gives you the opportunity to win. But they're fast. They're always fast, and we got to keep doing what we can do to stay inside them. But it's shaping up to be a good final. Can't wait to get out there and mix it up with the guys.
Yeah, I know you can't, and this Gold Cup is indeed something special. You've won it before, but what would it mean to win it again?
Well, that's what we're all here for. Every single team, that's what they're here for, and every single team is going to tell you the same thing. That's what they're here for, and they're here to do it, and they're here to lay it on the line. And I know every one of these guys feels the same way, and we're no different. So if we can get one of our boats back on that trophy again this year, that'd be awesome.
Good to see your smile when you stepped out of the boat. Thanks for taking a minute and putting the headset on. Go debrief with the crew. We'll see you later on.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Corey Peabody, driver of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and he is first on the water with our H1 Unlimiteds in heat number 4. The boats have to go through tech inspection. But when we first put the camera on Corey Peabody, and he said he could hear us down there, there was a good smile on his face. Those of you saw it on the H1 Unlimited live stream. Those of you who are here on the shores with the best seat in the house, we'll do our best to tell you. But there was a good smile on the face of Corey Peabody. So I think he's got to feel good about the piece he's got. But like he said, there's a lot of other fast race boats here, and he knows he's going to have his hands full. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very, very good APBA Gold Cup coming up later on in the day. Let's take a look at the schedule, because I believe what is up next for us now is our opening ceremony. So those of you in the pit area, you want to start getting ready for our opening ceremonies. They are on the schedule for 11:25. Gee, my watch says 11:37. And now I'm being told they are being pushed out 30 minutes. Is that correct? It'll be within 30 minutes. Okay, so I guess the question is, are we going to run the 1 liters prior to it starting to look like we're probably going to run 1 liters? 1 liters are being placed in the water. In fact, a couple of them are already in. And Sean Bowser's come up here to help with the call, but we're going to get him wired up. So, and people are showing up here now for opening ceremonies. Jim Riley, I think we're going to push this out just a little bit. We may try and run our 1 liters first. So we're changing things on the fly here, but we'll get there. Just hang around, Jim. We're going to have some opening ceremonies at some point. So while we figure out and come to understand exactly what we're going to do next, did you know Mercurys Coffee ships nationwide. Go to Mercurys.com and place your order today. Click subscribe and you'll get free shipping. Mercurys.com. You may not have a Mercurys Coffee right down the street from you, but you can go to Mercurys.com, and Amber, they'll send it right to your house. There you go. Mercurys Coffee at Mercurys.com. Or you can run down the boulevard and take some free Mercurys Coffee home with you today. I'm still going to get down there. Visit their merchandise booth along the boardwalk for free samples of organic coffee. If you have not yet had Mercurys Coffee, you're missing something. Make sure you try it. It is good stuff. Mercurys Coffee, thank you for your participation. We're monitoring the radios here. We're getting information on the fly. Apparently, our last heat of H1 Unlimited racing on the water was clean. The racing on the water was clean, meaning no calls out there. Nobody cut anybody off. Nobody did something they shouldn't have done. So everything on the water was clean. Now it's just a matter of taking the data acquisition boxes out of the boat. They have been removed, and they are up in the H1 Unlimited tech truck, and we will get word from the technical team in that truck that the boats have cleared tech inspection, and they do the boats. They run them through tech inspection based on their finish order. So Corey Peabody will have the box run through the system first. So hopefully we'll know here very shortly that Corey Peabody not only won it on the water, but he won it after tech inspection. We'll monitor the radio. Meanwhile, our one leaders continue to head toward the water. Yep. So clearly what we're going to do here as our one leaders are headed into the water. I say that, yet I'm looking at rescue boats that are now parked at the dock. I'm just not quite sure what our schedule is. Work with us. We're monitoring the official radio. Judging from the size of the credential on the individual coming up to the top of the tower here, I'm assuming we're going to get clarification on what exactly is going to happen next. Now, when he gets done taking a picture, we'll get him over here, and maybe he can tell us how our schedule is bending a little bit. As our last two H1 Unlimited hydroplanes come out of the water, the Mercurys.com and the Miss Apollo. So while our fans watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel get an opportunity to see just how close our tower is to the pit area of the U11 Mercurys Coffee, I'm going to shut down the microphone for a minute. I'm going to step away and get a clarification on our schedule. Stand by. We've got more racing and opening ceremonies on deck. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mercurys Coffee presents the 2024 APBA Gold Cup and Race for the Bill Munsey Cup at the San Diego Bayfair. Additionally, I want to welcome everyone to our official opening ceremonies. It has been 2 years since we gathered together for our annual celebration on the shores of Mission Bay, but our tradition continues this weekend. And it is a tradition rich in history and rooted in deep family values. We come together to enjoy and celebrate this beautiful region of our great nation. So to all of you, I say, welcome and enjoy the 2024 Bayfair celebration. At this time, I would like to welcome to the microphone the H1 Unlimited Chaplain, Mr. Jim Riley, who will deliver our invocation.
Thank you, Brad. Almost to the day, 23 years ago, we stood here in Mission Bay in solemn memorial to those we lost in New York and Washington and Pennsylvania. We promised to remember. There, though, are so many here today who weren't born then, who wonder about our reverence for something that happened so long ago and so far away. An attack then on us, on freedom, affects all then and now. In a moment, as we stand to honor our flag with our anthem, you older folks like me, look for someone younger and tell them, I remember freedom isn't free. Will you pray with me? Our Heavenly Father, what a great day for a race, the human race. We seek your blessing as we plan a day of exciting racing and fun. We have drivers, crew, and fans, and yes, even a newly engaged couple rooting for their favorites with high hopes and hearts in their throats. We seek your protection for safety today, and we ask you to continually protect and sustain the United States of America. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Jim. And now we ask those of you who can to please rise, remove your caps, and join in the singing of our national anthem. Performing for us once again today, please welcome to the microphone H1 Unlimited's own Rachel Kish. Rachel?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
doesn't get you ready to go boat racing, I don't know what will. 2 years ago, it started as a joke, literally on top of this tower. Rachel stepped up, grabbed the mic, sang the national anthem. You've got a full-time job, Miss Kish. You're going to do this every year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go boat racing. We got 1 liters in the water. Let's put them on and have a great day. Welcome to the 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup and the race for the Bill Muncie Cup. back here on the pit tower on San Diego's Mission Bay. Brad Luce here, about to be joined by Sean Bowser. We're going to talk about 1 liter racing, but I do have an update on our H1 Unlimited racing, specifically with regards to our Heat 4. I mentioned the boats had to go through tech inspection. Our winner on the water, Corey Peabody, driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Unfortunately, tech inspection did not go the way they would have liked it. There was a fuel flow issue with the U9. What that has done is vaulted Andrew Tate and the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate, as the winner of our H1 Unlimited Heat number 4. Andrew's ride did clear tech inspection, so it is official. He is the winner. We also had a fuel flow issue with the U11, the Miss Mercurys Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. They, too, failed tech based on fuel flow, so we had a couple of boats go the wrong way via the tech truck. So our first place finisher, Andrew Tate, second place, goes to the U27 Miss Apollo and Dave Vilwalk. That has a dramatic effect on our H1 Unlimited National High Points chase, which is also at stake this weekend. Those of you watching on the line can see the numbers from all of our teams. Our National High Points leader, as he has been for most of the season, is now Andrew Tate still with 7,119 points. Second place goes to Corey Peabody with 5,650 points, and on down from there. But the point is, by virtue of finishing in Heat 4, and now he has finished in first place in Heat 4, it's a done deal. H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion for 2024, Andrew Tate. The Goodman Real Estate, it's nailed down. They are the H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. That is a big deal. As John Walters and I have been talking up here, they wanted to put that in the rearview mirror so they could go out and run for this Gold Cup and not have to hold back and make sure they finish, because the importance with the National High Points, that's done. They can tuck that one away in the shelf. Now it's all about going for the APBA Gold Cup coming up later on in the day. We will get an opportunity to talk with the young man being Andrew Tate. We'll get him up here at some point here shortly. But next up on our schedule is our H1 Unlimiteds getting ready for their racing, but we've got 1 liters in the water. We got 1 liters getting ready to go. Are you hooked up there, Mr. Bowsher? Are you ready to go? I got you in my ear now. So I am joined up here by Sean Bowsher. He's going to give us a hand, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to answer the bell on the 1 liters.
Nope, that big green and white knockout grand boat had a couple of engine gremlins. We hung it up for today, saved the rest of the engine for next year. But I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to support San Diego, Mission Bay. I couldn't be in a better place this weekend.
Well, there's not a more pretty place, that's for darn sure. And this gray stuff here, that's all going to burn off here. It's going to be beautiful later on in the day. But I want to point something out that I've been talking about a lot. But yesterday, I came down the pit area, and I happened to have with me a whole bunch of little ones, and I know you were working because you had some issues with your boat and the motor. And ladies and gentlemen, this guy, and he's nothing different from any of the other drivers. Literally anybody will do this. But yesterday, it was this young man. You and your wife got all the kids up in the boat, put them in the cockpit, closed the lid. You did everything short of putting the boat in the water and sending them out.
And sometimes they might be a better driver, some of those young kids.
But you made the comment to me, you said, I will always stop working on my boat to put a kid in the cockpit.
Yes, because we don't do this for ourselves. We do this for the fans. And if it wasn't for the fans, we wouldn't have a place to race, and we wouldn't have a good time.
Translation of all of that is, Sean Bowsher, he gets it. So that's what it's all about, and this is one of the very important aspects of hydroplane racing, is the approachability of guys like yourself. Even the big dogs and the big boats, you can go up, have your picture taken with these guys. And remember, I told you when you grab the mic, when she speaks, we listen. Stand by for a countdown to the 5-minute mark for our 1 liter hydroplanes. Green flag on the race course from H1 Unlimited's Mike Morissette. Sean, that means we can talk now.
Yes, we can. We got 5 of the fastest 1 liters out there in the nation right now going around. of course, Jeff Bernard jumps out there, and Jim Seckler's beautiful white and blue boat. You got Timmy Collins with, of course, Jay Mike behind the wheel on that one heading out next. And we're still waiting on, here comes Marina Bartels in the beautiful Circus Y31. And Scott Schatz in the Y3 is right next to her. We're waiting on one more 1 liter to come on out in the course. These are very finicky boats, very fast boats. They're just smaller versions of the Unlimiteds. That's all they are. Driver skills just as important in little boats as they are in the big boats.
Because my buddy Brad Sanchez got the boat up in the air.
Yes, he definitely taught us all how to fly yesterday.
Man, he was way up in the air, did the full 360, landed it, and I think he was going to drive it back to the pit area until maybe the radio guy said, just hold the phone. Shut that thing down, we'll come get you. Let's make sure everything's okay. And it was. The next heat, he answered the bell.
Yes, he did. I was on the water when that race happened, and I had a front row seat for it, and for a second, I was a spectator.
And we are getting word here that our 135 has scratched. So, unfortunately, we are not going to see them out on the water. Looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1 liters here. Looking at the clock, we got it right here, Sean. We get 3 minutes.
Yes, we do.
3 minutes and 30 seconds until the start. The only thing I'll tell you is that is not official. But the man behind you there with the Aiden Hutchinson jersey, yeah, he's pretty good with the finger. He hits the button at the right time. So, yeah, it's pretty darn close, but that is not official. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds, 3:15 to the start of our 1 liter heat here. What are the guys doing right now? They got 3 minutes till the start. What are we doing?
They're trying to get their timing runs down. They want to be on the course at a certain spot, a certain time. This is a big course for us. We usually run a 1 mile or a mile and a quarter course, and this is a mile and 2/3. Long straightaways, big fat turns, lots of speed on this course.
So you as a driver, do you like that?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Because we can hang it out pretty good. And if you were here 3 years ago, you might remember I went upside down in turn 1.
I do remember that quite well. I remember you walking by out here waving at me. I do remember that.
But no, we got Brad Sanchez coming up the back stretch right now, which is kind of confusing for us because we always think it's the front stretch because we usually have the front stretch right in front of us. And if you notice, he's cutting the infield right now. What that does is he's off his marks. He's trying to get back on his timing marks so they all can bunch up and make a good start here. We got 2:20, 2:19 to go.
So somebody might be looking at this going, well, okay, he's trying to get back on his timing marks, but everybody must have different timing marks because we got 5 boats in 5 different spots on the race course.
Yeah, they do. Like for me, for instance, I was the entrance of turn 2 was one of my timing marks, and the exit of turn 2. Some people use the start-finish line. Some people use the entrance to turn 1. It's all driver preference.
But at the end of the day, when the clock strikes 0, you want to have all of them at that start-finish line with a whole lot of boat speed, some open water, and running hard to the first turn.
You're going to see it happen, too. We got another one. Looks like Marina in the Circus is cutting the infield right now. And you're going to start seeing them bunch up here. We got 1:40. You're going to see them all in the backstretch here right around 1 minute.
And that's J. Michael Kelly going around the top end of the race course up here, what we call the SeaWorld turn. And he will come down, and the boats are beginning to gather a little bit down toward the bottom end. Still got 1 minute and 25 seconds until the start, 1:25. And they will all hit the start-finish line. Mike's really got the foot down. He's trying to catch up to the rest of the field.
He better get going because this is a big course. So he's going to be a little behind, but that's a very, very fast boat. I've raced it numerous times, and he'll make up his time.
That was a nice way of saying you've seen the transom of that boat a few times.
Yes, I have.
He was late in our first heat when we started racing. He was late to the line, and he trailed Jeff Bernard by quite a ways, and it ended up costing him. He took a second place. Been a little more punctual since then.
Yep, and here you see him coming up in lane 4 right now.
Yep.
And they're starting to bunch up. We're at 47 seconds. Everybody's right where they want to be.
And here comes JMK. He will join up with the field. Again, they will come off the top end. How long of a run is it, Sean? I'm going to put you on the spot. How long is it from the exit pin to the corner to the line, roughly?
13, 14 seconds.
Okay. All right, we've been saying 12 for the big dog. So it looks like Kelly's going to come down in lane number 4. I think Jeff Bernard. Whoa, did Kelly get into 3?
He might have.
He might have.
Yep,
in fact,
and there he goes. He's gone.
He is there. Jeff Bernard's with him. Bernard's in 2. They're the 2 that have been really going after one another. Still got some time to kill. We're not yet to 10 seconds.
They seem a little early.
So we're inside 10 seconds now, and we are down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark looks to be legal. And it is Jeff Bernard going to break the clock, and it looks like the speed, though, was J. Michael Kelly just to the outside of Jeff Bernard, and the two of them are going to get down there side by side. Sean, here we go again.
Oh, here we go. Side by side. You got Jeff Bernard on the inside, J. Mike on the outside. Nobody's going to let up coming up this backstretch.
By the way, what did you think of that drone shot coming out of the corner there? Pretty good stuff. 5 wide coming up the backstretch. But that white and blue boat on the inside. Jeff Bernard. Fast Eddie running up on the inside. Oh, and look at JMK flying the shenanigans. Got a lot of air into the boat.
J. Mike likes to fly that boat just like he likes to fly that Unlimited.
Up here at the top end. So now you're going to see where Jeff Bernard has that lane advantage being on the inside. We got good racing back for third.
You got a 3-way race. Marina's in some slop right now, but you got Scott Schatz on the outside. You got Brad Sanchez on the inside, and they got a heck of a race going for third.
Yeah, those guys are tied together up there. Very close race, but down the front straightaway, we're going to go 3 times around. It is still J. Michael Kelly. He's opened up a little bit of water now on Bernard. Get down to the bottom end of the race course. Looks like, we've got maybe 4, maybe 5 boat lengths. We've seen this movie before. When he gets out front, JMK is tough to run down.
It's very tough. Believe me, I've tried several times.
Here's our boats coming off the bottom end of the race course there. Great shot we're seeing. Boy, Bernard's right on the buoy.
He is. He's going to have to beat him. He's going to have to go the shortest way around.
He is giving it the best he can, but they're flying, walking the sponsons up the backstretch. J. Michael Kelly driving boat number 1. Let the shenanigans begin. That's what it says on the deck of that boat, and he's got them going.
And if you look at those wings, both their wings are all the way down. Those boats want to take off, but they're keeping them on the water.
And when he talks about wings, he's talking about that canard wing on the leading edge of the boat, and they control that from inside the cockpit there. And like he says, they're trying to keep those boats down on the water because they're touching a little bit of a breeze when they come up that backstretch. Don't need too much air into that. All we have to do is ask Brad Sanchez about that. He caught some and went over.
Yes, he did, and make a heck of a landing. I gave it a 9.9.
That was pretty good. Yeah, he landed it good. Bottom end of the race course for the final time on the final lap. J. Michael Kelly driving boat number 1, second place Jeff Bernard. And our race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th looks like it is getting pretty much sorted out. Is that Brad Sanchez down there running number 3? I'm the colorblind guy.
Nope, he's number 4.
He's number 4.
That's Scott Schatz in the Y3 is in 3rd place right now.
Schatz is running in 3rd. Sanchez is running in 4th. And then it's Marina Bartels right on his tail down there. We'll keep an eye on that. Marina, she's not going to give up.
No, she's not. And she's an excellent driver. That is a very old boat. It's an old wooden boat. But they've got that thing humming.
Meanwhile, top end of the race course, J. Michael Kelly. He will round the SeaWorld corner, and he will come down and pick up a checkered flag again. He's done it before.
Watch Marina. She's on the inside of Brad Sanchez. It's going to be a heck of a race for 4th place.
Last 2 boats coming up the backstretch here. That's the one you want to watch as our leaders are crossing start-finish line now. Scott Schatz at the top end of the race course. He will come down in 3rd. But Marina has pulled up alongside Mr. Sanchez, and she is on the inside. In fact, she's got the lead now, Sean. She's out by about 3 or 4 boat lengths.
Beautiful attitude of that pink and white boat. Circus. Beautiful bounce on that boat. Very proud of that team.
Very proud indeed. We got somebody back here right behind us who's pretty darn proud of this whole thing, too. Here we come off the top end of the race course. It's going to go a 4th place finish. Marina Bartels comes down in that pink circus, and she will pick up 4th place here. And Bradley Sanchez, my good buddy, I met a few years ago up in Pateras, a great guy. Had a talk with him this morning. Marina comes across in that Y31 circus. And then it is Brad Sanchez. So 5 started, 5 finished. Good racing once again.
Great race. And I know this is not done yet. So both these boats up here, J. Michael and Jeff Bernard, they're going to be out there probably changing some things in the engines. They want to go faster and they want to beat each other.
That's kind of what they do.
Yes. Oh, looks like they put a 2024 in the side of that trailer.
Oh, my goodness. So those of you as our 1 leaders come back to the dock, those of you that are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, you are seeing the official edition of the numerals 2024 on the side of the Goodman Real Estate truck. They're pulling the vinyl on it right now. It didn't take long to add the 2024 High Points Championship sticker. Congratulations again. Wow, look at all those. 4 times 3 when I went to school was 12, so there's 12 years of being the National High Points Champion. There is the graphic. 2024 National High Points Champion Andrew Tate in the now U1 Goodman Real Estate. We talked to Andrew a couple of days ago, and you can appreciate this. And he actually said, he goes, Brad, because I said, maybe when we get this done, you can go down with a can of paint and you can cover up that 9. We'll just have a U1. He goes, I like the 91. He goes, I don't want them to change it to U1. He goes, I know they will. He says, but the fans know who the High Points champion is.
Exactly. And Andrew's a great guy. I've raced against him several times. My daughter, when she was a little girl, had a big crush on him. We got several pictures of lots of hugs.
He is a good kid. He's a great spokesman for the sport of hydroplane racing, boat racing, not just hydroplanes. Drives tunnel boats. He'll drive anything with a motor in it. And he'll be very competitive, too, by the by. But congratulations to everybody in the Miss Madison racing team, the Goodman Real Estate, the U91. They are the H1 Unlimited National High Points champion for 2024. And congratulations to J. Michael Kelly. Notch up another one for the Y1, the Shenanigans. You just got to like that name.
Yeah, Timmy's a good guy. I like him. He picked a good name for that boat.
So our GPs, our Grand Prix America hydroplanes are heading into the water. Sean, I want to thank you for coming up and joining us. You are welcome up here anytime those 1 liters hit the water. My friend, come on up.
I appreciate it, and it's fun calling it with you, Brad.
Yeah, we have a good time up here. So thank you. We'll get Sean back up here later on in the day because our racing continues. Next up, Heat 3B of Grand Prix America hydroplanes presented by JJR and Reliable Diamond Tool. Looking at the boats slated to go in our Heat 3B, the 577 Lucas Oil with Ken Lupton, going to be joined by GP79 Reliable Diamond Tool Jeff Bernard. Lane 3 will be GP50 Pressure Measurement with Ken Brody behind the wheel, and then the GP135 Cool Cat Motorsports and John Shaw. So they are slated to come up here shortly. I have been handed some advertising copy, which involves advertising coffee. Once again, want to welcome everybody to the Mercurys Coffee APBA Gold Cup. Mercurys.com is thrilled to be the official title sponsor of Bayfair 2024. Race fans, if you see some folks on the U11 Mercurys Coffee racing team, if you see people down at the Mercurys Coffee tent, and I'm sure you will because you need to go down there and take a look because they're down there handing out coffee samples. You need to go down and see them. Well, when you do, please give a big thank you to Mercurys.com for bringing the APBA Gold Cup back to San Diego's Mission Bay. And I mentioned the 4 boats that are going to go in our Heat 3B. Ken Lupton, Jeff Bernard, Ken Brody, John Shaw. John Shaw was to be on the outside. Lane 4 in the GP135 Cool Cat Motorsports. They are a scratch. This should be a dynamite. Grand Prix heat. Ken Lupton's boat, the Lucas Oil. And we got a countdown coming very quick. In fact, we're inside 30 seconds from a countdown. We'll talk about the heat here in a minute, but it should be a good one. Lupton's quick. We know Bernard is. Don't ever count out Ken Brody. Stand by for a countdown to 5-minute mark. GP Heat 3B. Green flag on the race course inside 5 minutes to the start of Grand Prix America Heat 3B. First away from the dock. Here he comes, Jeff Bernard. GP79. Reliable Diamond Tool says ready to on the side of the boat. Bad Influence Racing. Mike Grindel's rod. Jeff Bernard, he was disappointed yesterday. He got a DNF after leading a heat until the final straightaway. And then he had to drop down in the water and give it away. That was a tough one. He wants to come out here and redeem himself. The boat is extremely fast. The bright orange GP79 Reliable Diamond Tool was our top qualifier with a speed just over 135 miles per hour. He's going to be in lane number 2. Going to be joined by another quick one, Ken Lupton, out of New Zealand. And Ken Brody is going to come out and join them as well. This should be a very good heat of competition. Jeff Conant's back up here. Jeff, pick up a microphone. Let's have some fun here, talking GP style. Here comes the white trimmed in red. It is GP 577 of Ken Lupton. He'll come out on the race course. Just waiting now for Ken Brody. And it does not appear they have even put the lid. And they are now. It looks like they're thrashing back there on the GP50. Oh, that'd be a tough break if Ken couldn't make it out here. So right now we've got 2 of our 3 boats on the water. Oh, and they're putting the bonnet on the GP50. Let's look at a clock. Still got plenty of time. Just clicked inside 3 minutes to the start. They will put the cowling on the GP50. The lid just went down on the top of Ken Brody. So the GP50 pressure measurement, Ken Brody looks like he is about to come out and join the field. And he will join the Lucas Oil with Ken Lupton. That is the predominantly white hydroplane, GP 577. And noisy here in the background. Ken Brody. Ken Brody away, and you see it. The boat is predominantly white with the red cowling toward the back. Got some stars and stripes on it there. A real pretty hydroplane. Then you got the predominantly white GP 577, a Lucas Oil. Ken Lupton's boat, and then the predominantly orange boat. That's the boat on the outside coming up the backstretch. The GP 79 Reliable Diamond Tool, Jeff Bernard, joined up here again by Jeff Conant. Jeff, we were hoping for 4, we got 3, but boy, we got 3 good ones, and this should be a great heat.
Yeah, these 3 guys have put on a show all weekend, and some of the fastest heat races being Ken Lupton and Jeff Bernard. So this heat race is shooting out to be a tight one, we hope. Nothing better than a tight GP race here on Mission Bay.
Well, we know Ken Lupton is quick in that GP 577, and he's going to be on an inside lane. We know Bernard is quick, but Bernard's going to have to drive around him on the outside, so this will be kind of fun to watch, see if he can get her done. Jeff's been really strong all weekend. He had the DNF over there yesterday after it appeared he was going to win a particular heat, but you got to finish, and something stepped up and bit him. We'll see what he's got. So they go down to the bottom end of the race course coming up on 1 minute. 1 minute to the start of Grand Prix Heat 3B. We are inside 1 minute. In fact, we're sitting at 55 seconds. 55 seconds to the start. The boats are in their lanes. Lupton in 1, Bernard in 2, Brody in 3. All right, Jeff, who do you like?
Wow. I mean, I hate to pick a favorite on this one, but I think if Jeff Bernard has any luck in the tank left, he's going to have it here, and he's going to have to push for it. But we've watched him come from lane 5 earlier this weekend to win a heat race, so if I had to put some money on it, I'd put it on the GP 79.
Top end of the race course, going to come down. One of my favorite Grand Prix of all time is Ken Brody's GP 50. Talked to Ken this morning, watch him, see if he can wind this thing up, get it to the line on time. They're off the top end of the race course, coming down to the start-finish line. We're inside 10 seconds. We're coming up on 5 seconds. We are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It appears to be legal, and if it was, Jeff Bernard got the jump on the field. He was first across the line. Lupton's with him, though, on the inside, and then back in third place as we get to the exit pin of turn number 1 is Ken Brody. This is going to be a very good run down the backstretch, already into a 2-boat heat, and look at Lupton. Lupton moves out in front by about a boat length and a half, Jeff.
Yeah, they're carrying the sponsons high. You see Jeff Bernard going into that turn trying to stay on Lupton's hip. Lupton says, no, boy, I'm going around this turn faster than you. Looks like Jeff's got to swing out wide into lane 4 or 5 coming out of there as he starts to close it in on the apex of the turn.
Holy cow, Ken Lupton is gone. He just took off. Bernard got the jump at the start and took him down to the lower end of the race course in that first turn, and then Lupton went around him, and he is gone. He's almost out by 2 rooster tails, and we know how quick Jeff Bernard is. There is some serious speed there in the GP 577 of Lucas Oil and Ken Lupton. He is moving.
Yeah, that New Zealander, he's putting down a statement right now. He wants to show him that, hey, I'm going to be a contender in this final coming up later today, and he's proving it.
Wow, top end of the race course, lap 2 of 3 about to go in the books. And Jeff Bernard has dropped back. That is not going to be an issue. Our third place boat is Ken Brody. He's looking at the rooster tail of Jeff Bernard. That'll be a tall order with only one more lap to go. But here comes Ken Lupton. He is across start-finish line. And he is on his final lap already down to the bottom end of the race course. I expected we were going to have a couple of boats tied together out front, but Ken Lupton said, I don't think so.
Nope, not in this heat race anyways, but when it comes down to that final, we know that when the money's on the line, Jeff Bernard is very, very competitive, as all these drivers are, but he's been showing all week that even when he starts behind the pack, he can catch him.
Wow. Top end of the race course, Ken Lupton. He is going to come around on this, his final lap, and he's going to come down and pick up a checkered flag. It appears we've lost Ken Brody somewhere on the race course. I don't know where he is, but yeah, so he has gone down. He has turned to the inside of the race course. Meanwhile, coming across start-finish line right now, there he goes, Ken Lupton, GP 577, Lucas Oil. Wow, and Jeff Bernard comes across as well. He will take a second place in this particular heat. Unfortunately, the GP50 pressure measurement and Ken Brody is not going to be able to finish. That was a statement.
Absolutely, you know, and those New Zealanders, they brought 2 boats down here this weekend, and they're sharing information, so it'll be interesting to see how that transpires to the other boat.
Very good point, because whatever they did in that 577, you're going to want to do that to the 33 or whatever it was. Great racing, and already has popped the lid, Ken Lupton, as he heads back toward our pit area. Look at this. You put some Grand Prix hydroplanes on the water, and you turn around, you get a guy like Jean Theoret coming up here to the top of the steps, getting a good look. He likes those Grand Prix. He likes any kind of boat racing you can put on the water. He's up here under his watchful eye. You're getting a good look as Ken Lupton comes back to the dock. He is followed here by Jeff Bernard in the GP 79, the ready-to reliable Diamond Tool.
Yeah, tough break for Ken Brody out of New York. You know, he put on some fireworks the other day, and we were hoping that he'd do a lot better. But I'm sure he's having fun as a driver. Just not getting towed in isn't the way he expected to end up this heat.
Next up, and it is scheduled to go. We'll see where we are. Well, we're pretty close to being right on schedule. Our next heat slated to come at 12:40. 12:40, H1 Unlimited, heat number 5. We see that on the schedule. We turn around. 1, 2, 3. H1 Unlimited hydroplanes are already in the water, so we're getting ready to roll. Have a quick conversation here about the 4 boats that are slated to go in our heat 5. You're looking at some of our cool graphics that we're getting on the H1 Unlimited live stream. It takes a long time to develop some of these, but that's what that guy back there in that Detroit Lion jersey loves to do. Those of you on the live stream are seeing it, but those of you here with the good view on the shore will tell you who's coming up here is the U1, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. He will be in our Heat 5 for H1 Unlimited. Teammate Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. He will be out there, as will Jamie Nielsen in the U11 Mercurys Coffee. And then Dustin Eccles in the U40, the Flavor Pack. Beacon Electric, Beacon Plumbing, Mercurys Coffee Flavor Pack. Those are the 4 boats, or as I like to say, Jeff, Kelly, Peabody, Nielsen, Eccles.
Absolutely. All 4, good-looking boats that are coming out here for this next heat. And I can tell you that out of the strong racing camp with J. Michael Kelly and Corey Peabody, they may be teammates, but when it gets on the course, they're ready to go at each other pretty hard. So.
Oh, absolutely they are. We had that conversation yesterday that when Darrell Strong put this team together, he said, no, we're not going to have a number 1 boat and a number 2 boat. We're going to have 2 number 1 boats. And I will admit, and I've told Darrell this, I was extremely skeptical, very skeptical, and I know you know Jeff Ayler. Jeff Ayler and I had a conversation about that, and Jeff Ayler and I had that conversation. He says, yeah, I don't buy it either, Luce. He says, you know, when they put those two crews in separate hotels and they pit them at opposite ends of the pit area, he said, then I'll believe it. Well, they didn't do that, but they made very quick believers out of Jeff and I and the fans, too. They run them as separate teams, and they run them as separate boats, and boy, when they start talking about equipment down there, those drivers get pretty possessive. No, that's my propeller. No, that gearbox, no. That's mine. And they'll go out there, and their job is to beat the other guy, and they'll race just as hard.
Yeah, I've raced against both of them in stock outboards, and, you know, they've always been fierce competitors against each other. So to see it happen in the H1 category has been quite a thrill to watch them progress. And obviously they've had a lot of success with Gold Cups and other victories. So I know each one of them wants to get their name on that Gold Cup again, because once is not enough.
It's never enough. We've got 6 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the pit area here. 4 of our drivers have claimed previous Gold Cup victories. Dave Villwalk, of course, has won the most prestigious race in all of powerboat racing. He's won it 10 times. He's second only to Chip Hanauer, who's won it 11. J. Michael Kelly has a couple of them. Andrew Tate has a couple of them. Corey Peabody's got one, or Andrew Tate's got one. Corey's got one. They'd love to win another one, but what a story it would be if Jamie Nielsen or Dustin Eccles could step up and grab the first one. That's why we race. We're going to do it this afternoon.
Yeah, no matter what's written on paper, it comes down to what happens on the water. So we're expecting anything can happen this year.
And it has, and it will. So when we get ready to go racing in our final heat for the APBA Gold Cup, you will not want to miss it. We will go 5 times around this race course. We will have all 6 boats on the water. And it's a winner-take-all final.
10-4, I see Jim Walters made it back up here. I'm going to go ahead and hand over the mic to him. I'll be back to announce the SCSE classes when they come up here shortly. Thanks, guys.
I really appreciate you coming up, Jeff, and helping out. Your insight is invaluable. Thank you very much. We'll have you back up here in a little bit. So we are standing by for a countdown to 5 to the 5 for H1 Unlimited Heat 5. Amber, how far out are we? Not very. 5 minutes to the 5-minute mark for H1 Unlimited Heat 5. The 4 boats, are they all in the water? They are indeed. The U40, the Flavor Pack with Dustin Eccles. The U1, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. The U9, the Beacon Plumbing with Corey Peabody, and the U11, Miss Mercurys Coffee, Jamie Nelson. Those of us who are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, looking at the screen there, you're seeing some tremendous graphics that have been put together by our Crackerjack team up there, but nothing of that quality and some of the stuff you're seeing here ever happens just by itself or alone or in a vacuum, if you will. H1 Unlimited and our man here on top of the tower, Nick Kish, and all of us here with the H1 Unlimited live stream would like to give a special shout out to some people who assisted this. John, these are people I know you know. Tate Meyer, Jared Meyer, who is here, and Matt Johnson back home. All of them have had a role in helping us develop this type of stuff. And so a special thanks to you guys. Tate, Jared, you guys, Matt, you guys are invaluable to us. You may be a little bit away from us right now and maybe not down here as part of the live stream, but that doesn't mean you're not an integral part of it. So thanks, you guys, for all of your assistance. The graphics look great, but I also know the gold leaf on there was yours. Nick, you came up with that bad boy. Oh, boy, Matt's design. Okay. I remember John, I got John Walters up here joining us. I remember, I can't remember years, but 2015 was the Gold Cup in Tri-Cities. All right, so our blue docks You know, we got the blue railings that go down there when they had their first Gold Cup after so many years. I remember they did not miss a trick. They painted the handrails gold as we walked down to the dock. It's just one more little touch. It is that big of a deal.
It very much is. This is a real special occasion and a real special deal. And for those of us that have been around a lot of years, the tradition, the history, the drama, if you will, everything that goes with being part of the American Powerboat Association's Gold Cup. We've mentioned before, this is the oldest perpetual trophy in all of motorsports. Just amazing, the rivalry between Seattle and Detroit. In the old days, the Gold Cup, every boat had to be sponsored by a particular yacht club. And the winner of the Gold Cup got to choose the race course on which they wished to defend it. And so it started an awful lot of rivalries that continue today.
That's how the whole mess got started. 1950, a couple of guys, Stan Sayers, Ted Jones, Anchor Jensen, they took a boat back to the Detroit River after setting a straightaway speed record on Lake Washington. They took a boat back to Detroit called the Slow Motion 4. They won the Gold Cup, and by doing so, they won the right to host the next year's Gold Cup in 1951 on Seattle's Lake Washington. Detroiters were not very happy about the fact that they lost their Gold Cup they'd had for 30-some years in a row, and we stole it from them. It took 5 long years for Detroit to get it back. The Detroit-Seattle rivalry was on, and anybody who was there and watched it and was a little part of it, I was very, very young. I just knew we weren't supposed to like the Detroiters when they came to town. But it was great for boat racing. It was absolutely terrific.
Absolutely terrific is a good explanation or description of it. And yes, there's so much history, and from the first times that this, I think 1904 was the first APBA Gold Cup, and won by a boat, I believe, called Standard. The Standard now is a lot different, but we're still fighting for the Gold Cup and still defending our hopes to be able to defend it wherever we want.
One of the best trivia questions in hydroplane racing is, when was the first Gold Cup? Okay, it was 1904, but do you know when the second one was? It was later in the year in 1904. They had 2 of them in 1904. We digress as we are at the 5-minute and 30-second mark here for heat number 5 for H1 Unlimited. We will run down the field here momentarily, but we're 20 seconds away from our official countdown to the 5-minute mark. We look behind us. John Walters and I have got 4 boats, all in the water. Lids are all down. We're ready to go. Inside 15 seconds. Stand by. Countdown. H1 Unlimited, Heat 5. Mark, we're inside 5 minutes, and you are watching. Everybody has to be, everybody lit up real quick except for J. Michael Kelly. Everybody is away from the dock. Well, actually, everybody is away from the, we might have a hot start coming up here. John, talk to me about that. What's going on with the Beacon Electric?
Yeah, you can see a lot of black smoke there, and we've, most of the teams have run out of the Jet A that they started the season with, or started the race here today with, and he had the thing loaded up there a little bit, a lot of fuel in the burner can. You can see the flames coming out of there right now, but it's going to be fine. He'll clean it up and get going.
And he has done exactly that. That's why we have John Walters up here. He knows all about that good kind of stuff. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to the start of H1 Unlimited Heat number 5. We will have a H1 Unlimited Heat 6, and then we'll start putting ourselves in position for that winner-take-all final heat. But first things first, it's H1 Unlimited Heat number 5. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. We've got the U1, the Beacon Electric. He is away from the dock. We have the U40, the Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. J. Michael Kelly is aboard the Beacon Electric. The U9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody. The U11, Miss Mercurys Coffee with Jamie Nielsen. Beacon Electric, Flavor Pack, Beacon Plumbing, Mercurys Coffee, or, John, Kelly, Eccles, Peabody, Nielsen. Should be a good one.
It should be a good win, and I like to go with the people as well and the drivers as well. And of course, the sponsors out here, they want to get their name recognition as well. So we try to do a little bit of both.
Got 3 boats up here at the top end of the race course. Then we got J. Michael Kelly coming down the front chute and headed toward the start-finish line. I would imagine Mike has himself on an inside lane. Whether he is all the way to the inside, we'll wait and see. But still a lot to be determined as we land on 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm being advised that our transmitter is having some interference here. So those of you online that are watching our live stream, if it's pixelating there a little bit, that's what the issue is. We have a technical crew is working hard to get that rectified, but understand our transmitter is over a mile away over on start-finish line. But we are working to get it straightened up. Meanwhile, John Walters, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Our boats are coming up the backstretch. Jamie Nielsen right now sitting in 1. I think that's Kelly in 2, Eccles in 3. I think that's how it is. We'll check it when it gets up here. And if that's the case, it's going to put Corey on the far outside, at least for now. However, these guys are up here with 2 minutes, and they're clearly going to go all the way around and stay behind the start-finish line for a good score up at 1:15.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time until we have to be at the score-up buoy in 1 minute and 15 seconds. A lot of things could change between now and then. I think Corey's looking back here in hopes that he can let everybody get up there a little bit early. He might be looking to get hit the starting line hit the start-finish line during the score-up portion of it with a little more boat speed and overtake a few of these.
And here he goes. He's starting to put his foot into the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. That is the boat behind everybody. And remember, they can still change lanes. Now he's going to have 7 boat lengths or a full rooster tail, whichever is greater at the time. Boy, we're getting close here on this one. We are 1 mark. I believe it was a clean score up. We will get it from our officials. That may have been about as close as it's been all year long. It is a good score up. It is clean, so everybody is good. Now, down there at the bottom end of the race course is Corey Peabody. Is he going to try and make a move to the inside? I don't think he can. I don't think he's going to. Who dropped down? That would be Dustin Eccles. I believe Eccles is down at the bottom end of the race course. This happened to him yesterday. And now Corey just moved over, and there may have been a little bit of some of that salt spray toward his teammate, J. Michael Kelly. A little bit messy down there, John.
It is, and it definitely, as we've mentioned earlier, doesn't take very much salt water to cause some serious issues here. And with more boats on the race course and more reason to take chances as we get closer to the final heat of the Gold Cup.
Inside 25 seconds. Dustin Eccles is back up and running at the bottom end of the race course. He is staying very wide on the race course, but he is just now coming off the bottom end. Meanwhile, our 3 boats that are together are coming off the top end. They look to be a second or a tick or 2 early. We are inside 10 seconds. We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. It would appear to be a clean start, and if it was Corey Peabody on the outside. It is a clean start. Corey jumped across with the lead, but now it is J. Michael Kelly from the center lane who's got the lead when they get down to the bottom end of the race course. So Kelly is out front on his right-hand side. There's Corey Peabody, and on the inside it's Jamie Nielsen. Lots of lane space down there this time, John, but now it's just acceleration and chute speed up the back chute.
Yeah, you can tell just by the rooster tail that J. Michael Kelly and Corey are hauling the mail here. These things are really moving fast, and they're heading down to the entrance pin here the next turn.
Yeah, it's really tight as they get down here. We said these are teammates, but when they get on the water, they compete. That is a couple of good friends since their childhood. It is Peabody. It is Kelly off the top end of the course. Kelly's got a little bit of a lead. Remember, fans, we're going 4 times around. Beacon Electric on the inside. Beacon Plumbing on the outside. As they cross start finish line at the completion of lap number 1, it's about half a boat length between the 2 of them. So this has settled in to a very good 2-boat duel. Look how tight they are at the bottom end of the course. Lots of lane space. Kelly by maybe a boat length, and he's getting that courtesy of being on the inside lane. But Corey's got some speed on the outside. They are going to come off the corner absolutely dead even. John Walters, you could throw a blanket across them.
Yeah, they're extremely close. It appears that J. Michael's got a little bit of acceleration right there, but Corey's got some top end that he's showing on him now, and it looks he appears to be driving away on the outside.
He appears to be driving away, but now I look at the screen here with a better angle on it, and Kelly's coming right back up with him. As I like to say, John, this is as good as it gets in H1 Unlimited Racing. These guys are really rocking and rolling, and they are tied together on lap number 2 of 4 here in H1 Unlimited, heat number 5. Kelly on the inside. Now some speed from Corey Peabody. He's got the acceleration off the top end, and he's moved out a little bit on J. Michael Kelly. We'll watch them from the bottom end of the race course and see what the differential is. They're going to get down there awfully close to one another. They approach the entrance pin to the corner. They have made the corner. Peabody's down there first. Got about 4 boat lengths on J. Michael Kelly. Kelly's going to have to come off this corner hard and start running him down if he's going to have a shot at this one, John.
Yeah, J. Michael's going to have some punch coming off the exit pin here, and he's driving up on the inside. He's got the shorter way around the race course, but Corey's definitely got some top end speed on him, and you can see by the rooster tail there that Corey's got some boat speed on him, and I think he's out in front to stay now.
Yeah, I think he is too as they come up to the top end, and it looks like Mike has lost a little power here or something. He's still moving smartly, but he's certainly given a lot of ground now to Corey Peabody. So what was a very terrific run on the first 2 laps has now disintegrated to a very, very large lead for Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Third place on the water right now is Jamie Nielsen in the Mercurys Coffee, the U11. He is through the top end of the race course, and then it's way back to Dustin Eccles, who unfortunately dropped down in the water as we began to approach the start to the race. He did not come up the backstretch with the rest of the teams. The boat seems to be running fine now, John. Maybe again he got some of that salt water. Dustin Eccles.
Yeah, I think Dustin's having a few handling issues down there. That got him in trouble yesterday a little bit, where with these big propellers, they just make an awful lot of torque back there, and the guys will try to use the turn fin and kick that thing in or out or whatever to help offset some of that torque. And they've been having a problem down there with the flavor pack, and that Dustin's been having to put an awful lot of rudder in the thing to hold it, in a straight line. And when you get into traffic down there, get tangled up like that, sometimes you can't have enough room to get that ill-handling boat, in the position that you need it, and he may have gotten wet again.
Final lap, cross the finish line. Corey Peabody, Beacon Plumbing. He's got the checkered flag, and his teammate, J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. The U1 is right now coming around the top end of the race course, what we call the SeaWorld turn. He will come off the exit pin. He will come down, finish in second place. Third place will go to Jamie Nielsen in the MissMercurys.com. A 1-2-3 finish there, and then John was just trying to explain a little bit about what may have happened to Dustin Eccles in the flavor pack. The boat seems to be running fine now, but it was not at the beginning of the heat. But he will come off the top end of the race course and come down and score 4th place points. So 4 boats started, 4 are going to finish as soon as Dustin gets across the start-finish line. He's just about there. And just like that, John, H1 Unlimited, heat number 5 is in the books. Corey Peabody got a lot of speed.
Yeah, we're at a turning point here right now, and it'll be interesting to see how these boats get through and clear the tech truck. Now, we had a bit of a fuel issue when we started this race, and 2 different kinds of fuel. And in an effort to keep everybody running the same fuel, we traded drums of fuel around, and everybody got 2 drums of Jet A. The Jet A is starting to run out now, and the guys are having to run diesel. And there's a difference in the fuel. The diesel actually makes a little more power, but the densities and specific gravity and things are a little bit different. And some of the guys are having problems with the adjustments right now, and we've had some fuel violations just at the point that we're switching over to that new fuel. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys get through the truck.
And before they get to the truck, they've got to come back. We're talking about how they finish on the water. Corey Peabody, first place on the water. As we've been saying throughout the weekend, put it in pencil. We don't have it in pen yet because the data acquisition boxes will come out of those boats immediately. Corey's will go first up to the tech truck. They will run his data first. We'll get a yay or nay that he was clean or not with regards to fuel flow and the N2 RPMs. Corey will be first back, and then Jamie Nielsen and J. Michael Kelly will come back. They cut the power on the Beacon Plumbing. Here comes Dustin. He will come back. So good racing on the water. I would have liked to have seen that one go at least another lap. It's always fun, and I made the comment, like I love to do, that you get 2 boats like that, it doesn't get any better than that. And, whether it's 1 liters or H1, that's just fun.
Yeah, there's nothing more fun than just see 2 well-prepared boats out there, being driven well and just going side by side, deck by deck, deck to deck, for a couple of laps like that. And it was fun while it lasted. I think we're going to see more this afternoon.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a very good, strong Gold Cup, no pun intended, with 2 boats owned by Darrell and Vanessa Strong. So at least on the water, Heat 5 is in the books. Take a look here at our schedule. After H1 Unlimited Heat 5, we've got Grand Prix America coming up next. They are slated to go at 1 o'clock. And right on cue, I tell you, Amber's on top of her game here, John. She's keeping me and you looking good.
Absolutely. She's doing a great job, and we appreciate it.
Yes, we do, young lady, very much. So we got Heat 3C from Grand Prix. I tell you, I could not say what heat we were running this morning. You would have thought I was trying to explain a moon launch. I got all twisted around. And I'm afraid to pick up my phone because I know it was just blowing up. But sometimes it does happen. And, you know, I'm going to blame it in a good way on the San Diego Bayfair. There is just so much going on here, and there's so much activity on the water. Every time we turn around, Amber over here is going, okay, countdown. We got a countdown coming, and more boats are going on the water. I'm supposed to be reading sponsor stuff, yet we got boats going. So San Diego Bayfair is doing a tremendous job putting on this event, and oh boy, do we have a whole lot more still to come. Next up, Grand Prix Heat 3C, Greg Hopp, Ed Preston, Austin Ekrit, and Rob Hall. Mic check. So we're waiting to hook up here with Corey Peabody. I see our Mickey Washburn stand there. It looks like he's got the headset on and the mic in his hand. Hi. Corey, you're making John. Can you hear us down there?
Yeah, I got you, Brad.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. John Walters is up here with me, and you're making us look really smart because we were having this conversation about, well, you're out there with your teammate. You know, you guys really won't go at it that hard. That was an awfully good boat race.
Yeah, we're teammates in the truck, but when we're out there, we're both racing. We both, here to win and do what we can to do that. But, it's great competitors out there, and you never know what's going to happen in the heat, and happy to get the win here.
And John was talking, adding his usual expert commentary and color commentary and so forth. And you guys, I know, every time you go out and run, whether you win, you have a technical violation, or you don't win, you're always learning because you're building toward that final heat.
That's right. Nothing really matters until the finals. So it's just out there figuring out what you want to do, collecting some data, and thinking about things that you can do in the final. So that's what we've been doing, and hopefully we can put on a good show in the final.
From up here, it looks like the water conditions are outstanding, yes?
Yeah, they're not bad at all. So if it stays this way and the weather stays cool, everybody's going to have maximum horsepower and the ability to win at any time.
And we're telling the fans to don't go away. This is going to be some kind of a Gold Cup final heat. I know you're fully intending on sticking your nose right in the middle of it.
That's why we're here. If you don't want your nose in there, then stay on the trailer. So we got to do exactly what you just said, stick our nose out there and get to that first turn first and come out full lift mode and down the straightaway and try and hang on and make it for 5 laps in that final.
I noticed that everybody has left you down there in the dock. We'll let you go up and catch up with the rest of your team. Thanks for taking a moment with Mickey and putting the headset on and holding the microphone. You're looking good. We're staring at you up here on the big screen. We can. Where's that big smile? There it is right there. Thank you, Corey Peabody. Much appreciated, my friend. We'll see you later in the day.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Corey Peabody. Those watching online got a nice smile out of the young man, and he's a good one, but you know what? He's got a game face on.
He definitely does, and like we've talked about before, everybody's gathering information right now. They're trying to do all the things, learn all the things that they can do that's going to make their boat be in the winner's circle when it's all over here, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be so much fun. This is one of the fastest race courses in the world, a little bit different than most that we run on. It's a 2.5-mile course, but it's got a lot of good things going for it. The salt in itself is difficult on the engines, on the hardware, on the equipment, and that sort of thing, but it's faster. The salt water is a little denser than fresh water, so the propeller gets a little better bite. The turn fin gets a little better bite and holds you in those lanes a little bit tighter. We're right at sea level, obviously, and the weather's fairly cool, so those Lycoming turbines are making the maximum amount of power that they can. The conditions don't get any better than this for a smoking final.
Well, I'm ready to go for a smoking final. We will definitely do it. So, next up on our schedule, as soon as we push the technical guys out of the way here, Grand Prix is up, supposed to come up at 1 o'clock. I got 1:04. We're doing an amazing job, John. I don't know if you're doing it or I'm doing it, but I'm going to give credit to H1, the officials, keeping things on schedule, San Diego Bayfair. So far, running a pretty tight ship here.
Yeah, I can assure you that it's not my fault things are going well. I'm just trying to keep up here. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we're getting ready for our Heat 3C of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes, and we're supposed to have 4 of them in the water, and we have had a driver change in one of them. We got the GP7, an all-white hydroplane. It's called the Premonition. It's been driven by Rob Hall, but I've got a note just handed to me, a name our H1 Unlimited fans will recognize. Gunnar O'Farrell will step behind the wheel of that one, so that'll be good to have Gunnar out on the water. It'll be good to have him out in the water. He's been standing up here behind us the whole day, and he's had a big weekend, and we will let him advise everybody all the fun stuff that's going on there. But it's good to have Gunnar out on the water. He will be in the 7, the Premonition hydroplane. We are getting ready for a countdown to the 5-minute mark for our Grand Prix Heat 3C. And it looks like we are going to have a bit of a break because I'm counting noses in the water, and we don't have them all set and ready to go right now. John, you're going to step away and go down and pretend to do your other duties. I mean, you're wearing about 4 hats this weekend. You got to go down and do some of your inspector-type stuff?
Yeah, we've got a lot of things going on here with inspection and checking the color signs, looking at plumbing and all the things that we can do with wire harness when it gets looked at sometime.
Well, then get out of here and go do that. We'll see you back up here shortly. So we're looking for, in our Heat 3C, looking for our GP15. Stetner Construction presents Old Trapper Beef Jerky and Greg Hopp. They are in the water. Looking for Ed Preston. They have not yet picked that boat up off of the trailer. And I was told we're getting ready for a countdown, so I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Looking for the 17. JJR presents Miss Renee with Austin Egret. I believe that boat is up there in the water. Got them. They are ready to go. We mentioned the Premonition. That boat is not in the water right now. We're monitoring the radio, see if we're going to hold things to get the 7 in the water. And then GP8. Yeah, guys, you finally got that thing to run on the trailer. Congratulations. Now get it out there and run it. You guys are going to run on the outside. Saw you celebrating up here. That was a pretty cool moment. Now you got it in the water. Let's make her go. GP8, it's all white. It's loud. It's fast. When it runs, this one is a runner. So good stuff. Good stuff as our H1 Unlimiteds come back, monitoring the radio, seeing what we're doing on a start time here. We got drivers in boats. And the boat I'm watching is, I'm looking for GP7. And here it comes. It's going to be a moment. They just picked the boat off the trailer. GP7 is going to come. It will be Gunnar O'Farrell driving for Rob Hall. I'm going to step away from just a moment. We will shut the 2 microphones down. We'll step away for a moment. But when we come back, it'll be Grand Prix Heat 3C. Got to get our last boat in the water. We'll be back in just a moment. It is the 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup at the San Diego Bayfair. We have a green flag on the race course. All right, first away from the dock. Going to be Austin Ekrit. GP17 JJR presents Miss Renee. This is a quick one. We don't expect Hop to come out here until a couple of moments. But we are going to have GP8 on the outside, and it's going to be so good. You watch the cheers come up from that dock as GP8 takes to the water. These guys have been thrashing as hard as anybody all weekend. Looking down at the other end of the pit area, have not yet seen movement out of the GP7 with Gunnar O'Farrell. They were struggling just to get the boat in the water very quickly, but it is in the water. We will assume that Gunnar O'Farrell is aboard. The lid is down on Greg Hop. In the GP17, Stettner Construction presents Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Lid's down on them, and they're just now starting to push the nose away. Here comes the Hopper. He will come away from the dock, looking down the other end. Now we got our two white boats ready to go. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, 3:20. Still got an eye down at the other end of the pit area looking for Gunnar O'Farrell in the GP7, the white Premonition. The Staudiker hull looks definitely different than anything else on the water. Eric Christensen has not yet tried to fire up the GP8. It's laying at the dock.
Hey, Brad, one quick trivia for you about that GP8 sponsor, the Fraternity Order of Eagles.
Yeah.
They came up with Mother's Day.
You told me that.
Yeah, they actually are the ones, their group, their nonprofit organization that's been around since the late 1800s, came up with Mother's Day. Pretty cool.
That is a very good one. And here comes Gunnar O'Farrell. He is away from the dock. All right, you guys. There we go. I can tell you right now, there is nobody happier in Southern California than the crew on that GP8. Eric Christensen is away from the dock. They have struggled and struggled, but they've got the boat out on the water. Congratulations, you guys. Nicely done. It is away. We're expecting 4 boats. We've got all 4 boats out on the water. Now, 2 of them are white, but it shouldn't be too difficult to tell the 2 white boats apart. We've got that Staudiker hull that Gunnar O'Farrell's driving, and that is definitely a different-looking boat on the water.
Yeah, this is Gunnar's first time driving this boat, and I was talking to the owner, Rob Hall, and he was mentioning that, you know, he's excited to put this kid in that boat and see what he can do today. Obviously, they're not expecting to go out and dominate, but if he can go out and show consistency and have fun, that's what it's all about.
Well, he just got his first hot run down the back chute there. Gunnar O'Farrell. We're joined up here by Andrew Tate. How you doing, bud? Everything going good? Congratulations. We'll talk in a couple of minutes. We are 2 seconds, 1 mark. 1 minute. 1 minute to the start. Gunnar trailing the field down the front straightaway. We'll see how things shape out there from a timing standpoint. Boats will come up the backstretch. Should be Greg Hopp on the inside, and he is most definitely there. Hopper sitting on the inside. Then it is Austin Ekrit sitting in the 17. JJR presents the Miss Renee up the backstretch. Going to be on the far outside is going to be the GP8 Eric Christensen. They are basically out here testing. Just good to see them up and running. Those guys have really been thrashing, but they got it up and running. They're the happiest guys in Southern California right now. Still 20 seconds until the start. Watch Hop. That's that older hull, but once he gets it wound up, and this is a big race course, he can really get it going. Gunnar trying to catch up. He's going to be in lane number 3, probably going to trail the field. We're inside 10 seconds. We're inside 5. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark. We are racing here in Heat 3C for Grand Prix, and it is the Hopper. He's going to get the jump at the start and get down to the lower corner first, but Austin Ekritz got him right in his right side rear view mirror, really close together. This might be a good run up the backstretch, Jeff.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a real competitive race. We got 2 boats deck to deck, basically, and as they come down the backstretch, you're going to see him air it out. You're going to see him walk the sponsons and drive hard into the SeaWorld turn.
Once Hop gets that thing wound up, it really goes, and he's got about 4 boat lengths right now on Awesome Austin at the top end, but Austin's going to stay in that mirror and stay right with him. We're going to go 3 times around, and the race is out front. It is Hop, and it is Austin Ekrit off the top end of the course. They're going to come down almost side by side and tied together. Ekrit trailing by, looks like about 2 boat lengths as they cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Austin may be a rookie, but he's not driving like it right now. He's hanging right with Hop going through the I-5 turn.
Our 2 white boats are going to return to the pit area. Gunnar's coming back, so is Eric. So we got 2 boats left on the race course, but they're putting on a pretty good show. Greg Hopp off the corner first. Now it's just flat-out acceleration, and when they get up here to the top end, it will be just shoot speed. And right now it is Greg Hopp who's got it. He's got a lead on Austin Ekrit as they get to the exit pin. He's got almost a rooster tail now. That was a good run down the backstretch for Greg Hopp. Greg loves to be out front. He's won an awful lot in Grand Prix and the old unlimited light class. Greg Hopp's a great driver, knows his way, and he knows that race boat. He's been driving it for years, and it's got a lot of shoot speed. It's an older boat, but he really knows how to handle it. Hopper on lap number 2. Check that. He's on the final lap. Bottom end of the race course. He's got things going his way, Jeff.
Yeah, he sure does. It looks like Hop have done their homework in these previous heats to get as much data and apply it to the boat as they can. He's pulled out, like you said, a 2-length rooster tail, maybe a length and a half, but he's dominating this heat race right now.
So now he's just listening to Papa Hop, listening to his dad on the radio, telling him where there's some good water, just hoping that he doesn't hear any strange sounds coming out of the engine well, and he can come down and pick up a victory here. Awesome Austin's going to stay right there in that right side mirror, but he's going to run out of real estate here.
Yeah, I think he's still going to be content with that. I mean, the boat's running good, he's driving good, and when you can finish a race this close to Hop, you're doing the right things.
They will come down and complete the final lap for Heat 3C. Boy, look at the run there from Austin Ekrit at the very end. This is going to be kind of close. He really closed up on Hop there. Got inside the rooster tail, probably a 6 boat length advantage and victory for Greg Hopp driving the Stettner Construction presents the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Did you see we got some Old Trapper beef jerky over here?
I've already munched down a sample bag they gave us too over here. So,
boy, I got some when I unfortunately visited that trailer over there this morning. Somebody felt sorry for me this morning, gave me a bag of it. Good stuff, though. It is good stuff. I had some yesterday afternoon. Heat 3C Grand Prix is in the books. Greg Hopp, GP17, Stettner Construction, Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Second place to Awesome. Austin Ekert in the GP17. JJR presents Miss Renee. Are we? Looks like we're going, we're going Southern California flat bottom racing here. Oh. You push that little button up there. Get that one close to the mouth, get that one right up there, and then you talk to the live stream, and on that one, you're talking to all the fans here. And I'm explaining all this to a guy who can, he handles a race boat pretty good. Andrew Tate, welcome up on the tower. Let's start with a big one. Congratulations. You are officially the 2024 H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. That's a big deal.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. It's a big deal for the town of Madison, Indiana, Goodman Real Estate, and the entire team. We came here with 2 goals in mind, and we accomplished one. Now we check that one off the list. That's right. And we got one more to go here at the final this afternoon, so we're really looking forward to it.
I remember when you were driving the Goodman Real Estate boat a year ago and driving for Miss Madison Racing, and I remember asking you what are the goals going into the season, and you said this is a group, this is a bunch of racers here who have gotten accustomed to winning national high points championships, and you wanted to bring them one. And again, you can check that box on your side too. Everybody does a lot of work on it, but you got that one done. And you've already got the 2024 on the side of the truck. I'm sure you saw them out there. We had it on the film. I think this is the 12th one. So congratulations to you and the team. It is a big deal, but it also, as you alluded, it really opens things up for running for this final heat for the Gold Cup. That one's tucked away. It's done.
Yeah, it's nice to take that kind of alleviate a little bit of pressure, but I think we kind of had the feeling that if we kept our nose clean and stayed consistent and just did our jobs, both in the pits and on the trailer and then out on the race course, that was attainable no matter what. There's 6 fast boats here, and they all want their names on the Gold Cup, so that's what we're all looking forward to at the end of the day here. I think it's going to be an interesting one.
And you mentioned an interesting word there, consistency. You've been consistent all year long. I know you're tired of talking to me about the Fast Lap Qualifier Award because at every race save one, you were that fast qualifier, and we can have an argument about whether or not you were or not on that one you didn't get. But the boat's been awfully fast all year, and the other piece, it's been very consistent.
Yeah, obviously kind of accepting the offer and the opportunity to come drive for this team. There is a heritage and a history and a legacy there. Comes with high expectations, high hopes, big dreams. But they put the number on the trailer. That's cool. I haven't paid much attention to it. I got my head buried in the sand in the books there in the trailer, kind of dotting I's, crossing T's, and making sure my head's in the game for moving forward here to the final.
So you mentioned you mentioned the word pressure. Is it pressure from the team, or is this pressure you're putting on yourself?
I have high expectations of myself, so it's nothing new. I expect to be a contender in any boat that I get in any class. I think that just kind of comes with the territory. When we're at the highest level, all trying to do our best job and trying to go get the win every weekend. But, it's the Gold Cup, it's San Diego, it's Bayfair, it's a big race, the last one of the season here. Yeah, man, it's just another boat race at the end of the day. You can't get into your own head. You can't think too much. You start tensing up and really applying that pressure to yourself. That's when you make mistakes and bad things happen. So just keep a clear mind, be focused, and go do what you know how to do, and trust yourself and your capabilities and your team.
I was just checking the list there. It looks like you've still got to run in that Heat 6. So you got one more preliminary heat to run, I'm assuming. And I was just talking to Corey, and he said it's all about learning. Every time you go out there, you just find out more about the boat, the setup, the water, the course, your competitors. That's got to be the next thing, and then you'll go sit in the truck, and everybody, I assume, put your heads together and say, all right, well, what do we know? What's the best we got? Have you got a killer combination buried in that truck somewhere? You're not going to tell me, but that's okay. I'm going to ask.
Yeah. I think we've had a killer combination all year. I think every time we go out on the water, everyone up and down the beach knows that we're going to be tough to beat, if not the boat to beat. So, like I said, we've had the killer combination. I got to go out there and do my job, hopefully bring it home for the city of Madison, Indiana, Goodman Real Estate.
Well, you've got your name on the Gold Cup before, but I know that means that doesn't mean you want it any less. I appreciate greatly you coming up here. You're focused. You're focused on what you've got to do, the job at hand. I'll let you get back to that and work with your team, but thanks for coming up here. And congratulations, you are the 2024 H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion. Pressure, no pressure. It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Thanks to all the volunteers, H1, yourself, standing up here sweating, talking all day. You do a great job. The officials, everyone. It's been an interesting year, but you know we can't do this without the volunteers. Not only H1, but the city of San Diego. So, a couple people to say hi to. One, my grandma back home. I'm sure she's watching. Riley, little girl back home, and then also Jex, my nephew. Happy birthday, buddy. Sorry I wasn't there to celebrate with you, but I hope you're having a good weekend.
And I hope all of them heard that. Andrew, thank you very much. Go down there and get ready to go again. Andrew Tate, 2024 H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion, driving the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. He is the champion.
All right, thank you. We're back on live streaming for those that missed the SE final there. Looks like we had Jamie Traveris in the SE21 take the win, followed by the 003 boat, the Little Red Wagon with Ron Abelman in second, and third would be the War Machine and John McKee in the 78. Now, that's until they come into the ramp and double-check their GPS. If no one went above the speed of 85 miles an hour, he will be declared our victory champion for the Bayfair 2024 in the Sportsman entry class. Again, if you'd like to follow Southern California Speedboat Club for the upcoming events that they have, you can join them on scscracing.com or like them on Facebook and Instagram. So now entering, of course, we have what's called a Grand National class. They're an endurance racing class, usually running more than their competitors that typically run 4 laps. These guys are going to run a 5-lap final, I believe. Yes, a 5-lap final, and they also are going to do a Le Mans start from the shoreline, which means they're not going to do a parade lap and then watch for the green and go. They're actually going to pull into the beach, shut down, get stopped by one of the crew members, spun around, and then the referee on the judges stand over there in the crane is going to hold up his green flag, and when it drops, it's time for them to go racing. So no rolling start for these guys. It's what's called a Le Mans start from the beach. We're down to 2 boats after much attrition this weekend. We started out with 5. We had one going to drink yesterday, and driver was okay. Boat, not so much. And then 2 others had mechanical issues that they could not repair to make this call for the final. So this will be your Grand National final with 2 boats. These 2 boats went at it pretty good earlier today, so I'm expecting a pretty good show from 2 of them. I still think we should put a tow rope on them and tow a skier. That's what these boats are really known for, too, is ski racing, this style of Grand National V-bottom holes. The all-red boat, GN99, is going to be the judge. That's driven by Stephen Mitchell out of Torrance, California. He is also the owner. Along with the GN50 hot wired, that's going to be Chris Coles out of Hermosa Beach, California, and he is also the owner. So again, these guys are going to take a warm-up lap, and then they're going to come back to the shore, and they're going to line up for a Le Mans start. Again, we want to thank our class sponsors of the SCSC classes, be Pit Pros, Bit Pros Fire Services, along with Nick Rose Insurance. You can reach them both online. You can go to bitprosinc.com and nickroseinsurance.com. left it up here and it blew away. Again, the flat bottom classes in the GNs are being conducted by the Southern California Speedboat Club. Their next race will be in October 5th and 6th, I believe, at the Lake Ming, Bakersfield, California. You can see the classes that they brought here, along with many other classes, as they support outboards, both hydroplanes and runabouts, all the flat bottom classes, and the Grand National hydroplane race, the Grand National V-bottom classes, along with tunnel boats. Now, this Grand National class, as I mentioned, they're used to endurance racing, and they're going to have the granddaddy of all endurance races, the Blue Water Resort and Casino Parker Enduro, sponsored by Nick Rose Insurance. That'll be happening October 31st on the lovely river of Colorado River in Parker, Arizona, at the Blue Water Resort and Casino. You have any interest in going to see that? It is the granddaddy of all races. It's about a 200-mile long race where these boats will come in and do pit stops and refuel and go back out. It's quite the spectacle. It's been a long history involved in that class and that particular event. It's been going on since the 60s, I believe. And we like to call it the granddaddy of endurance racing, which it is. So the flare's up. That means that's a test flag. So these drivers will watch for the flag, and when it drops, that means that they are to begin racing. They'll come flying off the beach. Again, this is going to be a 5-lap final for them. The other classes of SCSE, being the Sportsman Advance, the Cracker Box, and the K's, they'll be up a little bit later today, so you don't want to miss that, especially the K-Boat Racing Finals. I talked to all those guys, and they're getting prepared right now. So the flag's up, and it's dropped. Green flag, green flag. Looks like Chris Coles is going to be the one getting off the beach right now. GN 50. That's going to be the hot wired boat, white and orange. And he has no dancing partner. We still have a boat on the shoreline trying to get started. We'll see if he gets going. Chris isn't going to wait for him, though. I can guarantee that. So he's going to put in some hot laps. Again, this is a 5-lap final. Gotta love the sound of a big block coming down the straightaway. And Chris Coles, he's out of Hermosa Beach, California. He's been a top competitor in the Grand Nationals, but I guarantee you he wishes someone was out there with him. Not sure what happened to the judge, Steve Mitchell, out of Torrance, California, in all-red GN 99. So we like to say a boat on the water is better than no boats on the water. So we'll watch Chris here put on a final show. So Chris is going to come out of turn 4 to complete lap number 3, I believe. And there goes the judge off the shoreline. Better late than never. He's not going to be too happy with that. He had a fast rig this weekend. So the judge is going to come out of turn 4, and he's going to establish himself, and he's going to now start his race as Chris Coles is already on the backstretch. So if this was a normal endurance race, let's say the granddaddy of them all, the Blue Water Resort and Casino Parker Enduro, it would give the judge a chance to catch him, but with a short 5-lap final, I'm pretty sure he's not going to catch him. He would not only have to catch him, but he'd have to pass him 3 times. All right, so the judge is having a little course issues there. First time I've seen that out of him this weekend. He's got it ironed out, though. He's heading around their correct buoys. He's probably a little frustrated he didn't get off the beach, is my assumption. As a driver, that can throw you off your game for sure. But in the meantime, Chris Coles in the GN 50. Hot Wired is the name of the boat out of Hermosa Beach, California. So Chris Coles is going to come by and take the checkered flag. I believe that is waving off the crane boom. To that of the white flag. Can't tell from here, to be honest with you. No, that was his checkered, obviously. He's getting ready to pull off the course. So the judge, GN 55, is probably going to go ahead and complete his 5 laps. Unless he sees a checkered, and they wave him in as well, too. Which appears to be the case. So that's going to conclude our Grand National class of the Southern California Speedboat Club classes presented by BitPros Fire Services and also Nick Rose Insurance. Again, if you like the GN class and want to see more of them, I highly recommend you attend that Parker Enduro October 31st. These GNs will be racing against outboards as well, too, and in and outboards. It's a variety of classes, variety of boats. You'll see tunnel boats as well, too. So it's quite the spectacle to watch. Again, roughly 200 miles of racing on the Colorado River. The GNs are going to conclude this afternoon's portion of the Southern California Speedboat Club. Again, coming back a little bit later, we're going to have the Sportsman Advanced class. Their max speed is 105. Then we're going to have the Cracker Box class, the Crazy Crackers with the 2 guys in them. And then we're going to have the fastest class in inboard racing, flat bottoms, the K Racing Runabouts. Again, we're expecting a 3-boat field in the K Racing Runabout final. We've got 3 of the fastest K boats here. If they can stay from getting wet and have any mechanical issues, should be a good show. Speed's capable of 150 miles an hour down the straightaways. So as the GNs come to the ramp, next up will be the 1-liter hydro class. I see that we got 3 boats in the water so far. I see J. Michael Kelly and Shenanigans, the green and black Y1. And yeah, that number 1 signifies he is your defending national champion in the class. Name sounds familiar because he also drives the Unlimited. You're going to have Jeff Bernard also driving 2 boats this weekend, the 1 liter and his GP 79 that you'll see coming up a little bit later in the final. It's a blue and white gorgeous boat. Boat's named Fast Eddie. I see Marina Bartels in the nostalgic painted Miss Circus Circus and the Y31 at the end of the dock. She's getting prepared. And as we get closer to the countdown, we'll let you know. See, Sean Bowser just walked up here. He's one of your 1 liter competitors this weekend. I'm going to turn the mic over to him when they get ready to run. He's been doing a great job and has a unique perspective, being that he competed this weekend in that class. Unfortunately for him, he had some mechanical issues where he's withdrawn from the 1 liter class for the rest of the weekend. But as I've said before, we love talking about boat racing, and he can gab like the best of them. So we'll hand him a mic.
All right, Bay City, welcome back. We got the 1 liters in the water. Right now, it looks like 4 have made the call. We're waiting on Sweet Dave Lemon down there with Brad Sanchez to see if they're going to make the call. I know they had a couple gremlins in that last heat. We're hoping they can get it together. He's a good competitor and a good friend of mine. So, and ironically, that boat used to be my boat. I think it was faster when I owned it, but he's done a pretty good job with it. Yeah, I had a front row seat for it, and I was a little bummed out because every time I've gone over, I've destroyed the boat. And he almost drove it back to the pit area with no damage whatsoever. And I had a front row seat of that flip, and it scared me, and I was nowhere near him.
Yeah, I talked to Dave Len, too, the crew chief on the boat, and basically he said that all he had to do was just go through a few things, check some things out. The integrity of the boat and all the underwater gear was ready to go, so drop some new fuel in it, put a prop on it, and go.
That's one good thing about these little 1 liters. We only weigh 850 pounds with driver in them, so they can take a little bit of a beating. If you get a bigger boat that goes over like a H350 or a National Mod or an Unlimited, and when they go over, they pretty much disintegrate or you lose a sponson. But one good thing about the boats, these boats are designed for safety. We're all in safety cells that are certified. I've been over myself 3 times, and I've been perfectly safe. Bert Henderson puts a lot of our cells in these 1 liters, and if it wasn't for him, there'd be a lot less racers around right now.
Yeah, I honestly can vouch for that. I run a Scheckler motor too. I'm on the 1 liter that I race, and you know, Jim is very meticulous, and it shows. He does a lot of help for all the racers. He's the first one to come over and assist you if you need assistance, and that's very important to us racers because without people like him, we would not be successful and wouldn't have as much fun.
You're exactly right. One thing different about these 1 liters and about all boat racing is you can't get on Amazon and buy parts for these boats. As much as Amazon is a great outlet for our shopping pleasure, it is not a great place to buy 1 liter parts. But Jim, he wants to beat you on the water. He doesn't want to beat you on the shoreline, and that man will give you a shirt if it'll plug a hole in your boat so you can go out there and race.
Yeah, that's pretty unique. And again, the 1 liter class, they drive pretty rigid boats, so as he mentioned, if there is an incident, more than likely you're going to be okay. But in your case, you've damaged some equipment. You've done flipped over here in Bayfair before, I think 3 years ago. And good to be talking to you.
Yeah, it was a new boat for me then. It was a red, white, and blue boat. That boat is here. It's now green and white. I was a little late on the start. I was coming in hot into the turn. There were some rollers, and my outside sponson caught a little bit of air. And she went over backwards. And, of course, 3 times that I've been over, I've landed upside down twice. So I'm not as lucky as Brad Sanchez.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, all these 1 liters have onboard air and communications with their crew. The onboard air has been really a lifesaver. And we don't have an escape hatch on the bottom of these boats, so having that onboard air is critical. And I know that when you get hot in the boat, it's kind of nice to hit that purge button and get some fresh air as well, too. So it kind of serves dual purpose for me.
You're exactly right. When they say 1 to the 5 and they say hold, and you're sitting there at 105 degrees and you don't have an umbrella or a bottle of water, hitting that purge is a nice little shot of fresh air to your face.
Yep, for sure. So some of these drivers are doing double duty. We mentioned J. Uncle Kelly be out in the black and green shenanigans. He's been pretty dominant when he's gone out in his 1 liter. He's had one bad start one weekend, or one heat race, but other than that, he's been out front. And his partner, his teammate, driving Fast Eddie, has been Jeff Bernard. And I'd like to say it gives him advantage going from boat to boat. What's your opinion on that?
Any time on the water is good time on the water. You can get your timing runs in the 1 liters, and believe it or not, it will travel over to even the unlimiteds. So you know how fast you're going at a certain point, at a certain buoy, and as much time as you can spend on the water will give you definite advantage over the other drivers.
Yeah, I think the other thing it does, it gives them a chance to actually get acclimated to the course and the course conditions, whether it's breezy out, not breezy out. It gives them an education, and any type of information you can use is good information.
Information is power.
Cool.
Did you know Mercurys Coffee ships?
So we're back on the live stream, and as we were talking, we really appreciate our volunteers, and I think the San Diego Tourism Committee, and we got to meet some key people yesterday. I think they're having a good time this weekend, and we couldn't do it without their support as well, too. So, all the racers that try to come in and support the local community and give back to the spectators that show up, that's what this event's all about.
Exactly right, and I was kind of upset when we lost the race last year, because once you lose a race, it's really hard to get back. But San Diego community pulled together, and the race is back. And I was myself very happy to hear that, because it's always on my schedule when I hear the race is happening.
Yeah, I live a little closer out of Arizona than you, so this is definitely on my race calendar every year that it occurs. And if I'm not mistaken, the vendor alley that I walked yesterday and grabbed some grub from was packed. So the vendor alley was really busy, a lot of vendors there. And then the motorhomes off of Fiesta Island. It looks like there's more motorhomes than there have been in the last 5 years. So I think we're on the right track.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I learned a bunch of big words putting a race on, and one of them is economic impact. And I think this weekend is going to be an excellent economic impact for the city of San Diego, Mission Bay, Bayfair. Hopefully they're already planning 2025. And if they are, I'm going to be back.
Yeah, I know the tourism committee was out here yesterday doing some surveys, trying to get some information from people. And, you know, we really appreciate the racers and the spectators that get approached by them to take a few minutes, help them fill out their survey, because it's only going to benefit the Bayfair and in future events.
Yep, and I know they mentioned hotels, and we stayed at a hotel here, Doubletree downtown, right by Little Italy. I love Little Italy. That's why we go there. It's an excellent place. Little pizza place we always go to every year. The waiter remembered us from the last 3 years, so it's really awesome that these people make it personable for us, even though we only come here once a year.
Yeah, being that it's the 60th Bayfair event, you know, I mentioned yesterday that there's probably 2 or 3rd generation people here. I know that I am a 2nd generation racer coming here, so it's neat to have families come together on this event and really support it for the racers and for the local community.
Okay. 1 liters, I know you're sitting in the water. I know it's frustrating. We're going to have a time here very, very shortly.
Yeah, so it looks like we got all 4 boats in the water right now.
Yep, we got all 5 in the water right now.
Yep, I see Scott Schatz all the way at the end in the Y3. So he did really well. He finished second in one of his qualifier heats. So maybe he can get up there and give the old strong racing stable boats some competition as well as any chance. I mean, Brad Sanchez can get up there. Marina Bartel's driving the older style boat. She's no slacker either. She's out there flat-footing it and showing the boys what she can do.
Yep, I know Jeff Bernard and Jay Mike are the 2 favorites, but this is a finicky class. You take your foot out of it one time and get off the pipe, and you're dead in the water. So this is really anybody's final here today.
Absolutely, and, you know, there's really no breeze. Every now and then I feel it kick up. Do you think it's going to affect these guys at all out there since you've been racing out there this weekend?
No, this is beautiful weather. I wish I was not up here announcing. I wish I was down there sitting in a 1 liter right now, but I'm looking at the flags, and even the ones on top of the SeaWorld Tower, it's barely moving up there. So, yeah, it's going to be some good water. It's going to be a heck of a 1 liter final here in a couple minutes.
And, again, they might not be running for a Gold Cup, but I guarantee you these guys want to win just as much as they do. Bayfair means a lot to them, and it means a lot to their sponsors and their supporters to go out and do the best they can. And they're going to be pushing hard, I have a feeling.
Oh, no doubt. They're going to be pushing hard. Even if you're a third-place boat, and you got somebody coming here outside, it's fun to race with somebody. You don't have to race for the lead as long as you're racing with somebody. And, you know, we used to race together. We had a blast.
Yeah, definitely. The more boats, the merrier, as we like to say. And, you know, we hope to get more 1 liters out here next year. We've had a lot before, and we now have a 5-minute gun countdown. 30 seconds to the 5.
They've got the start of the 5-minute gun right there. And, of course, Jeff Bernard's going to be the first one to jump out here on the water today.
Yeah, we got 6 1 liters coming out for the final. We got 4 that are up and running. We're going to wait for the last boat to get going here, which, sorry for my math, that's 5 boats, Sean.
Yeah.
These guys will run a 3-lap final.
And this is it for the 1 liters. This is their final for the weekend. They put on a great show this weekend. So along the shoreline, when you see them come by for their first lap, give them a big hand. All right, they love coming here. They love putting on a show for you guys.
Yeah, and these drivers, I mean, I know when I'm out there, I'm looking at the shore under the parade lap, we like to call, because it's all about the spectators, and it's enjoyable when you see them waving at you. It gets you pumped up.
We might be in a closed cockpit, but we do see the fans, and we do enjoy the applause, believe it or not. We are all a little we like being pumped on. We like being cheered on. So if you can do that, we see you. Believe it or not, we do see you when we're racing.
Yeah, we're waiting for Brad Flippy Sanchez to get off the dock. They got him held by a pole right now. He seems to be having a problem getting that thing lit up.
I know, I'm kind of holding my breath trying to see him get going. I so want to see that boat out in the water. He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, there's not a lot the driver can do besides try to prime the motor with a little bit of gas and try to get it started without wearing out that battery and that starter.
Nope. I heard a little bit of fire coming from her. Come on, come on. For you viewers at home, we're at 3:15 to the start of the 1 liter final. Looks like Jeff is bringing him around the SeaWorld turn. J. Michael right behind him. Bartels is cutting the infield, and Scott Schatz is dancing it up the backstretch right now. What's up? I hope so. 245. We're starting to bunch up on that entrance to turn 1 right there. Every one of these drivers knows what they're doing, and they're getting set up for that start right now.
Yeah, they're listening to their spotters up here on the scissor lifts. That's a radio corral. Each team is required to have a radio spotter up there along with an H1 official that will give them any news that needs to be transported to the driver, and they'll communicate that via their comms that are in their helmets.
Unfortunately, I just saw the hatch come open. It doesn't look like Sweet Dave Lemon and Brad are going to make it out for this final. That's depressing. They're a good team. They're good people. I was hoping to see them out there.
Yeah, and it's one of the best looking boats. That fluorescent orange on purple has been a pretty boat to watch on the water. But we'll turn our attention to the ones that are running now on the course, and you'll see Jeff Bernard looks like he's coming through the SeaWorld turn right now. J. Michael Kelly on the outside entering the turn along with Marina Bartels on the inside. So, Scott, Sean, explain a little bit about what they're doing right now. They're scoring up, correct?
They're scoring up, and you see J. Michael going way wide. We're at 142. They might be off their marks just a little bit because it's a long way around this 1 2/3. On a mile course, we're usually pushing 49 to 50 seconds, a mile and a quarter, right around 55 seconds. So they either need to pedal it or they need to lay off and come around this turn 1 a little slow and then get their marks coming up the front stretch or the back stretch.
Yeah, there's only certain areas on this course that you can cut the course, and they've already gone past it. So they're going to have to come all the way around the turn to score up and get ready for the start. Again, they're going to count that clock down to 0 and try to nail it right at 0 is the ultimate goal of the driver.
And I think that's Scott Schatz coming up the back stretch right there. He's all by himself. And we are 1 minute to the start. 1 minute to the start. Are we missing a boat?
I think we did have a boat go down.
Yeah.
And that might have been Scott Schatz by the looks of it. Not too sure on that. It's behind the island. Don't think we can see it, Sean.
Yep. The 31 stall. That's the Bartels boat.
Yeah, that's Marina Bartels and the Circus boat. So looks like Jeff Bernard's going to have the inside, J. Michael on his outside, and Scott Schatz in lane 3. Looks like Jeff Bernard and J. Michael are already on it a little bit. I'll let you count them down to the start.
We're 16 or 17 to the start. They're right on their marks. It's going to be a heck of a start. Looks like Jeff Bernard leading them by about a boat length right now. We got 5, 4. Ooh, calm it down there, J. Mike.
Mark.
Looked like a clean start. And here we go. Jeff's leading him into turn 1.
Yeah, and you can tell the veteranism's in them because they both nailed that start within a boat length of each other. We'll see if that inside lane is going to be an advantage for Jeff Bernard as J. Michael Kelly's right on his hip coming out of turn 2.
Oh, they're side by side. Jeff's got him by about a half a boat length. That means he can dictate the course a little bit.
And they're already sponson walking, which means they're flying them boats and they're operating that wing. But here they come down to the SeaWorld turn. J. Michael Kelly on the outside really waving it, spilling some air.
Yes, he is. Oh, man, I'm a spectator right now. Yeah, he needs to keep that boat in the water. And they're full wing coming into this turn. And I think J. Mike's going to lead him by about a half a boat length coming into turn 2.
And that's kind of the way it's been all weekend. These two boys have been going at it, and it's no different in your 1 liter final. You got J. Michael Kelly in the Y1 Shenanigans, your defending national champ, but Jeff Bernard on the inside hanging tough.
He is. It sounds like Jeff had a little bit more in the turn, but it looks like J. Mike's got a bigger wheel going down that front stretch. And they are dancing. Their wings are full down right now.
Absolutely, and they're entering the roughest part of the course from what I understand is turn 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a bumpy turn, and that, ironically, the one I blew over in 3 years ago. We got him coming around turn 1. It looks like J. Mike's got him by about a boat length and a half. But Jeff's still there. Don't ever count Jeff Bernard out.
Yeah, we'll see how nice J. Michael is and how much room he leaves him come off at turn 4, and he does leave him some good room.
And they're side by side coming up the backstretch. Watch them dance.
Side by side again. Again, these guys are going to be operating these wings. I believe they both use a left foot to do that.
Yes, they do, and you can tell when they hit those wings because the boat calms down just a little bit, but they're still flying them.
Yeah, do you see J. Michael? He is dancing what we call sponson, walking back and forth as he comes into the SeaWorld turn. They're still within a rooster tail of each other.
Yes, they are, and when those boats are dancing, actually, that's a good thing. That means the air is dumping from the boats, and that's a stable, level boat. When they quit dancing, that's when you get nervous.
Yeah, when you hear silence, you know you're in trouble.
Been there a couple times.
So Scott Schatz is entering the SeaWorld turn in third. That's a relatively new boat, considering that they did a lot of work to removing the deck, replacing a lot of things, moving things around, and as they get more competition laps, they'll figure that thing out.
Yep, Scott's done a lot of good work, and I'm happy to see it run. It's running pretty good right now.
Yeah,
but it's tough to keep up with those two front-running boats. It looks like J. Michael's opened it up a little bit on them.
Yeah, J. Michael appears to have about a rooster tail lead over Jeff Bernard, but still anything can happen. We still have another lap left to go.
Yeah, they're not going to let off. If I know Jeff and J. Mike, and look at J. Mike flying it right there, and that's just out of the turn, and they have a long straightaway to go.
Yeah, people don't realize these boats get up to speed pretty quick, and the driver, he wants to keep that speed as high as he can, no matter what, even if it means flying the boat.
And J. Michael's got a commanding lead now. Looks like Jeff's probably settled in a little bit. This is coming up on the final lap. These 1-leaders put on a heck of a run this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. As they come up for the start-finish line and their final flag for the weekend, give them a good round of applause.
And J. Michael Kelly in the Y1 shenanigans is going to cross the finish line here shortly for his San Diego victory in the 1-leader class. He's going to try to keep that luck and carry it into the Unlimiteds that we'll see here in a little bit for the Gold Cup.
Good job, 1-leaders. And Scott Schatz isn't far behind. He's going to come and make a strong finish. It's always great to finish a weekend in third place with the boat intact.
Absolutely. I'm sure he wishes his teammate Marina Bartels wouldn't have pulled off in the first of the 5-minute gun, but sometimes bad luck happens.
I think I jinxed him. I told him how much bulletproof that boat was right before the beginning of the heat.
Sean, don't show up in their pits, please. Stay away for a while.
As they're coming up the backstretch, ladies and gentlemen, give them one more round of applause for these 1-leaders. They put on a great show. You got J. Mike in the Y1. You got Jeff Bernard with Jim Seckler's Fast Eddie. And Scott Schatz is going to come up here. It's Y3. Is there a name on that boat?
I don't know if there is a name. I know there's a sponsor on it.
Yeah, there's always, sponsors are good.
Yeah, you got to have help. Speaking of help, you know, we always appreciate our title sponsor, and Mercurys Coffee Company, the fastest bean on water, as we like to say. We really appreciate their support of this event as our title sponsor.
Yeah, and I personally had their coffee, and in Madison they were giving away these awesome energy drinks. I don't know what they were, but they were darn good.
You need energy drinks, Sean?
Sometimes, yeah. Kind of like the light bulbs twice as bright, only last half as long. So I'll be done here in about an hour. Looks like we got a couple Unlimiteds dropping in the water right now. Got the Goldman real estate boat in the water. The Beacon Electric's getting dropped in right now. Dave Villawalk's already in the water, and the flavor pack is getting dropped in as we speak as well.
Yeah, I see the U1, the Beacon Electric boat being launched into the water, and J. Michael Kelly's got to hop out of that 1-leader and get his butt over to his ride and get situated and get focused on the task at hand.
And what a lot of people don't realize, especially spectators along the shoreline, he is literally jumping out of one boat on a 10-minute adrenaline rush and jumping right back into a bigger, faster boat and doing another 10-minute adrenaline rush. And I can tell you from experience, he's going to be a sleepy man tonight.
Yeah, J. Michael Kelly's known as the Iron Man. I mean, he loves to drive boats, and he'll drive as many as he can fit into.
Which heat is this for the Unlimiteds coming up? Heat 6?
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Jim Walters to hop on this headset. He's our color commentator for the H1 class. Or John, sorry. Sorry about that. John. It's a J. No, but John has been obviously a big assistance this weekend, and he has a lot of experience as a racer in the H1 category. So with that being said, I'm going to hand him the headset. You going to stick around with him, Sean, for a little bit?
I can stick around until Brad Luce wrestles it from my hand. It's just this now, right? Sounds like we're both back on the H1 channel right now. If you guys haven't visited it yet, if you're along the shoreline, of course, you got the best seats in the house. But if you can't be here, the H1 YouTube channel is awesome. My phone's blowing up right now, by the way. People making fun of me being on this announcer mic. So for the family back home and the fans back home, if you're hearing my voice, I appreciate all the support. And I'm being loose with that term because a lot of it's sarcasm. But believe it or not, boat racing, it's one big family. If you race an unlimited or down to a J stock, we're all family. We couldn't do it without the supports of each other. It's not possible. Not one of us has a full-time job as a boat racer. We all have real lives and real jobs outside of boat racing. And a lot of us burn all of our holiday time, all our vacation time over the summer just to come boat racing. Sometimes we work overtime, so that extra propeller that we need can get bought. But if it wasn't for friends and family and support, none of us would be out here racing right now.
And there's so many times, even when we have big time sponsors, and we're racing for the American Powerboat Association Gold Cup, and that if one of these H1 boats has a problem, there's going to be 5 other teams down here to give them a hand, to help them out with parts or pieces or things that they need. And there's been so much of a family oriented effort made towards H1 recently, and trying to get young people involved and promote the sport and continue it. And thank you all the fans, thank you San Diego, thank you everyone for being here.
And thank you to the weather gods today. A little bit of cloud cover. This is nice. I was burning up all weekend.
It was warm. I've only been in San Diego one time when it actually rained, and that was in February. We came down here one year to do a Japanese beer commercial for Asahi Beer, and it rained the first 2 days, but due to Hollywood magic and giant tarps that look like the sun and the sky, and giant lights that shine through it to make it look real, we did all of our work under those tarps for a couple of days, and then, as you say, the sun gods came out and allowed us to actually run the boats on the race course and make that very successful beer commercial. So thank you for that.
So, Unlimited's up next or flat bottoms?
What I have is
H1 Heat 6. Okay. So looks like H1 Heat 6 will be next. Then we got some flat bottoms coming up. A very exciting GP final. I'm probably going to stick around for that. I need to tell my girlfriend we were going to leave, but they kind of got me up here on this announcing stand, so we're going to stay a little bit longer. I know she'll appreciate that. She gets to spend some more time with her family this weekend. She sacrificed a lot to come out and live with me here in Illinois when her family lives back in Spokane.
Well, I don't think this would be a very good time to be leaving if you're excited about watching 6 of the fastest boats in the world, go in circles out here. It's going to be great. We're getting ready to have Heat 6 of our H1 unlimited hydroplanes racing here on San Diego and Mission Bay in the Bill Munsey Cup and the American Powerboat Association Gold Cup. We've got 4 of them on the sling hanging over the dock here, and we're just about ready to get underway. So hold on to your seats, and everybody out of the water, please.
John Walters, Brad Luce here, top of the pit tower, and we are now inside 5 minutes to the 5-minute mark for our final H1 Unlimited preliminary heat of the weekend. It is H1 Unlimited Heat 6, And thanks to Amber being on top of her game, we've now got a countdown here for those first 5 minutes. We're 9 minutes and 30 seconds away from our start. I was a little tardy coming up the tower, but I think you're going to let me off the hook on this one. I ran into a rather important person at the bottom of the tower. I just had a very nice conversation with one Fran Muncy.
Outstanding.
It was outstanding. And she is going to be giving away the Bill Muncy Trophy on stage after the event is done, and I believe Bayfair's got me going up there giving away the trophies too, so I get to give away a trophy with Fran Muncy, and that's a big honor for somebody who understands the history of the sport like so many people here do, but certainly I have an appreciation for that, so that'll be a big moment, and she's very excited to do it. Good to see her. She looks great.
Yeah, I'm excited with that as well. I fortunately had the opportunity to spend just a few minutes with her before there as well. Her son Edward is here and 2 grandchildren, and man, it's so much fun to see how the family has grown up. It's been a number of years since I've worked with them. Obviously, it's been a number of years since I've been able to spend any time with them, but it sure is fun, and I sure love the being able to get together with everyone again.
Let's take a look at who is going to come out on the water here for this, our 6th and final preliminary heat. And before we do that, let's talk about the official results from our previous heat, because they are now official. This is our heat number 5. And Corey Peabody was first on the water. Unfortunately, John, and you might be able to speak to this just a little bit. You got more knowledge about it than do I, but they lost it again in the tech truck due to fuel flow.
Yeah, this is a point in time where, as I mentioned earlier, we had a mix-up on the fuel. We had 2 different types of fuel, and, of course, we always want all the boats to run the same kind of fuel when they're competing with one another. We had 13 drums of Jet A that ran on Friday and part of Saturday. And as the boat started to run out of that, we ended up switching to the other fuel that we have delivered here, which is the red dye diesel, which is off-road diesel fuel. And the diesel fuel is not refined as many times as the Jet A. The Jet A is a lot cleaner, a lot more pure fuel. It's 98% kerosene and 2% additives, and has about 135,000 British thermal units, or BTUs, per gallon in that, horsepower per gallon, if you will. And the diesel burns a lot dirtier. You saw some of the black smoke and the things that happened when JMK had a difficult time getting the boat started here in this last heat. That black smoke and all this from the diesel fuel there, and it tends to clog up filters a little bit, and atomizers and fuel filters and all of the things in the fuel system there. But the diesel, believe it or not, actually makes more power. It's 138,700 BTUs per gallon. So there's a bit of an advantage to the BTUs, the amount of power that it can make, but it tends to clog filters, as I said, and cause some issues there. The fuel density and the specific gravity is a little bit different, and the guys are running into problems right now because we're tuned up in the fuel flow meters and everything. The fuel controls were all adjusted to run that Jet A. Now we're switching over to the diesel, and they're having some problems. We have several wins taken away here because of fuel violations.
So it's an unfortunate occurrence for Corey Peabody in the U9 to Beacon Plumbing, and what that means is his teammate, J. Michael Kelly, is now our first-place finisher officially in our Heat 5. Second place goes to Jamie Nielsen and Mercurys Coffee, the U11. Third place, U40, Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. Looking at the clock, we're about 40 seconds away from the start of our Heat 6. Let's take a look at the boats that will be out on the water, and they are already in the water. The U27, the Miss Apollo, Dave Vilwalk. He'll be joined by the U1, Beacon Electric, with J. Michael Kelly. The U40 Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles, will be on the water. And our newly crowned H1 Unlimited National High Points Champion for 2024, the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate, and Andrew Tate. We are coming up on 10 seconds to a countdown to the 5-minute mark. Stand by. Countdown. 5 minutes. H1 Unlimited, Heat 6. And there you go, just like that, John. You were standing around here watching the boats come away from the dock. A lot of smoke. And that's what you're talking about. Is that right, with this different fuel?
Yeah, there's going to be some smoke with the different fuel. Typically here, the blue smoke like that is oil. They may have a little oil seal leak that's coming through there, and it blows through the compressor onto the hot end. And also there's a tank that collects all the fuel, all the oil and stuff that doesn't end up in the water and do any pollution into a tank there. And it comes out in the tailpipe through a pitot tube and burns up, and that's what you're seeing that smoke from.
And as he has before, the last one away from the dock, Dave Vilwalk, the U-27 Miss Apollo. But on the front straightaway, first boat going down, U-91 Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. Then it's J. Michael Kelly in the U-1 Beacon Electric. And with them on the outside, the blue and yellow flavor pack, U-40 Dustin Eccles, Dave Vilwalk out on the race course now. 3 minutes and 55 seconds to the start. Once again, it's the U-27 Miss Apollo, Dave Vilwalk, red, white, and blue. Then it's the red and yellow U1 Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly. Then it's the bright blue and yellow flavor pack with Dustin Eccles behind the wheel, and the black, gold, and white U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. It's the Apollo, the Beacon Electric flavor pack, Goodman Real Estate, Vilwalk, Kelly, Eccles, Tate. 3:25 to the start.
As we get a little closer to the final heat time here, I think you're going to see these drivers get a little bit more aggressive. It's not the last chance. It's not the winner take all yet, so they're not going to do anything that's going to be foolish or take themselves out. But I think you're going to see some moves here. It'll be interesting to see how Dustin handles. He's had a boat that's been ill-handling a little bit the first couple of heats, so good luck to him.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Dave Vilwalk. He's going very slowly down the front straightaway. You don't just suppose he's going to go all the way down there real slow and just try and make one big loop around here, as our other two boats are at the top end of the race course, that being Dustin Eccles and the flavor pack and Andrew Tate coming up the backstretch slowly, J. Michael Kelly. If Vilwalk was thinking that perhaps he could just make that slow walk around the race course one time and get, well, now JMK is going to cut the race course. I think maybe he looked at 2:36, maybe, I don't know, and said that's a little bit too much time to kill. So right now, I think you could play it as where if Dave wanted to stay to an inside lane, he could do it. He would have an opportunity.
He would. Dave generally likes to run in about lane 2 here. He likes on the bigger courses to run in lane 2 or maybe lane 3. The other thing that happened when Dave was going so slow down there, he set up a bunch of huge big rollers and holes that's going to cause problems.
Now we got J. Michael Kelly cutting across the race course there. And he jumped right into lane 1 in front of, and it appears here to have been a legal maneuver. Now watch behind the field. Look for Andrew Tate. He's coming up behind those three boats. Let the games begin here. Andrew's going to try and come up and tuck his nose into lane number 2. See what Dave does coming up here. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Again, they'll be coming around for the score up and not the start. Keep an eye on Andrew. Where is he? Andrew is still back behind those two lead boats. I know he doesn't want to get wet, but I think he's going to have to move out. He is behind J. Michael Kelly on an inside lane. Lane 2 right now sits to Vilwalk, and Tate is still sitting back there behind everybody on an inside lane. From a score-up perspective, this appears to be very, very legal. Can't cross the start-finish line till 1 minute, 15 seconds. They cross at about 1:11, so we'll wait and get it official, but clearly it looked like a clean score-up. Now, I believe that was Andrew. Did Andrew fall back and jump way behind everybody? That looks like it, and it looks like he is on the far outside, John.
Yeah, he's going to have to hustle to get up there with the rest of the pack, and especially being on the outside. He's got a long ways to go around the race course. As mentioned, this is a big one. So as the guys square it off and come down the straightaway, he's on the outside and coming up hard.
Yeah, and for the first time all weekend, we've been talking about Dave's just been coming late out of the pit area and going to the far outside, Now he stuck his nose in the middle of the mix. That is Dave Vilwalk sitting in lane number 2. So lane 1 is J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. Lane 2 is Dave Vilwalk, Miss Apollo. Lane 3, Dustin Eccles in the flavor pack. And our newly crowned 2024 National High Points champion, Andrew Tate in the 91 Goodman Real Estate, is going to be on the far outside. 15 seconds till the start. They might be a little bit early. I actually like where JMK is on the inside. See if they are early. Inside 10 seconds. Coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark
I believe
Boy,
they may have jumped the gun.
I think we've got 3 across. We will see. And we've got one boat dropping way down. I believe that's Dustin Eccles has dropped down on the front straightaway. Our start is indeed under review. I think we've got a couple of boats across the line. Now, up the backstretch here on lap number 1. We will call them as they are on the water. And our leader is Dave Vilwalk from lane number 2. He is out in front. Second place on the inside lane is J. Michael Kelly, I think. No, it is Andrew Tate on the far outside in the Goodman Real Estate. It's Vilwalk. On the outside is Tate. This is a good opportunity here. The good opportunity for Dave to measure himself against Andrew Tate as they come off the corner. There's 3 of them coming 3 wide, and it's Dustin Eccles in the flavor pack. He is behind everybody and on the far outside. Remember, the start is under review as Andrew Tate goes across start-finish line and completes lap number 1, starts 2 first. He is the first boat across, but he is on the far outside. John, we've got a really good run down the front straightaway with those 3 lead boats. Look at them down there in the corner. 1, 2, 3. Remember, fans, the start's under review.
Yeah, it's a really good race as they're coming off the exit pin there, and the inside lane usually is the place to be. Dave Vilwalk likes to run on lane 2. He likes to be able to get down there and control that boat that's inside of him, and you can control both. You can pinch in closer to the buoy line and hold that boat on the inside, and you can bear out a little bit and push that boat around that's on the outside. So he's in a good position right now, showing speed he hasn't had all day.
Gun jumps or not, this is as good a side-by-side competition as we have seen all weekend.
Jump, jump, jump.
All right, so everybody has jumped. The only legal starter on the water is Dustin Eccles in the flavor pack. The 4th boat, the yellow and blue one at the top end of the race course, is your leader. He was the only legal starter. We knew we had boats across the line early. We didn't know exactly who or which ones. It turns out everybody, with the exception of Dustin Eccles. So he is way out in front right now. Meanwhile, coming off the bottom end of the race course, John, you can call gun jumpers all you want. It's still an awfully good boat race.
Boy, do we have a race for second place right now. It's as good as it gets.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm telling you who is surprising the daylights out of me, maybe, but maybe not. Dave Vilwalk in the middle of that pack with that 27 Apollo. This is the fastest and the best I have seen that boat run all season. And Dave's really got it cranked up and rolling.
Yeah, it's certainly the best it's run this weekend. And like as I mentioned earlier, he's got boat speed coming down the straightaway. He's not shown till just now.
So, meanwhile, up the backstretch, we have our leader, Dustin Eccles, in the flavor pack. You know, before you can be really, really fast, John, you got to be legal.
Yeah, you definitely have to be legal, and we've got a ways to go. Unfortunately, he's back there with all that salt water in the air, but the engine sounds good. He's staying clear and clean and staying out of the way. I'm sure we're going to have penalties on the second place boat here once we determine who that is. But right now, these 3 boats are all on the same lap, and they're all side by side exiting the pin as they come down towards the SeaWorld turn.
Yeah, jumping a clock is a 1-minute penalty. So this is the final lap for these guys, and they're going to come down. Andrew Tate's going to finish it first, but with a 1-minute penalty, he's going to find himself in second place, just off to his left. And on the inside is Dave Vilwalk. JMK has dropped back a little bit. He's going to be in 4th place. And now the run down to see who's going to get second place in this one. And it's going to be close because Dave Vilwalk is going to pull up almost alongside Andrew Tate. Tate comes across first. Second will go on the water to Andrew Tate. Third's going to go to J. Michael Kelly. But we already know here is our real leader. It is Dustin Eccles in the U40, the flavor pack. That's a little bit confusing, a little difficult to call, but it sure was fun to watch. Dustin Eccles. As you said, we've got it. You can be fast, and that's really cool, but you got to be legal first. Dustin Eccles will come down and pick up on the water a first-place finish. That's got to be good news for them in the 40 camp.
It definitely is. There'll be a first-place finish for them, and the next race, of course, get through the tech truck. And I'd like to mention we've been having some problems with fuel violations here, and hopefully we're past that now, and everybody's got things sorted out and settled down to where they know where they're at. We're going to run the same fuel in the final, and as we predicted, these guys, are pushing it a little bit more. They're taking some chances. They're pushing the envelope just a bit more, and we're going to see even more of that in the final with 6 boats out there.
Boy, the boat that got my attention in that one, I've been waiting for it all weekend, is going to be this first boat back to the pit area, the U-27, a Miss Apollo. We had a meeting this morning. I was talking to members of the live stream team, and I said, if you think Dave Villwalk's just going to go sit outside all weekend long, you don't know Dave Villwalk very well. He just went out and stuck his nose on an inside lane, and everybody's going to come back to the dock and go, what about him? We better be aware of what he's doing. Here comes Andrew back to the dock in the 91, the Goodman Real Estate. On the water, our unofficial results. There they are, John Walters, Dustin Eccles in the U40, the flavor pack. On the water, he'll pick up 400 points. Andrew Tate with 300. I'm told it was about a 27-second difference between Dustin Eccles and the rest of he was 27 seconds behind the rest of the field. There's 1 minute penalties involved, so clearly he will be our winner. Dustin Eccles. Tate comes home in second place on the water. Dave Villwalk, a very close third place in the 27. And the U1, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. Wow. Penalties or not, that one was fun.
That was a barn burner, as they used to say, and yeah, it was an awful lot of fun to watch, and I think we're going to see more of the same with 6 boats on the course here in the final.
And as we say a lot on the live stream team, fans, you ain't seen nothing yet, because we're going to put them all out here in a 6-boat, 5-lap, winner-take-all final, and that just really muddied the entire thought process with Dave Villwalk sticking his nose in there. We know JMK's fast. Certainly the flavor pack is. We know Corey's quick. Andrew, this is going to be a whale of a Gold Cup final. And that's all that's left on the table right now for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. We got tech inspection for the Heat 6 that we just ran. But up after that, Gold Cup finale will get out the big trophy. So that was a good one. Now let's take a look at the schedule here. That was our H1 Unlimited Heat 6. We're going to go with our Southern California Speedboat Club classes. Those are our flat bottom boats. I think first up is going to be our SS boats, and they are being stuck in the water right now, right down below us. But first we're going to look back down the dock, as Dustin Eccles has not yet made it back to the dock, but he will be back here shortly. I see our Mickey Washburn down there with the he's got headsets, he's got microphones, you name it, John. We load him up and send him down there, and he's going to come out here and talk with Mickey. We'll have an opportunity. John, you got something you would like to ask him when we get him on here? Maybe we'll throw it to you and you ask him a question.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd just like to know how the boat's handling. And, it's hard to say when he knew that he had, a big lead on everybody and was the only legal boat. Was he pushing it hard? Was it, was he going slower because it wasn't handling properly? Or let's figure out where he's going to fit in the final.
I'll talk to him for a moment. I'll throw it your way. He is back to the dock now. He has climbed out of the boat. He's looking he's on the dock. And now he realizes, oh, that's right, Mickey Washburn's here. We're the first place finisher. I got to talk to these guys. So he's a terrific young man. He's also extremely articulate, and he's a great interview. So Mickey's down there. He's got the helmet off. That's critical now because we put the headset on him to talk to him. So we're getting the instructions there, or our view is blocked at this moment by the Goodman Real Estate. We are trying to make contact right now with Dustin Eccles. Nick says, 1 second. Dustin, hang on for just a sec down there. And I think we're going to make Dustin walk a little bit closer. Translation, we haven't had a winner on that dock yet.
A little bit out of range.
And here he goes. He's going up the dock. Looks a little different than when he went down. He had a helmet on and a whole bit. Now he's got a microphone in his hand, a headset on, lip-type microphone. So Nick Kish will. Can you hear me, Dustin? There we go. Oh, wait just a sec. Dustin, can you hear me in your headset? All right, now I got you in my headset, so maybe just keep walking our way. Hey, we were talking up here. That was a whale of a heat.
Keep walking.
And
okay.
Yeah, keep coming. Yeah, here he goes. Now he's walking our way.
We'll walk down closer.
If he gets much closer, John, we'll just have him walk up here on top of the tower. All right,
is that better?
Oh, it's much better. Can you hear me, Dustin? You got me good?
I got you.
There you go. Well, from where you were sitting, I don't know if you knew what was going on in front of you, but it was a whale of a boat race, and at the end of the day, turns out they were all a little anxious. And it's one thing to be the fastest boat in the water. It's another thing to be legal. When did you know you were the only legal starter?
I was pretty sure right off the bat when we were coming down for the start. My whole game plan was to try the boat, to see if our handling problems were fixed. And good news, Brad, they are way better. So I'm feeling really good about that. But coming down, we were early, and I got off the throttle, and I saw those guys keep it mashed, and I thought, there's no way, unless my time's that far off. And then Kip came on the radio about a lap in and said, hey, man, you're out front, so just don't do anything dumb.
And I guess I want to ask a little bit about that. You've got to remain true to your timing marks, right? I mean, you got to look at it and go, they've got to be early. And how hard is that to pull your foot and when you're watching all the guys just leave you?
Oh, it's really hard. I haven't been able to make a decent start all weekend, so I really wanted to nail this one and see if we can hang out with everybody. But unfortunately, they were a little early. Fortunate for us. But, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. And the boat's running really well right now, so I want to go out there and leg it. But once you get back in the rough stuff, there's not much you can do other than just be smart, save the equipment, and get ready for this Gold Cup final.
There was a little bit of question about the third boat and if they had jumped or not, but I can tell you were right, because those first two, it wasn't very close from where we were standing. I have got with me here John Walters, and he would like to ask you a question, Dustin. So, John, go ahead.
Hey, Dustin, this is John. Hey, first of all, congratulations. And, man, you look good in the winner's circle. You actually already answered the question that I had in mind, as I was wondering, when you look like in the
I can't quite hear you guys with all the flat bottoms in the background.
In the later laps there, it looked like you might have slowed down and backed off just a little bit, and I was wondering if the handling problems were causing you any issues. I know you'd been struggling all week to put the boat where you wanted it and keep it going in a straight line, but you'd said that things were getting a lot better.
I can't quite make out John.
Okay.
John was asking you about handling of the boat. How's the boat handling? I know it's tough in the rough water. Did you just then pull your foot and try and find some clean water?
Yeah, we tried to find the cleanest water we could. The boat ride is 100 times better. You've noticed these guys in the background working their tails off all weekend long. They've never stopped, and we finally turned the corner this last heat and came up with some big solutions. So I think we're going to have a really good boat set up here in the final. It just comes down to not giving up and keep working on this thing to make it right, because we know it's a fast boat. We just got to find out why it hasn't been behaving this weekend.
Well, it sounds like you made a big step in the right direction. I appreciate you walking up the dock and getting a little closer to us. Go sit down, debrief. You got one left, young man, and it's the big one. Go lay it on the line. Let's see it go.
I will. I appreciate it. And I want to say real quick to my wife and daughter at home, Lawrence Lake, I love you girls, and see you soon. Good luck, Finn.
You just passed it along. Thanks, Dustin. We'll talk to you down the line. Dustin Eccles, the driver of the U40, the Flavor Pack, got that win. And look at this, John. The preliminaries are done. The sun's starting to break through. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon for a
just
final
in time
heat
for the final,
of Gold Cup Sunday. Yeah, I gotta wait till he shuts up. Mercurys Coffee welcomes race fans to the San Diego Bayfair. Mercurys Coffee, the fastest bean ever. Enjoy Mercurys Coffee in the H1 Unlimited hydroplanes this weekend, the entire weekend, on Mission Bay. Get your samples on the boardwalk. Mercurys.com, Mercurys Coffee. It is awfully good coffee. You will enjoy it. Get your free samples down the boardwalk. Okay. Oh, I see him there. And we got these. Am I off? Okay, all right. Well, I don't normally do this, Dave, but I'm going to start this interview by saying thank you. I appreciate you coming up here and talking with us a little bit and waiting for these guys to get out of the pit area here at Cracker Boxes. But what I wanted to ask you was a couple of things. I haven't talked to you all weekend on the pipes. We wanted to get you on so we could talk a little bit about your boat and your team, the Apollo. Brand new boat this year. Where is the boat right now? It's been getting better and better, and it certainly from here looks a lot better than it's looked all season. It looks like you're gaining on it.
Yeah, well, we've been working on the boat real hard, trying to work on little things. We've had problems with, getting flow meters to work and stuff like that, and we had to work on our motors a little bit over the last couple of weeks. Brian Piziak came in here and did a lot of work on them, and that's starting to show. I always said, don't let the old man in and don't count the old man out. So
that's a good conversation for you and I to have, because we got a couple of old guys here having this conversation. But you showed me something in that heat, Dave. Yeah, you got across the line a little early, but that was the first time, I believe, you jumped to an inside lane. Is that because you were ready to go? I doubt that. I'm thinking the boat was probably better and you felt confident taking it in there.
Well, we just been working on the boat. We needed to get the fuel where it's supposed to be, get the engine where it's supposed to be, get the right propeller and gear in it and stuff, because we're learning all those things. And so we had to take some time, and boat really started to accelerate even better. And so I got to the line a little bit earlier, and sometimes that's a good thing.
Absolutely it is. Dave, I just have to ask this question. We've been saying you're the winningest driver in the sport and all that. You got 10 Gold Cups, but I know the fire still burns inside. You want another one, don't you?
Well, we'll just keep running that plate till we get it right,
I like it. Dave, I appreciate you coming up and saying hello to us, walking this way and working with us from the technology standpoint. Good luck in the final heat. Go out there and give them hell. I know you will.
Well, I think we put on a heck of a show for the fans, and that's what we're here for. So that was fun.
I can tell you that was a great show. We were talking about the boats racing for second and not our leader. It was a terrific show, and thanks.
Hey, thank you. Bye-bye.
Dave Villwalk the winningest driver in H1 Unlimited history. Got 10 Gold Cups in his back pocket. He'll go for number 11, and he'll go for more than just his 11th Gold Cup. If Dave were to finish on the podium, meaning first, second, or third, Jeff, you might want to catch on to this. If Dave Vilwalk finishes on the podium, first, second, or third here today, it will be his 100th podium finish in H1 Unlimited Racing. That's a big number.
Yeah, it's a big number, and not only that, he's also leading, you know, in those heat race wins, and he's got 10 Gold Cups, is it?
Got 10.
One behind the legend,
Mr. Hanauer.
Mr. Hanauer. So he can make history here this weekend. That's pretty cool.
One of the great videos to watch, and then I'll turn it over to you, but we're talking about Vilwalk and Hanauer. One of the great videos is from 1989 at the Seattle Seafair, and Chip went out and won it in a boat he called an old school bus, and it was an old circus, and they had lost the number one haul, and they had to run their backup boat, and they beat Tommy Deeth and the Miss Budweiser, and it was great racing and all this and that, and they were interviewing Chip Hanauer on the dock, and he says, and I got to give so much to my crew and everything, as he always said. And he goes, my crew chief, Dave Vilwalk. And he goes, this is Dave Vilwalk. And he said on camera, he goes, this guy is going to be one of the greatest names ever to come through in the history of the sport. He's so smart and blah, blah, blah. Very prophetic. He's got a lot of wins.
Yeah, you know, Dave Vilwalk also raced flat bottoms that you saw just on the water, just finished just now. So he used to have a double stacker trailer in the 80s when I was a young kid traveling around, and he'd have a flat bottom on the bottom and a hydroplane up top.
There you go. That's why I said when I got him on the line, I said, well, Dave, a bunch of your flat bottom buddies are up here making a lot of noise. I'm going to turn it over to you, Jeff. We got a lot of noise going right below us. You know what's going on. Bring it to us.
All right, thanks, Brad. Well, what you guys just saw in the water was the Sportsman Advanced class conducted by the Southern California Speedboat Association, sponsored by the Bit Pro Fire Services of Escondido and Nick Rose Insurance. And they ran their 4-lap final while we were interviewing the H1 drivers. Our winner was Paul Fitzgerald driving the Dirty Bird in SA 38. Out of Concord, North Carolina. The boat was owned by Jim Oberly. And again, that class is mandated to not exceed a speed limit of 105. So as they come back to the ramp, they'll have to turn their GPS over to the race officials. They'll inspect him, and if he finished under 105, he'll be declared the winner. Now, your second place boat was Nutmegger, Jeff Wooten, who's hoping that he does fail his post-race inspection. He's from Walnut, California. He was driving the 346 Nutmegger. And rounding out the podium in the SA final was Rum Runner, driven by Mike Brzezinski in the SA 151 out of Hemet, California. So we appreciate our flat bottoms showing up. That concluded the SA class for the weekend. So if Paul Fitzgerald's passed post-race inspection, he'll be declared the winner. The boats you're seeing on the water now are the crazy cracker boxes, I like to call them. Now again, cracker boxes are the oldest class in APBA that is still competing. Roughly a 15.5-foot boat. It's 2 passengers going along. One's a driver, one's a rider. That rider's just as important as the driver, but his main goal is to hold on. These boats are capable of well excess over 100 miles an hour on this course. You probably won't see them hit that. They'll be close to 100. But they put on a good show, and again, it looks like we got a 4-boat final. Crackerbot's boats on the water is going to be the P50 Firecracker, Ron Haskins, out of Gardenville, Nevada. You're going to have the P24 Crackerjack, driven by Leo Tidwell. You're going to have the P25 Cracker Jill, driven by Richard Rucky. And Mr. Magoo, P66, I believe, is on the water. Now I see 3 boats running, so it looks like P66, Mr. Magoo's pulled off before the start. Driver, that's Glenn Madden. The rider is Gray Laskanik. Owner is Dwight Moody. So this will be a 3-boat final in the Cracker Box class. They'll run 4-lap final. They've completed their parade lap. When they come out of turn 4, they'll look for the judges' stand and look for the flag. The green flag will be held up, and when it drops, that's their time to go racing. Again, these boats are running small blocks. Most of them are built with wood. And here we go. They'll score up on the outside boat. That is your pace boat. They'll look up the flag station, look for a flag, and if the green flag's held up and dropped, they'll go racing. Looks like they're going to bring them around one more time. So on the inside lane is going to be P24, the Cracker Jack. On his outside in lane number 2 is going to be the P50 Firecracker. And in lane 3 is going to be Cracker Jill, P25, driven by Richard Rucky. We started out with 8 crackers over the weekend, and we're down to 3. Attrition at Bayfair is brutal. The salt water is something else on some of these electronics and other parts. Of course, this 4-turn course is pretty challenging for these guys, but they have a lot of fun racing here, and we look forward to coming back. Again, Southern California Speedboat Club. If you're interested in following these classes, you can get online and join them at scscracing.com. So here we come. They're looking for the green flag to drop. It's up in the air, and there it goes. They're racing. 4-lap final. Cracker Box. Looks like the P24 and P25 are going to come into the first turn side by side. P25 has to hold his lane through the first turn, so he's going to drive wide, allowing the 24 to sneak up on him. But the 25 seems to have a little bit more straightaway speed as he starts to pull away by about a boat length. We'll see if the shorter course allows the 24 boat to keep up with him. And it looks like the 25 had a hard time negotiating the course, so the 24 is definitely in the lead now. Shortest way around the course did help him out. That, of course, is going to be driven by Leo Tidwell. The rider's going to be Harry Wooters. Leo Tidwell, the owner. So P24, Cracker Jack, your current leader. In second place, entering it, turn 1, is going to be the P25, Cracker Jill, driven by Julian Rucky. The monkey in the seat, or the passenger I like to call him, that's going to be Chris Barnhart. Boat owner is Leo Tidwell. So the boat owner out front owns the boat in second, followed by the P50. That's going to be Ron Haskins and Tom Basin in the Firecracker. Again, this is a 4-lap final. It looks like Leo's going to back off a little bit and make a show out of this, which is great. So as they go into the SeaWorld turn here, you got P25 on the outside, P24 on the inside. Cracker Jill on the outside, Cracker Jack on the inside. So Julian Rucky and Cracker Jill seems to be pulling out to a substantial lead as the 24 Cracker Jack stays on the buoy line. The white flag is up, indicating 1 lap to go. Their 4-lap final. These boats will twist around 8,500 going around the course, so they are throwing some RPMs at these little small blocks. Looks like Cracker Jill with Julian Rucky. Passenger Chris Bernhardt, they're going to enter in the final turn, come out of turn 4, and look for a checkered flag. It will be crowned your 2024 Bayfair Cracker Box champion. And there it is. There's your winner. Cracker Jack. Cracker Jill finishes the finish line to finish second. We got our third and final participant that's running on the water is going to be the P50. He's now going to come out of turn 4 and finish in third. So again, if you guys like what you're seeing out here and you'd like to get more interested, Southern California Speedboat Club is the club for you. You can join them at scscracing.com. Also like them on Facebook and Instagram. Again, we appreciate our sponsors for the SCSC classes, the flat bottoms and the GNs, being BitPro's Fire Services out of Escondido. They're the industry leader in fire apparatus and fleet repair services. For more information, please visit bitprosinc.com. Also, Nick Rose Insurance, a full-service insurance agency that has you covered on home, auto, life. Nick Rose has you covered. For more information, or if you'd like a quote, please visit nickroseinsurance.com. So as I mentioned earlier, the next race for the Southern California Speedboat Club Speed Marine Lake Ming Shootout, presented by Nick Rose Insurance, is scheduled for October 5th and 6th at Lake Ming in Bakersfield. This will be the APBA National Championships for the Cracker Boxes, K-Boats, and Grand Nationals. We hope you can join us for the grand tradition. All flat-bottom classes you've seen here at Bayfair, plus many other classes, will be on hand. Make plans to attend this must-see event.
Race fans, as we begin to get toward the end of our day of racing, and oh, by the way, we're not there yet. The final heats are getting ready to go, so don't go away. The best is still yet to come. But as we approach later in the day on day 3 of 3 here at the 2024 San Diego Bayfair, please give a big thank you to Mercurys.com for bringing the APBA Gold Cup back to San Diego on Mission Day. They wish to welcome everybody here. On behalf of Mercurys Coffee to the APBA Gold Cup and the Bill Muncie Cup here on Bill Muncie Racecourse on Mission Day, Mercurys.com is thrilled to be the official title sponsor of Bayfair in 2024. Make sure you let them know how much you appreciate it. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Brad. I'm going to get back to what's next, and this is going to be your quickest class in inboard runabout racing. It's your K-Racing runabouts. You're going to hear it come your way. Big block, blown alcohol Chevrolets, capable of producing 2,000 horsepower, 150 miles an hour down the straightaways. This is the end of the course. We're going to have the 3 of the fastest K-boats in the country. We're going to have K999 El Cid, driven by Duff Daly out of Stuart, Florida. Owners Mike Stock out of Boise, Idaho. They will be in lane 2. They're defending High Point champ for the KRR class. Sponsored by Stock Construction, YMC Mechanical, and Hot Rod and Hobbies. You'll have Ty Newton driving Mr. Big Stuff, K640 out of Goodyear, Arizona. He'll be on the inside. Boat is owned by John and Lori Grijalva of Boot Barn. Sponsored by CP Carrillo, Torco, Kincaid Racing Engines, Hot Rods and Hobbies, Mike Rhodes Performance. Also the Sandbar Resort in Parker, Arizona. Third boat you see out there is going to be lane 3. That's going to be Bucks Up, K36, Corey Ferguson out of Bellflower, California. Boat is owned by Tom and Janice Buckles. Their sponsors include Hingeworks Community Doors, Premier Dump Services, and Accurate Airflow, along with RevChem Composites. So, 3 of the fastest K-Racing runabouts. Ty Newton will have the inside lane, driving Mr. Big Stuff. In lane 2 will be the veteran Duff Daly, driving El Cid, and outside the youngster, Corey Ferguson in K36. I know I talked to Duff after the first heat, and he got a little bit wet in the first turn and got some salt water on the magneto, and magnetos don't like salt, and that's basically your spark for the motor. And even though he finished, he was not happy. But again, he gets another chance to redeem himself. And here we go. This will be a 4-lap final. They're going to score up as they've already done. They're going to go around this third and fourth turn, and when they come out of there, they're going to look for a start from the starter stand that's on the crane. They're going to see that green flag, and when it drops, it's time to go racing. So here we go. They're going to go up the pace boat, which is Corey Ferguson on the outside. They all come out looking beautiful. 3 blown alcohol boats ready to come at you. And there's the green. Ty Newton looks like he's not going to lead him into the first turn for once. Duff does. He swings out. A little bit rough for Duff. He left plenty of room for Ty on the inside for sure. We'll see if Ty can make up some ground on these guys. Corey Ferguson motoring on the outside. But Duff Daly in the LCID K999 takes the early lead. It's good to see all 3 boats get through the first turn clean. This is going to be a great event. Here we go. Lap number 1 is complete, and you have Duff Daly, the veteran, out front, and K99 LCID. Ty Newton, 640 on the inside, making up some ground. Whoa, and Duff has a little issue in the turn there, and he might have had a mechanical issue. He is pulling off the course, allowing Ty Newton, driving Mr. Big Stuff, to take the lead. Corey Ferguson also having an issue pulling off the course. So attrition is taking its toll on these big blown alcohol boats. So it looks like Duff's going to go back around and score up, and he's got to go around all the buoys. Not sure exactly what he's trying to do here, but Ty Newton is motoring down the straightaway. He's going to see Duff enter the course. Of course, they do have radio spotters like the Unlimiteds as well, too. So Ty Newton is aware that he is going to be your leader, and Duff is not in front of him. So Ty Newton's going to motor around here in the K640 Mr. Big Stuff, sponsored by Boot Barn. Duff Daly's got it going again. He's rocketing down the backstretch as well. Not sure what happened to Duff there. It's pretty weird, unlike him, but something happened there, and he had an issue. So coming into the first turn will be Ty Newton, and he is shutting her down as well too. Not sure what happened there, but Ty's got to be having an issue to pull off. So Duff Daly, he went around and scored up on the buoy that he missed. I believe he missed the entrance pin, is why he slowed down, waited for everyone to get around him, and then went back and scored up and continued racing. So there's a checkered flag for Duff Daly. So I'm going to try to get a verification from SCSC, but it appeared Ty Newton did win that race in the 640 Mr. Big Stuff, with Duff Daly and K99 LCID finishing second. So we'll get that squared away, and I'll announce it as soon as I hear and get confirmation. But again, you can see the potential with this class. We'll try to get more of them out here next year. But Ty Newton displaying what kind of speeds these boats are capable of on this tricky 4-turn course at Bayfair. And that will conclude the Southern California Speedboat Club portion of the event. Again, we want to thank our SCSC sponsors of the event, BitPro Fire Services of Escondido, proud sponsor of the flat bottom classes and GNs, presented by Nick Rose Insurance. If you like what you've seen and want to get involved, the Southern California Speedboat Club offers classes in all levels and types of boat racing, from outboard hydroplanes and runabouts to inboard flat bottoms and V-bottoms. SCSC has a class for you to get involved in powerboat racing. Visit them at scscracing.com.
Nate Brown and Dave and the Budweiser put their fire out and they got relit. So
now, if they can stay the way they are, JW will have the inside. I believe Vilwalk is pulled up beside him. But the big story is going to be, can he keep the engine running going this slow?
Right. Terry Troxell's trying to crowd up in there between the Bud and the Lumar, and looks like he got it. He squeaked right up in there. They might have made contact. I don't know.
Wow, Terry Troxell, no respect for anybody, huh?
No, not when you're out there racing, man. You can be friends on the beach, but when you get out there to race, it's wartime, pal.
We are inside a minute now, and they are legal. Boy, they are really mixing it up on the backstretch. I have never seen milling like this. Now they get lined up a little bit. It's going to be J.W. Myers on the inside, then Terry Troxell. Dave Vilwalk will be right in the middle of the field, then out to Nate Brown in lane 4, and way on the outside, Steve David in the Oh Boy Oberto. Boy, that was a mess. Sorted it out now, but it's all up to JW now to make a good start, and he could have a shot here, Mark.
All right, well, let's see. Possible penalty on the U16, but darn it, let's hit this hard. The start good and go.
JW is still going very slow on the inside. Steve David with good boat speed on the outside as they come down to the start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There is the start. JW Myers on the inside. Wasn't bad, but he wasn't the leader at the start. Into the first turn, and we'll watch and see if the boat on the inside can establish a little bit of a lead.
Oh, man, we need that whole duel's eye in the sky to watch this first turn. Holy moly, we'll see what goes on in the backstretch.
Into the turn they are now. Vilwalk looks good in the middle of the field. JW on the inside is on his hip, but Vilwalk has a little bit of a lead. Terry Troxell is actually second in the orange boat. Then it's back to JW at the exit pin. It's Dave Vilwalk and Miss Budweiser, but he's out in lane 3. Look at this 3-boat race. Mark Evans.
Oh, man, Dave's in the lead on the outside lane. He's got to come down here and pinch him in a little bit. This is going to be a wild turn. They got some rollers down here in this Belle Isle turn. Now J-Dub got hosed down a little bit. Let's see what happens. Troxell's hanging it.
Can Terry Troxell hold his turn? He didn't earlier in the weekend. He doesn't have much room in there. He has to really shut it down, and Dave Vilwalk takes control by controlling the radius of that turn.
He did a great turn, and here comes Nate Brown. He kept his speed up, too, and he's going to get up there and give Terry Troxell a run for his money. What a wild turn in the rooster tail turn.
Vilwalk pinning Terry Troxell in, keeping his RPMs down, allowed Nate Brown to come up on the outside, so we have a 3-boat race as we go into the Belle Isle Bridge turn for the second time. Dave Vilwalk is the leader, leaving a little bit of room on the inside. Now he has the overlap. He will probably move over onto the buoy line, Mark.
Yeah, that's the way Dave drives. Very aggressive. I'm sure that's a big relief to him to get a start like that and be able to lead. But look what's happening back in second place. My gosh, Nate Brown's on the outside with Terry Troxell on the inside. What a battle.
Boy, Nate Brown in the U10, Miss Detroit Yacht Club, has really come alive here in his last 2 heats. You got to worry about these 2 boats and the way they're flying them. They are really loose on the backstretch. Vilwalk out ahead and cruising nicely now as a couple of rooster tails, but watch these boats in second and third as they try to get through this tight turn.
Wow, man, Nate is just hanging it out with that boat. It's been running better and better, and he is going for it. He's being very aggressive. Troxell comes through the turn and is slowing down right now in the rooster tail turn, and that gives Steve David another spot to get by him.
Steve David moving the Oh Boy Oberto up into 3rd place, and now Terry Troxell is underway again. He may have got a gulp of water there, but he's in 4th place, and J.W. Myers back in 5th is gaining on him. We have a pretty good boat race up in the first 2 spots where Dave Vilwalk now has put a little bit of water between himself and Nate Brown in the U10, but that boat has really come alive. I know that Kim Gregory and the USA Racing Partners are really going to be excited with the progress this team has made.
They did a lot of work on that boat this winter, and it's starting to pay off. It's a great thing to have Nate in there to help him out like this, and it's exciting for him. 2nd place, but listen, we got some laps to go. Bud's leading, but you got to keep your lead.
Dave Villwalk is halfway home. He's run 2.5 of the 5 laps. He's won 5 Gold Cups. This would make it a 6-pack. A magic number for Dave Villwalk and Miss Budweiser. Down the start-finish line for the 3rd time. 2 laps remaining. Nate Brown now with no challenge from anybody behind him, running comfortably in 2nd place. And a 2nd place finish for that team would be a real victory here. Oh, Steve David has broken tail feathers. He got into some water or something that was rough. In fact, I saw him almost turn it over last time through here, but he has a battered boat now as he finishes lap 3.
Oh, man, and Terry Troxel just got up and got totally sideways in the rooster tail turn. I'm telling you, and there goes J.W. Myers right through his rooster tail, and his front sponsion's busted up. My God, Bill Muncie was right. You don't win this race here. You survive it. Look at this. It's just destroying boats left and right.
J.W. Myers appeared to take some damage in the Lumar as he came through here, and I don't know that he's still up and running. We'll see if he comes around again. Dave Villwalk now is on lap 4 in front of the historic Detroit Yacht Club. The fans over there giving him a high five as he comes by, bounces the boat just a little bit. Just a tremendous boat ride. Mark, you drove for this team. One thing they give you is the best equipment in all of boat racing. Hard to get around.
It is the most beautiful equipment out there. Whoa, Nate Brown just got loose again in the rooster tail turn. Amazing how these guys are going to be beat to a pulp after this race.
Driving it like a 5-liter.
Yeah, the Alberto, look at, he's coming through and he's got wings and stuff tearing off of his boat. Boy, things are getting beat up. But Dave Villwalk is just going to have to hang in there in the bud and get himself 1st place while everybody else has damage.
Steve David running 3rd as they come by now in the old boy Alberto. Then it's back to Terry Troxel in the Miss Elam Plus, a boat that was very quick all weekend but has had some problems here. We haven't mentioned Greg Hopp doing a pretty good job in a boat he'd never been in before, running back there on the rough backstretch for Jim Harvey and the Miss Chrysler Jeep. He's coming through the rooster tail turn right now, taking it kind of easy, and I'm glad to see that.
Me too, because, you know, it's tough to get in a new boat like that and just go out and run, especially when he's in the trailer position. Hey, we got a note here that J.W. Myers went down, plus possible penalty on the 16. What do we got going here, man?
Well, it's going to have to be sorted out by the officials eventually. A hand from the crowd as Dave Villwalk turns toward start-finish for the final time. The checkered flag flies, and it is a 6-pack. Nate Brown is still driving hard in the U10. Hey, it's his last chance to drive this weekend.
He might as well go for it, boy. He was hanging that out. That was amazing. Again, here comes the Alberto, and all the wings are tore off the thing. Let's see how he does. Gets across the line.
We are receiving word of a very big story developing here at the Gold Cup, a possible disqualification of the winner. The officials want to review some activity on the water before the start of the race. We can look back here. This is 3/4 of a lap before the start. The boats have established their lanes. Terry Troxel and Miss Elam Plus. The bright orange boat has lane 2. And right there is contact between Troxel's boat and Dave Villwalk in Miss Budweiser. Now we'll continue watching as the boats come onto the backstretch. Troxel has not lost power, but he's way behind. Now he is going to catch the 2 boats in front of him, the yellow boat, the Lumar, driven by J.W. Myers. He goes between that boat and Villwalk's Miss Budweiser, and for a moment is ahead of the 2. Now Villwalk will pass him, and again there is contact between those 2 boats. The call we have so far is that Dave Villwalk and Miss Budweiser may be disqualified because of that contact, and we could have a change in the winner of the 2004 Gold Cup. Nate Brown and the U10 Miss DYC ran 2nd on the water. Have they won the Gold Cup? We'll sort it out for you when we come back to Detroit. The Chrysler Jeep Superstores Detroit APBA Gold Cup is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. Nothing beats a Bud. And by O'Doul's Non-Alcoholic Brew, proud sponsor of Unlimited Hydroplane Racing.
Kim Gregory's team has just been told they have won the 2004 Gold Cup. Let's see you put this into words, big guy.
Oh, wow. I don't know what to say. I really don't. And you know I usually like to talk a lot. It's fantastic. Now, I got to thank the crew. Nate did a hell of a job. We were worrying at the 3rd heat if we were going to make the main. Then he went out there and stood on it. I'm speechless.
I know that your driver feels it was a good call.
Yeah, a lot of the guys do on the beach. I know I didn't see it, but he was in there, you know. It was, when you got boats come back with a bunch of holes in them and one of them sinking, something happens. So I hate to win it that way. That's not. Let him say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nate Brown, Gold Cup winner. How does that sound?
Man, the first thing that crossed my mind is I can quit now.
That's what he said, too.
We just gave you the second place trophy. You got to give that one back.
You know, I don't mind a bit, and, you know, I would never quit. That's an awesome feeling. You know, you love to go out there and race and beat the guy across the line. But boat racing is full of rules and full of things we have to abide by. And I'll tell you what, my hat's off to Hydroprop, to looking at the videotape, to making an educated decision, talking to drivers, knowing what's going on out there. And you know what? We won! Yeah!
I never thought I'd hold this in my life. And you know what? It's heavy.
Well, we have never seen anything like this. Nate Brown and his team behind us just traded in the second place trophy. They are now the Gold Cup winners after Dave Villwalk is disqualified, Mark. A Gold Cup winner disqualified. Nothing like this has ever happened before.
I've never heard of it, never seen it. I can't believe it. You said to go down and do another interview. I didn't know what was going on. But next thing you know, Nate Brown filling in for Mike Weber. They win the Gold Cup. I can't believe it.
Childhood. Johnny Rutherford and Paul Page of NBC Sports World recall the action.
Chenoweth starts a charge. It looks like Madison heads over the line early. Now Chenoweth pours on the power. Several of the boats retarded the throttle just a bit before the line. And it looks like Madison crossed the line early. Madison leads at the moment, but Chenoweth pouring the 4,000-plus horsepower of that Griffon engine to work, and he forges out in front.
A lot of congestion as they came down to the start. Port boats to the inside, Deep and the Squire way to the outside by himself, and clearly it was Chenoweth who had the advantage as he came hurtling across the line, the momentum giving him an immediate lead.
A bouncy ride through the bridge turn for Chenoweth as he heads for the fastest section of the course. The water here at its shallowest, but the shore far away, giving him good soft water to run on. Second place now occupied by Hanauer. Madison in third, and Deep sitting in fourth.
But of course the Madison, if indeed officials say she did jump, will be penalized a lap, which would make her fifth in the lineup. Meanwhile, Dean Chenoweth from the Bud powering now onto the fastest part of this long 3-mile course, hitting the nitrous oxide button, a sudden surge of several hundred additional horsepower, touching speeds upwards of 180 miles per hour under very good water conditions, now hurtling by the Detroit Yacht Club, coming to the tightest race turn on the hydroplane circuit.
Chenoweth tiptoeing around the rooster tail turn, throwing the boat sideways. Glances back to look for second place Hanauer as his wife Jenny and his daughter Kelly cheer him on. Chenoweth is leading lap number 1. The average speed at this point just over 120 miles an hour with a 3-second lead for Chenoweth.
And of course, immediate speculation, Paul, as to what this record speed can produce. Remember earlier today, Hanauer subscribing to the old Bill Munsey theory, you push the Bud as hard as you can and hope that she breaks. That worked earlier, once today, and possibly that's what this youngster from Washington is thinking now as he stalks Dean Chenoweth in this, the second of 5 laps.
Chenoweth takes the wide line, keeping the RPMs on that Griffon engine up. But Hanauer moves up to stalk the rooster tail coming off the back of Chenoweth's boat. Now at this point, Chenoweth cannot see where Hanauer sits as Hanauer begins to pull now down inside Chenoweth. And Chenoweth almost completely off the water as look at this tremendous charge by Hanauer. How he's keeping the boat under control is completely beyond me. Hanauer completely up in the air, but he still maintains his position along the Bud. The Bud sitting solidly in the water. Chenoweth holding the lead. Here comes Hanauer. They both pour on the power, pour on the nitrous oxide. And Hanauer forges his way past the Bud as they decelerate to the turn. Now Chenoweth responds. They're in the rooster tail turn. once again, picking up the RPM. But Hanauer stays on the inside, and Hanauer moves into first.
An incredible example of riding the very ragged edge. The youngster from Washington pushing that inside line, forcing Chenoweth wide, clearly establishing a lead now for the first time.
Hanauer turning the lap at nearly 129 miles an hour. Now, 2.5 laps into the Gold Cup and leading Chenoweth. One look at that as Hanauer bounces across the water. He's been driving like there's no tomorrow since the start of this race. Powered his way past Chenoweth and is now leading in the Gold Cup.
Absolutely refusing to give even a fraction of an inch. Chip Hanauer. Oh, look at here. This is Deeth in the Squire. And he, too, going airborne in spectacular fashion.
Deeth gives a wave to show everything is all right. Chip Hanauer, 2.5 seconds out in front, trying desperately for his first Gold Cup victory, and trying to do it especially as a tribute to Bill Munsey. Right behind is the Bud, Dean Chenoweth, and he continues his charge, though his engine seems to be a little bit off song.
You know that crew chief Jim Harvey and all the others who worked so hard during the past week after the damage to the boat that Hanauer is driving, they have to be just jubilant inside right now to see that all the hours, all the hard work paying off with this impressive, tremendous performance by Chip Hanauer.
Still maintaining a pace of over 120 miles an hour in the bridge turn as he brings the boat around, jumps up into the air once again, clearing the prop and even the left side skid fin as he settles it back down, eases off the power, and then heads down the back straightaway. An interesting comparison between an automobile and a racing boat is that the racetrack for a racing car has a groove, and when you move out of the groove, the condition of the track surface actually deteriorates. But on water, the water is always the same consistency, so he can use any area of the river that he wants to as he continues to skip along the water.
Watching Tom Deeth now in the Squire as he bounds his way around this 3-mile course brings to mind the fact that Deeth, when he left after winning the Gold Cup in 1976, left the sport, he became an auto racing driver. Now, this year, for the first time since 76, back in competition, he's in third place.
There you get a view of the tremendous punishment that these drivers take as Hanauer powers around the rooster tail turn and glances back to see where Chenoweth is. Well, Chenoweth is still pursuing, but he's falling back just a bit further. He's about 3.5 seconds behind now.
Veteran drivers will tell you, Paul, that it takes a great deal of patience along with intelligence to drive these huge unlimited boats. It takes a tremendous amount of self-discipline. And right now, Dean Chenoweth is probably feeling a degree of frustration as they come down to this final lap. You mentioned still running approximately 3 seconds back. His last lap showed that he was running 1 mile per hour slower than your leader. We see here now, Hanauer still bounding through the water, still aggressively attacking the course as he laps to Madison.
Hanauer now around the bridge turn, a punch of the nitrous and accelerates down the backstretch. The boat appears so graceful as he skims across the water. But remember, there is over 4 tons of water being thrown up in that rooster tail. It can devastate another boat should they happen to cross into it.
Chip Hanauer taking that inside line now as he comes up behind the rooster tail of another boat. This is the Kentuckiana that he's chasing and passing, putting a lap down. John Petty driving that ancient hull now in 4th place, coming up by the boats of the Detroit Yacht Club, continuing to bounce and lurch as he heads for that final rooster tail turn. And should he negotiate this final corner, it's just a quick stretch run now to the checkered flag and a potential Gold Cup victory.
A dream about to come true for Chip Hanauer as he accelerates for the last time across the line, and Chip Hanauer has won the Gold Cup. Dean Chenoweth comes across the line limping in 2nd place. But Chip Hanauer has won his 4th unlimited race and his first Gold Cup. And look how happy he is as he waves his arm to the crowd and continues really at full speed, looking over, acknowledging the cheers of those gathered here on the Detroit River. In 3rd place now, streaming for the line, is Tommy Deeth, making a comeback in the Squire and finishing in 3rd.
And down on the dock, the anticipated jubilation, of course, much in evidence. O.H. Frisbee, 15 years a sponsor of the boat that has just won the Gold Cup. Fran Muncy, crew chief Jim Harvey, and the jubilant driver himself now, almost in disbelief, as the Atlas comes slowly back to the dock. A standing ovation from the throngs here in the Horace Dodge pits.
Well, already there is a bit of a party beginning down in the pits as Chip Henauer climbs off the boat and gives a hug and a kiss to Fran Muncy, the first woman owner of a boat to win the Gold Cup. The crowd adds their salute, and the Gold Cup belongs to Chip Henauer.
It's the finest day I've ever had in my life. I'm so proud, and I hope Bill's happy, and my team, and Mr. Frisbee. It's the happiest day of my life.
And that was our countdown to our Grand Prix America final heat. We've got 7 race boats ready to come out on the race course. 1 boat already away from the dock. It is the GP79 Reliable Diamond Tool and Jeff Bernard. Josh Harnick pulls away from the pit area in the GP12 Rapid Rabbit. Josh Harnick behind the wheel of that one. Now we see the GP17 coming away. That is the Miss Renee, driven by Austin Ekrit. 3 boats are up and running. Away from the dock now is Lupton Motorsports, GP33, Jack Lupton. He's going to be sitting in lane number 1. Coming with him, going to be Ken Lupton driving the 577, the Lucas Oil. 577 Ken Lupton. It's going to be Jack Lupton in lane 1, Ken Lupton in lane 2. Now coming out is the bright low profile GP10, the Charger and Kevin Ekrit. Then it's another low profile GP15, the old Trapper beef jerky in the hopper, Greg Hop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got them all. Jeff, you ready for this? This is going to be good. It's going to be loud, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm really ready for this, and don't ask me who I'm going to pick on this race, because I'll tell you right now, it's a full field of winners out there, in my opinion, and it could be anybody. I know that the Luptons, Jack and Ken, are going to have the inside advantage in the lane 1 and lane 2. Let's see if they can hold on to that, but I'm full of beef jerky and looking forward to Greg Hop running along with Ekrit, Bernard, Harnack, and King.
All right, so he mentioned it. Jack Lupton's in 1. Ken Lupton is in lane 2. Greg Hop in GP15. He's going to be in 3. Kevin Ekrit's going to be in lane 4. In the GP10, the Charger. Jeff Bernard finds himself in lane 5, GP79. The Bad Influence and the Reliable Diamond Tool. Remember, he was our top qualifier. Lane 6 is going to be GP12, Rapid Rabbit Josh Harnick. And then it is going to be lane 7, the GP17 to Miss Renee, and awesome Austin Ekrit. That is him at the very top end of the race course. You see he is staying far to the outside. 2 minutes and 5 seconds, Jeff.
Yeah, these guys are kind of just cruising around, getting their temperatures up, paying attention to their spotters. Again, they want to hit their marks so that when it comes time to start, they're at the proper position on the race course. And it looks like we got a bunch of boats grouped up together, have the same timing marks.
Well, we're all going the same distance. I guess that wouldn't be a big surprise, would it? So, 7 Grand Prix America hydroplanes, the GPA circuit, and the racing here in San Diego, sponsored by JJR and Reliable Diamond Tool. It is the final heat. This is a winner-take-all 3 times around this race course. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1:20 right now. Everybody's headed down to the bottom end of the race course. To your point, the timing marks aren't going to vary that much. It's just how much speed somebody wants to bring around the race course at this particular time. Their lanes are established, so you can be behind everybody, and if you can count out to your lane, it should be open for you when you get there.
Yeah, and this is the first time we're going to have 7 thundering, big block blown alcohol Chevrolets coming at you.
Going to be loud and proud, that is for sure. Looking at the clock, inside 1 minute, in fact, inside 50 seconds. We're 44 seconds until the start. I like where they're all sitting, coming up the backstretch. Again, Lupton in 1, that's Jack. Ken Lupton in 2, then Hop, Ekrit, Bernard, Harnack, and Ekrit again. Top end of the race course, 30 seconds until the start. Grand Prix America final.
They're starting to motor up, Brad. I'm going to let you call them down to the start.
Here we go. 17 seconds right now. They might be just a little bit early. Certainly, that is Josh Harnack in the 12. He's down. We're inside 10 seconds. We're inside 5. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. mark, and I think it is a legal start. We will wait to get it official, but I think we've got a legal start down to the bottom end of the race course, and there are 7 Grand Prix America hydroplanes coming into the lower corner. Now they're going to look at that sight as 6 of them come off the corner side by side. We'll pick out who's got the lead when they get up here, but Jeff, this is a barn burner.
Man, these guys are putting on a show. It looks like Bernard has got the lead. So, no, those New Zealand guys were not going to gang up on anybody. Jeff says, no, thank you. I will take the lead, boys.
From lane number 5, and now coming out, it is Ken Lupton who has dropped down, but running down the front straightaway is Jeff Bernard and the reliable Diamond Tool. He's got just about a rooster tail lead over Jack Lupton on the inside. Bernard down bottom end of the race course. He has opened up water. He got beat the last time by the Luptons, and he got beat when he was on an inside lane, but he has found some more beans.
Yeah, he's walking them sponsons there in that boat out. You can really see him pushing hard.
Top end of the race course here. We are on. This is lap number 2 for Jeff Bernard. He's got a big lead. Jack Lupton is down. Ken Lupton is running in second, but look at this. The GP12, Josh Harnick, is trying to run him down on the outside. We'll start the final lap here down the front straightaway. Bernard is on lap number 3, and he's down to the bottom end of the race course. But the race is going to be for second place, Jeff. Keep an eye on that yellow boat on the outside of Josh Harnick.
Yeah, the rookie's doing a great job, and he is done pass for second place. So what a great race this is turning out to be. Jeff Bernard way out front, but look at the battle for second.
Yeah, the battle for second is a doozy. The first boat coming up the backstretch there is not our leader. Our leader is the second boat. It's the orange one, and it belongs to Jeff Bernard, the GP79. And it is the Bad Influence Racing and Reliable Diamond Tool. But we've got almost a dead heat for second place here. Harnick on the outside, Ken Lupton on the inside. That's going to be the race. Jeff Bernard, loud and proud and strong, coming across. He will pick up a checkered flag. We'll call him across, and he is across right now. Checkered flag. Now the race for second, and it's going to be a close one. It is going to, I didn't get my angle, but it is going to be Lupton. Lupton is going to do it. Ken's going to do it. He was able to get around Harnick. After Harnick actually got around him, he was able to come back and grab it. That inside lane paid some dividends.
Yeah, it certainly did. It was an awesome effort by Harnack in third to catch him and then try to pass him. He just wasn't able to keep him behind him.
Now Kevin Ekert comes across the start-finish line in 4th place, and then it is Greg Hopp in the GP15 Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Wow. Strong run there, and then it is going to be Austin Ekert in the GP17. He's going to come home in 6th place. So, wow, the lid is popped on the GP79. That was impressive by Jeff Bernard.
Yeah, he's had a lot of bad luck all year long, and to come out here to San Diego and win the GP race in the final, he's got to be ecstatic. I know their sponsor, Thompson in the Ready 2, he's got to be super ecstatic. Their whole crew's got to be ecstatic. Congratulations to Jeff Bernard as he brings it to the dock. His crew's happy. Valiant effort by the Luptons. Bring a boat home in second. Can't say enough about Harnack and his efforts to finish third.
Wow. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, if that's any inclination of what we're up for the Gold Cup, we're in for a doozy.
Oh, we are indeed. Jeff is back to the dock. And what we can say about Jeff Bernard and his weekend is definitely he had some ups and he definitely had some downs. Part of the key element to boat racing is to make sure you have the ups at the right time. And he definitely did. He had some downs. He got beat decidedly in the previous heat. He also got a DNF at one point in the weekend, but Boy, when the money was on the line, the boat ran like a rocket. Jeff came from the 5th lane in that one. He wired a good start. I don't think he broke the clock. He was close. I don't think he broke the clock, but boy, when they came out of the lower corner, he was gone. He just said, see you later.
Yeah, I don't know if Jonathan Thompson, a Ready Tool, told him, hey, stand on it, kid, but you didn't have to tell Jeff nothing. He was on fuego, and there was no one going to beat him in that race.
Yeah, you don't have to tell Jeff Bernard to stand on it. He kind of does that by himself. So he is coming up, drinking a bottle of water. I think he's down on a dock down there where our Mickey Washburn's going to put a headset on him, hand him a microphone, and get him to come this way. He will be very, very happy. He's pleased. He's a great champion. Jeff used to be somebody who he was kind of quiet and he didn't talk a whole lot, but as the years have gone on, he's a great interview. Pretty much all you have to do is hand him a mic, and Jeff's the consummate professional. He knows how to handle interviews. He knows how to handle people and fans, and he handles a race boat pretty well too.
Yeah, absolutely. He just proved that, and we've always known that. But to show out in San Diego and take home the GP championship, congratulations. Awesome ride.
Yes, it is. So I know he came this direction unless he got shanghaied. It looks like Mickey got to where he was going. He turned around. Jeff was gone.
Yeah, Mickey's got to chase him down just like everyone else did on the course. But we'll get an interview from him in a second.
He will be very happy. Great run, Jeff Bernard. In the Bad Influence Reliable Diamond Tool. Jonathan Thompson from Reliable Diamond Tool is in the house. He's here somewhere at the San Diego Bayfair. I see Mickey. And I can understand that. Jeff would like to wait until the results are official. That's fine. Jeff, I got it. If you can hear us down there, no problem. When we get it official, we will come down and have a conversation. It's one of those things where you don't want it to be too good to be true. So we will wait until the officials tell him, yes, it is all done, and you're going to have to come up on stage and get the big trophy. But, man, that was decisive.
Yeah, it was, and although Ken Lupton put on a great show with Harnack, it's great to see newbies in this class do as well as they did. And Josh Harnack, being a rookie in the category, he's got to be extremely happy. His crew's got to be happy. I mean, to get a top 3 at Bayfair with the competition that was here, who could ask for more?
Yeah, he'll be very happy. It'll be fun to talk with him when we get up on the award stage. And for our fans, we will be having our San Diego Bayfair Awards as soon as possible following the close of the event and the H1 Unlimited APBA Gold Cup. The trophy presentations and so forth will take place just outside the H1 Unlimited pit area on the grassy area there. There is a stage. It is being set up now. In fact, check that out over there. There's a whole lot of hardware. Oh, well, look who is up here. Now, you do understand Jeff doesn't want to talk to us because he wants to make sure everything is official. You see him sitting down there. And we are joined up here on the tower by none other than Jonathan Thompson of Reliable Diamond Tool. And we're going to fix him up with a headset. Yeah, you have to have 2 microphones up here. That's how important a guy like you is. We got that one there is the PA. This one here is our H1 Unlimited live stream. But Jonathan Thompson, welcome to the tower here in the pit area, and your driver's sitting right down there. You're looking right at him.
Yeah, I see him. It's very exciting time.
And
I'm just grinning ear to ear here. I can't believe it. It's Mike Grindell and his entire team and his driver Jeff Bernard. It's just I'm walking 4 feet off the ground right now.
Well, Jeff doesn't want to talk to us yet. He wants to make sure that it's official, and you can understand that from his standpoint.
Sure.
But I'm really glad you came up here, and this is what I'm going to ask Jeff when we talk, but I want to ask you the same thing. It was an up-and-down weekend. Started out great, top qualifier, and then you had a DNF, and then you got beat handily out here in the heat. But when the money was on the table, albeit from lane 5, man, did that boat answer the bell.
Isn't that something? We had a tremendously challenging year. I think we lost 5 engines this year already, and this was the last engine we had, and so we babied it. And they pulled out a miracle here. I'm telling you, it was I just can't stop laughing about it.
Well, it makes it all worthwhile. And,
very much so.
And if it was easy, everybody would do it. It never is. And,
That's right.
But you can't say enough about a driver like Jeff Bernard, because win, lose, or draw, you know you're going to get absolutely 100% effort and the very best he's got every time he's behind the wheel.
He's a talented young man. I have a lot of respect for him, and we get along really well. I'm so pleased to be associated with this team. I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you're pleased. I can tell you're pleased, and it has been a challenging year, and it's okay to be pleased. It's okay to have fun. Yeah, keep pinching yourself up there.
No, my cheeks, it's like my face hurts from grinning so much. Thank you, Brad. It's awesome to be here at Bayfair. You know, it's a big party that I put on for my customers and my family here every year, and we're just so happy to be here and happy to bring home another win, you know. So there's Mike and Jeff, and yeah, we'll get it all official here, and I'm sure they'll come up. But thank you so much for having me, and Jeff Conant, from my homeboy from Phoenix. It's nice to be here with him, and looking forward to seeing you some more. You know, this is great.
It is terrific having you in town. It's terrific having you here. Congratulations. We'll wait for the big celebration.
Yeah.
Somehow I think I'm going to see you over here on the award stage.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I still always owe you that thank you, I think, for making me wear the funny hat and having a happy birthday song in Madison, Indiana. That was an awful lot of fun, my friend.
It really was.
Congratulations.
Thanks again, Brad. Nice
you
seeing
are
you.
very welcome. Thank you for your support of the San Diego Bayfair and bringing your
Pleasure.
equipment out. And let's keep it going. Reliable Diamond Tool, GP79. It is
you
Jonathan
so much.
Thompson, the sponsor. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Not always do we get a sponsor like that to come up on top, but we appreciate it very much from Mr. Thompson. So if you're an official and can find your way to Jeff Bernard and have some good news for him, we'd love to talk to him. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, with the ranch being right behind me, we've already got 2 of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes in the water as we are getting to go racing. And I haven't said it all day. We are getting ready to go racing in a winner-take-all final heat for the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world. First contested in 1904. We've had a few years off over the years because of World War II. We missed a couple of races along the way in 2008 and 1960 where we got blown out. But the trophy keeps rolling. It's big. It's on display in the pit area. It is right in front of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and the U1, the Beacon Electric, in front of Strong Racing, because they are the defending APBA Gold Cup champions. J. Michael Kelly won it last year on Seattle's Lake Washington. He would love nothing more than to do it again and claim 2 of them in a row. So we're trying to move along this story here. H1 Unlimited hydroplanes are coming into the water. We want to get them in the water as fast as we possibly can. And the Mercurys Coffee comes up off the trailer right behind us. And they are quickly moving that boat to Mission Bay. That will be our 3rd unlimited hydroplane to find its way into the water. We'll have 3 more to put in. And we're going to wire up John Walters here. I want to talk to him a little bit. He's driven in these things. He's been the head man, the head wrench on boats that have entered this Gold Cup final before, and he knows a lot about what goes on and what's necessary to win the APBA Gold Cup. John, let me know when you get yourself wired up. I think Nick's got you hot already, so I think you are ready to go. I look down here. I don't see as yet, John, any drivers. What are they doing right now?
You know, they're going over their game plan. They're taking a look at, the conditions, the race course, what they need to do. They know the competition. They know what their boat's capable of. They've, all run 4 heats, 5 heats in some cases here to, be ready to get ready for the final. They're wondering what everybody else is going to do, and they're going through a game plan of how they're going to get that inside lane or the lane number 2, whichever one they feel is going to be the one that's going to give them the best opportunity and the most advantage to go home with the APBA Gold Cup.
On some level, it's just a big chess match. On some level.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And that was one of the reasons that I have always been a proponent of the fight for lanes, as we call it. The designated lanes and earned lanes and that sort of thing. It's very predictable. As my friend Bill Munsey used to say, we've won a lot of races when we did not necessarily have the fastest boat. The driver did a better job of driving the boat. He got a better lane. He put himself in a position to win and do things that maybe somebody else didn't. So we absolutely did that. Where there are many cases where we won the race when did not have the fastest boat. On the other hand, we lost a few when we clearly had the fastest boat. So it all kind of worked out.
That knife cuts both ways. So I am told that, and I see him walking this way. Now, we just had Jonathan Thompson up here from Reliable Diamond Tool, and I'll tell you what, he was like a kid in a candy store. He was just grinning ear to ear, and he was actually getting, I think, a bit of a cramp in his cheek. He was smiling so much. And Jeff Bernard did not want to talk to us until such time as it was official. It is now. And I see Jeff right there. He's walked this way. I appreciate it greatly. And I appreciate that he wanted to wait and make sure it was official. Let's not get anything done premature. So let's ask the question right out of the box. You got him hooked up down there yet, Nick? All right, Jeff Bernard, you got me down there, my friend?
Yeah, I got you, Brad.
Very good. Good to hear your voice, and I appreciate greatly the fact that you wanted to wait and make sure this was official. And I know that while you were sitting down there, you heard Jonathan Thompson come up here. He is giddy like a 6-year-old young man. He can't stop grinning. He is very happy. I know you are too. Congratulations.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, it's been just a crazy year. So many ups and downs. It feels like every final heat we've went into, we've been stuck in lane 5. Always start out the weekend really fast. This weekend, first time being top qualifier, and we lost a motor and set us back. And it was just like, man, it just keeps happening and happening. When you got Jack and Ken in lane 1 and 2, it's a tall task from lane 5. So I had to do everything perfect. A little bit late on the start. Josh, I guess, nailed the start on the outside, and I was about a boat length off him. Knew it was tight in there, but thought we were clean. And then when they heard that they were looking at something, they got a little nervous. But thanks to our whole team, the Bad Influence Ready 2 team, we couldn't do it without them. They were busting their butt all weekend. We had to we changed motors yesterday. Made a decision a little bit before the final to change blowers, and that was the difference between the heat this morning and the final heat today. We found a setup. The thing is really fast. San Diego is always good to me. I love coming here, and like I said, thank you, Jonathan Thompson, Reliable Diamond Tool, Mike, Julie, and Grendel for the opportunity. We're going to go to into this winter and do some work on motors and come out and hopefully put something together next year, a whole season again.
Well, Jeff, you kind of touched on a lot of what I wanted to ask you. You touched most of the bases there, but certainly it was an up-and-down season, but it was an up-and-down weekend. To your point, you started out as top qualifier. Then you had the boat go down in the water when you lost a motor. You had a tough heat earlier in the day today where you weren't competitive, but the time to put it all on the line and have it answer the bells, the final. But you're out there in lane 5, but, man, that boat really responded.
Yeah, we had a plan in the first heat, run it hard down into the first turn and out of the first turn, and then just kind of save equipment with the way our luck's been going with the motor issues, so that we had something to race in the final. So we kind of got to see what we could gauge off of Ken, that first straightaway and into that turn, and made some changes. Like I said, before we went to the final, I still thought it was extremely tough task to get down Jack and Ken from lane 5, but those guys have helped us all year long work. We kind of make fun of him. We think work's part of our sometimes. He's down at our boat So thank you to them. They're awesome to race with, and I'm just so glad we got something together before the end of the year. Very, very year after the last 3 seasons of having so much success.
Well, congratulations to you. Thank you on behalf of San Diego Bayfair for bringing your team down here, putting on such a great show. When I saw the lineup for the boats in the lanes, I went, oh boy, out there in lane number 5. But you were just a tick behind. You were not late. There was somebody that was closer than you. But boy, when you came out of the lower corner, it just responded. You were gone. Congratulations. Jeff Bernard, 2024 Bayfair Grand Prix America champion. That's got a good ring to it, my friend.
Thanks, Brad. And, yeah, I got to thank my crew one more time. And Scott Krautfeld, our crew chief, brought Michael Weiner in, and they've just been great asset to the team. And it's all those guys that work on the boat. I got the easy job.
Jeff, thanks for walking down here, coming up and talk to us. You the man. You're walking out here with the big hardware. I'll see you up on the trophy stage, and we'll talk again. Jeff Bernard, champion Grand Prix America at the San Diego Bayfair for 2024, driving GP79, the bad influence, reliable diamond tool. How about that, John? You like that? Nice smile on his face. He's always got his game face on, but once they came up and told him it was legal, you could just almost see the weight of the world come off his shoulders.
It had to be a huge relief. I know they've had a really difficult season and even a difficult weekend here. And as he put it, great job by the crew, the team, everybody pulled and got the job done. And congratulations, Jeff Bernard and the entire team. I know from all sides of that how difficult it is and how much work is involved to win a boat race at any level. And the Grand Prix American is as tough as it gets. Nice job, crew.
Nice job to everybody. GP79. Now we turn our attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got them all in the water. 6. H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes, the fastest race boats in the world. Amber, where are we? Are we coming up on a countdown to 5 to the 5? Getting close. Well, that's. I'm going to step away, John, for just a moment. I think I got somebody here that wants my ear. I'm going to step away for one moment. We'll be right back. Next up, the oldest active motorsports trophy in the world, and it all comes down to 5 laps on the Bill Muncie race course here on San Diego's Mission Bay. So we are inside 10 minutes to the start of the final heat, the winner-take-all final heat for the APBA Gold Cup. John, I said I wanted to come back and talk to you during this period. We've got all 6 of our boats in the water. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the weather conditions and the water conditions. I know they rate, or you're going to correct me here. Let me say that way. My understanding is that these turbine engines are rated as they are from a horsepower standpoint at like 60 degrees or 65 degrees at sea level. Last time I checked, we're pretty close to sea level right here. There's a big body of water out there to the west of us. And we're not hot today. It's nice and cool. There's no breeze really to speak of. There's a little bit coming underneath that bridge. I think these are almost ideal for these turbine engines. Am I right?
Yes, you are right. They're absolutely perfect conditions. We are indeed at sea level. Lycoming rates the engines at 59 degrees. It's probably a little warmer than that, but I don't think it's hot by any means. These things are basically big wind machines, and they're air-cooled, and they work on bringing air through the engine and expelling it as it gets a little bit hotter and turns a couple of turbine wheels. And the hotter that air is, the thinner it is, the more difficult it is to make power. And these engines will lose about 10 horsepower for every degree over 59 degrees. So when we get to places like Tri-Cities or where it's really hot, everybody can be down 300, 350 horsepower. That's the bad news. The good news is it happens to everyone the same. So they're playing on an equal field there. But the water conditions, with the exception of the saline, the salt that's in it, is perfect. It looks fairly flat. It's some lumps and a little bit of rollers here and there. The wind is minimal. This is as good as it gets. We got 6 boats, a full field, the 6 fastest boats in the world, and I think it's going to be a great, great final.
Before we talk any further about that final heat that is coming up now in 7 minutes and 50 seconds, I want to break away to something a little bit different because we have a very special San Diego Bayfair birthday wish. The San Diego Bayfair would like to wish special happy birthday wishes to Avery from Mercurys Coffee. Avery, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. And I would love to think we could get everybody here to sing, but I might be pushing the envelope to get a crowd-involved song for Avery. But Avery, happy birthday from the 2024 San Diego Bayfair personnel. They came up, handed me the note. It's your big day. John, did you ever have the Gold Cup run on your birthday?
No, I can't say that I did. The water's pretty hard in January.
Gets a little stiff, and it gets all other kinds of problems. Oh, gosh, 7 minutes. 7 minutes to the start. Let's take a look at our field. The U1, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. The U9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody. U11, Miss Mercurys Coffee, Jamie Nilsson. U27, Miss Apollo, Dave Vilwalk. U40, Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. U91, Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate. 6, as you just said, 6 of the fastest race boats in the world. We're going to put them out here, and a big difference from what we've been doing the rest of the weekend. We've been running 4 boats at a time, and we've been running 4-lap heats. We're going to run 5 times around, and we're going to have 6 boats out on the water. That's going to churn things up quite a bit, John.
It's going to make a huge difference. That 1 extra boat or 2 extra boats out there, these boats have huge big skid fins on the left-hand side there that just dig gigantic holes, and especially when they're out there milling around trying to get that inside lane or the lane of choice for them. They dig big holes that just lay there, and there's no wind really or current to move that around, so the stuff stays right there. The fact that there's an extra boat or 2 extra boats on the course, the water gets rougher at all ends of the course, and there's going to be lots of water in the air as well. And as we've mentioned all day long or all weekend long, these boats are super sensitive. The engines rather are super sensitive to the salt water, so it's going to be critical for everyone to stay clean, pick a lane they want, and go fast.
San Diego Bayfair, we are 25 seconds away from the 5-minute mark for the APBA Gold Cup. Fans here along the shoreline, buckle up. Here we go. This is the race powerboat racers all want to win. 10 seconds to the 5-minute mark. Let's go racing. Well, John, it must be important to be the first boat away from the dock. We saw somebody down here with the Mercurys Coffee, and they were wishing they had about 5 more inches on their arm there because it was getting a little difficult, but it all looked clean from here. 1, 2, 3 boats away. Jamie Nielsen up and running first in the U11 Mercurys Coffee. He's got to be followed by the U91, Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate. Then it is Dustin Eccles in the U40, the Flavor Pack. Here comes Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Where's Mike? Here he comes. U1, Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. No big surprise here. Dave Villwalk's going to be the final boat away from the dock. He's been that way all weekend. Dave Villwalk in the Apollo. Miss Apollo, the U-27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still waiting for Dave to get it up on a plane, but everything is spooled up. John, here we go. 4 minutes for the APBA Gold Cup.
Yeah, these guys are spread out all over the race course right now, trying to look for that advantage. We've got guys cutting across the infield all the way up in the entrance of the turn up there. Everybody comes down, and of course, the way our rules are set up, everyone must cross the start-finish line the first time around.
We've got a boat in the middle of the race course. We have a boat in the middle of the race course, and you were just talking about the fact they have to go all the way down to the bottom end. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I'm still not quite sure exactly who that is. Apparently it is the U-91. Well, we'll see how that gets straightened out. We'll just go ahead and call the boats the way they are on the water. At the top end of the race course, Dustin Eccles in the U-40. The Flavor Pack. That is the lead boat going around the top end of the course. Then Andrew Tate comes through the top of the course. Now we got Corey Peabody cutting the race course here from back to front. That's legal. No problem there. They all had to go around the bottom end of the race course. And apparently it is being reviewed, but we will just call them as they are in the water. Jamie Nielsen is down up here in the top end of the race course. Boy, he's in a bad spot right there, but he's got 2 minutes to spool this motor back up. If you're worried about the 80-mile-per-hour rule, do not. That rule is no longer in play. Jamie's spooling up the Lycoming turbine engine. We've already had some drama out here, John.
We have, for sure, and at this point it's really hard to tell if Jamie's having problems with keeping the engine running, or if he's just going that slow to use up the time on the clock and be able to make his attempt to get the inside lane.
And he could very definitely be doing that. He's sitting right on the buoy row. So remember, the rule that John is referring to there is the fact that he has to be behind or he has to cross the start-finish line after 1 minute and 15 seconds. Then here comes J. Michael Kelly. He's going to be next up here, and clearly everybody's going to try and scruff off here. They're going to try and scruff off 45 seconds because at the 1:55 mark here, JMK passed the entrance pin to the top end here. So right now, Jamie Nielsen is sitting in 1. Kelly is sitting in 2. Peabody in 3. Then it's out to Villwalk, and Dustin Eccles is on the outside, but trailing the field here, coming up to the top end is Andrew Tate in the U-91. So you called it, John. That's what Jamie Nielsen was trying to do. They've still got about 15 seconds they've got to knock off before they cross the line. But it's Nielsen in 1, Kelly in 2, Peabody in 3, Villwalk in 4, Eccles in 5, and trailing the field and on the far outside. Trailing the field on the far outside is the U-91 and Andrew Tate. It appeared to be a clean score-up. It was a clean score-up. Everybody legal down there. Bottom end of the race course. 1 minute, and that is indeed Andrew Tate on the far outside. 6 boats around the lower end of the race course. Tate is on the far outside. If he's going to pull this thing from there, and our boats get close coming off the corner. There's a lot of water down there, and there are a lot of boats down there. We'll watch them as they come up the backstretch. I'm looking for 6 boats. I've got all 6 coming up here. John Walters, 35 seconds to our start.
Yeah, they're all in really good shape right now. I think that the 91 there with Andrew moved over into lane 4. He came from the backside there and up, or maybe that's Dave Villwalk actually. So yeah, Andrew's on the outside. He's going to have to really hustle to get around there to be with the boys. But they're all starting to line up here in pretty good shape. I knew that Jamie was probably trying to time his start. He's too courteous of a driver to not make it off the race course if the engine was still running and he was in the raid.
Coming off the top end of the race course, inside 10 seconds. Now it's about that timing mark. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and we are racing for the 114th running of the APBA Gold Cup, and it is a clean start. Everybody was legal. 6 boats power down to the lower end of the race course, and on the far outside, it is Andrew Tate. He is down there on the outside with a lead, but because he's on the outside, he's given a whole bunch of it back. Coming off the corner first down there. Who is going to get out first? It's going to be J. Michael Kelly, and it's going to be Corey Peabody. Peabody with a lead from lane number 3. Keep an eye on that boat on the far outside. That is Andrew Tate, but it is Corey Peabody driving the 9, the Beacon Plumbing. He's going to get up to the top end first. Got his teammate J. Michael Kelly back about 5 boat lengths, but he's still in an outside lane. Peabody opened up about 2/3 of a rooster tail on Andrew Tate, who led the team down to lane 1, but because he was on the far outside, he now trails the field. Dave Villwalk is behind the entire field. He is at the top end of the race course. I think he got wet down there in the lower corner while he was in lane number 4. Corey Peabody down to the bottom end. He looks real strong, John.
He does. Corey's in good shape right now. He's kind of dictating everybody's line around the race course. He's running close to the buoy line and good acceleration. The guys came up with a good gear combination and propeller for him, and he's coming off the exit pin here real strong. He's running the boat really loose, which he likes to do anyway. He's in good shape right now and dictating what the others can do.
And he's certainly driving his teammate J. Michael Kelly clean off the race course. He came out and slid out to about lane number 3, making sure he gave Mike enough room. It is all Corey Peabody driving a 9. Beacon Plumbing, he is on the second lap. It's the second lap of 5. Where's Kelly? Kelly's still in the rooster tail on the inside of him, but he's given a little bit of ground to his teammate Corey Peabody. Then it's good racing for 3rd and 4th position between Dustin Eccles and Andrew Tate. But our leader, here he comes, got just about a rooster tail on J. Michael Kelly. It is Corey Peabody as he starts lap number 3 in 3rd place. Down the front straightaway, Andrew Tate on the outside. But Dustin Eccles is showing some strong speed just to the left and in 4th place with Andrew Tate, John.
Andrew's doing a really good job down there trying to make up the room. He's on the outside. It's a long, long ways around this race course, even though he broke the clock and I think had the best start. But it's just too far on this big race course. And Corey Peterson's, again, coming up the straightaway here, picking the lane that he wants. He's in lane 2, leaving plenty of room for his teammate there, J. Michael Kelly. But he seems to have things under control right now.
I couldn't see Kelly about halfway up the backstretch because he was buried in the rooster tail in our line of sight. But it is at least a full rooster tail now. Ooh, and Kelly got wet. He got wet. He's going to go through some of that rooster tail from his teammate Corey Peabody. We'll make sure he keeps going, but he's lost a lot of ground doing that. And now he's almost 2 rooster tails back as Corey Peabody in the U9 Beacon Plumbing will come down and put 3 in the book. Kelly, his teammate, runs in 2nd place. And we still have that dynamite race going for 3rd. Looking from here, an hour angle, it looks like it's Dustin, but it's not. It is Andrew on the outside, and Andrew has got his sights set on J. Michael Kelly. That part is not over to this equation, but it's all Corey Peabody right now on lap number 4, John.
Yeah, Corey's in really good shape right now. He's kind of dictating his lane to the rest of the court or the rest of the field. He's doing a good job there, picking a good clean lane. He's out in front. He's got good clean water, good clean air. J. Michael has moved to the outside a little bit to give himself a little bit more room as he pushes these other guys out a little bit wider. That's an advantage for Corey.
Corey's already passed the apex buoy, the center of the upper corner here. Corey, and we are dead even, John. We are dead even for 3rd place. Dustin Eccles is driving the daylights out of that U40 flavor pack. Meanwhile, we are starting lap number 5, the 5th lap and final. Oh! Andrew is outside the course, and he's still outside the course, and I'm not sure Dustin didn't hit that buoy. They were very, very close when they came off the top end of the race course. There's going to be lots for the officials to take a look at in this one. But meanwhile, bottom end of the race course, this part appears to be clean, John. It is all Corey Peabody.
Yeah, Corey's done a great job here. He picked a good lane. He's been able to run really well. The guys have got the boat set up to where it's handling the water as it gets rougher here. It's stepping over the stuff. He's still nice and loose, but very much under control. J. Michael Kelly, like I say, not intentionally, but he's moving outside there, pushing things out a little bit wider, making a bigger race course for the guys behind him. So Corey's in the catbird seat right now.
Final lap here for Corey Peabody. He comes off the top end of the race course. Peabody, he's going to come down. He's just got to go about 2 more buoys and he will cross the start-finish line on the water. Your winner of the 2024 APBA Gold Cup. It is Corey Peabody, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. He is the winner on the water. 2nd place, teammate J. Michael Kelly. He will come home in 2nd in the Beacon Electric. Then it's Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Then it is the U40, the Flavor Pack. Jamie Nielsen is coming up the top of the race course here. He will go around the SeaWorld turn. He will come back and finish in 5th. And remember, we are talking just about a finish order on the water from what we have just seen. That doesn't mean calls on the water are clean and final. And, of course, there is tech inspection that we will still have to go through. U11, Mercurys Coffee comes across. Jamie Nielsen, he will come across in 5th position. Wow. I think we've got a lot to unpack on that one, John.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of decisions to be made here. We had guys outside the race course, maybe hit a buoy, and I don't know that there was any problems down there before the start that's under review, but the start was clean and good, and the racing looked to be pretty good. We had a couple of problems here and there. It appears that all the engines, all the boats are going to be survivors.
So you probably heard that in the background on my microphone from the H1 officials, the race, and that means the race on the water is under review. We have a finish order here on the screen, but I can read it to you. The unofficial finish order, because I lost one there, but on the water, on a race that is under review. So the unofficial results are Corey Peabody is the winner and our Gold Cup champion, but we'll hold off putting that crown on his head. But he came in first. Teammate J. Michael Kelly comes home in second place, driving the Beacon Electric. Third place to Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Fourth, the Dustin Eccles in the Flavor Pack. The boat ran beautiful. Jamie Nielsen comes home in 5th position, driving the Mercurys Coffee. And then it is a DNF, a did not finish for Dave Vilwalk in the Miss Apollo. So there's a lot, like I said, John, to unpack on this one, but there was a lot going on in that one.
Absolute lot going on. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Dave. He must have got wet early on there. Laps 3 and 4, he was coming around, and you could hear the telltale compressor stalls as usually a sign that he had taken a dose of salt water. So he may have shut it off as it overtempt and didn't want to do any more damage to the engine than was absolutely necessary, or it could have shut off on his own. Not sure.
Yeah, and I thought, and we'll obviously watch a whole bunch of replays and reviews, but I thought he got wet down in lap 1, turn 1. I thought maybe he slid out a little bit and got into whoever was in lane 5. I thought maybe he got a little bit wet. But that's for the officials to figure all that out. You and I are supposed to just watch the screen, and we're seeing a very happy Corey Peabody as he comes out from the cockpit. A lot to unpack here. We will do it. Corey is the winner on the water before we get all the calls on the water, and then the boat will have to go through tech inspection. You have that anxious look in your eye, young man. You got to step away, don't you?
I do. I'm going to go down and inspect the winter here and make sure that everything's good with the boat and the equipment and that. It's been a pleasure, Brad, as always, and I look forward to being able to do it again sometime.
We are going to do it again. John Walters from everybody here at the San Diego Bayfair and watching us online. Thank you and congratulations, my friend. Now get out of here and go do some work. All right, John Walters steps away. I think we ought to, yes, definitely. There's some discussion here that we ought to hold off on some interviews until we get some official word. But, oh, boy, that was fun. There's just a lot to unpack. I'm not sure what was going on the first time around the race course. It seemed as though we were just having a conversation that the rule that was confirmed this morning, and it was talked about at the drivers' meeting on Friday morning, was that when you came out of the pit area and left the pit area, you had to go all the way down the front straightaway and go all the way around all the buoys in turn 1. And then you would come all the way up the backstretch, and the first place that you would have an opportunity to cut the race course would be back to front up here at the top end. Yet at some point there we had a boat seemingly in the center of the race course, and as I would understand that portion of the rule, that seems to contradict that idea. But that's why I'm an announcer, and they have people that wear these shirts that say official on it. And I'm not one of them. But Corey Peabody, if he pulls this off, and gets the win legally. And from his standpoint, he's going to say, I know there was a lot of stuff that went on, but I think all of it was behind me and in my rearview mirror. I think he feels pretty good about that part of it. I think he's just going to want to make sure they get the data acquisition box out of his boat, and it will go through tech inspection. Once that happens, you're going to have a very happy Corey Peabody. Has he won the Gold Cup before? Yes, he has. He did it in Guntersville, Alabama. So he knows what this victory tastes like. He knows what it feels like. He also knows what it takes to do it, and he just did it, at least unofficially, on the water. Corey Peabody driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am stepping away from the microphone here for a moment. There's a lot of chatter going on here with the H1 officials, and we're trying to get to the bottom of everything and make sure we understand, as soon as humanly possible, our official final order of finish. To do that, I'm stepping away from the microphone. Trust me, I will be back. All right, fans along the shoreline here, I've got some information. It's good information. The winner of the 2024 Mercurys Coffee APBA Gold Cup and the Bill Muncie Cup on San Diego's Mission Bay is Corey Peabody in the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. It is official. He is clean on the water. He has cleared tech inspection. Your 2024 Gold Cup champion, Corey Peabody, driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Congratulations to him. There are a couple of infractions that have been issued. There is a penalty that has been issued against the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, for entering the safety zone prior to the start. And there was also a penalty levied against the U40, the Flavor Pack, and Dustin Eccles for pushing another boat outside the race course. But the big important thing is here, Corey Peabody is the winner of the 2024 APBA Gold Cup. I see his face. Corey, can you hear me?
I got you, Brad.
Oh, man, we're going to have some fun now. Now I see that smile that I like to see.
It's coming out.
How about that, young man? Talk to me about it. What was the difference in the final heat?
Well, I mean, it's coming off the dock. It didn't really go as I planned. I started spooling the motor up, and it just hung there at about 12%, and I couldn't get it to light, so I had to back off the starter. Kind of threw my whole game plan off as we were entering the course. But we kept our composure and settled in, and we got out there and got on our marks and had a couple of things up our sleeve that we were going to do, and it worked out for us.
The boat just seemed to really respond. I mean, you had your teammate right there with you. He wasn't going to make it easy on you. You had to really rock and roll.
Yeah, he's actually the one I hate racing against the most because, we're sitting in the same truck. We talk the same stuff, and I know his boat's fast, and it's nerve-wracking when I have to race against him. So, we drove hard. The Beacon boats came out 1-2, and that's pretty damn good.
That is pretty damn good. This is number 2 for you. You've done this before. Still a big deal, though, right?
Oh, it's never not a big deal. That's a freaking Gold Cup over there, And people go their whole careers without winning them. I've won my second one now. I know Bill Cahill back at home is just crapping his pants right now, our sponsor. And he's, Bill, that one was for you. We talked right before we went out on that heat, and we told him we were going to do. And guess what, Bill? We delivered.
You did indeed deliver. Where's Daryl? Is he hanging around there somewhere? He's got to be a happy guy.
He's probably passed out down there all excited, So I hope he is because it was a good one. And, both his boats up on the top of the podium. So super happy. I'm actually really thrilled for my good friend Jeff Bernard. I believe that was his first GP final win that we got to see earlier. And really proud of him and his team. So, it's just a great day for the Northwest here, us and Jeff. So Jeff Campbell, my crew chief, he put together one hell of a boat. Mike Campbell and everybody on our team, Jim Seckler, Tim Collins on my radio, Jeff Campbell on my radio, everybody just whatever they do. My teammate, J. Michael Kelly, thank you. You brought me into this sport, and now we're both on that Gold Cup 2 times right now.
That is really, really impressive. I love doing this. I'm talking to the fans on the PA, but I'm also talking to you on the H1 live stream. I have your face front and center on a great big screen. I see that smile. Not yet. There it's coming a little bit.
Yeah, it's here.
Corey, this is really, really a big day for you, and it's a big day for the entire Strong Racing team. I don't know. It's the end of the season. You probably don't want to end it now. You probably, let's go to another one. This is fun. We're running hard.
Yeah, somebody get another race for us to go to, and we'd love to keep going. But happy to end it on a high note, and congratulations to the Goodman team on their national championship. That's not an easy thing to do, and I'm really happy that we're able to get some new sponsors in boat racing this year. Mercurys Coffee, and good to have Goodman back, and good to have Strong Racing and Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric. What's good also to have Flavor Pack and all that good stuff, Apollo, and all these people stepping up not only to sponsor boats but to sponsor races too. It's a great day for boat racing, a great year.
The way you just mentioned all those sponsors, Corey, you might have a career in broadcasting. Oh, wait a minute. We did that once, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We talked about quill shafts.
Corey, we're going to talk again over there at the award stage, but you did it. You pulled it off. Go celebrate with your team. You are the 2024 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup champion, and you're going to get the Bill Muncie Cup as well. Congratulations, Corey Peabody.
All that rolled off your tongue nice, Brad.
You're a good man, my friend.
All right,
thanks for coming over and talk. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
He is going to be a wonderful champion. He is a great spokesman for the sport. So I mentioned that there was some other issues on the race course, and one of them involved the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, and Andrew Tate. He has been called for a safety zone infraction, so we're up here on the tower trying to look at it. And I remember as it occurred up here at the top end of the race course, all of a sudden there was a boat in the middle of the race course. And as I said earlier, there just isn't any way you could do that with the way the rules had been discussed and the procedure. You had to come out of the pit area, and you had to go all the way down to the bottom end of the race course and go around all the buoys in that lower corner. And then you had to continue up the backstretch all the way to the top end of the race course, the upper end, before you could cut across to the front stretch. And I'm seeing some video of it here. And Andrew went all the way around the bottom end of the race course and then suddenly found himself to the inside of the buoys coming off the lower end. It looked like he may have gone past one or two of those, and before realizing exactly where he was, and he came back out to the right. But unfortunately, by then, the damage had been done, damage from the standpoint of going into a safety zone. J. Michael Kelly. Where's Mike? We got him. Mike, can you hear me? Mike, have you got me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Brad.
There, bud. Appreciate it. Well, we just got word that you cleared the truck as well, so you are officially in our second-place finisher in the 2024 Mercurys Coffee Presents APBA Gold Cup. I know you wanted to win it, but if it doesn't work out that way, you got a guy right next door to you that's you're probably happy that he won it as well. But you guys ran so really, really strong. I want to ask you the same thing I just asked Corey. Well, what was the difference? I mean, you guys, there was so much competition here. What was the difference in the final heat?
The right place, right time, really. For me, it was just kind of, flying by the seat of my pants. Just really no game plan. We knew everything was kind of out the window. But the main goal was to stay clean and hope that one of the two of us came away with the win, and that's something we were able to pull off. It's something that we really were shooting for, and it worked out.
One of your sponsor, Bill Cahill's favorite lines is, "I honestly think this is one of the greatest days in my life." I got a hunch he's up there smiling. He's probably said that 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah, no, we just got off the phone with Bill, and he's super proud of us and our race team. I'm super proud of our race team with our ups and downs this year. And, all in all, I really think that we had a successful year, win a few races, and come away with the Gold Cup. Says a lot about a team. So we're the lucky two that get to drive these race boats for an amazing group of guys and gals, and some amazing owners with Daryl and Vanessa Strong, and in our sponsor, Bill Cahill. You can't say enough about a guy that loves this sport, and we're lucky to have him. And then just really proud of Corey Peabody. It's just been a crazy year for us, and, he drove his heart out in that final, and, just super proud of him, and we've come a long ways, and it's cool to do it together.
For what it's worth, Corey admitted when I just spoke to him that he hates driving with you because you make life miserable for him out there. You keep him busy and on his toes, but there's no question you guys go out there to win. There's none of let him go, he'll let me go. You guys are going to go out there and slug it out on the race course.
Yeah, no, I believe that we make each other better. The more we race against each other, the more we get to talk in the truck, bounce the ideas off each other's heads. I think that makes us better, and hopefully we can do this for a lot longer together too.
Well, we hope that as well, because we want to thank you. We want to thank the Strongs for bringing your boats down here. We want to thank Bill Cahill for putting the sponsorship on both of them. And I want to thank you personally, young man, for coming up here. I know you're a little disappointed, but hey, your teammate, if you couldn't win it, your teammate got it. That's got to be good. This is kind of fun because I'm looking at you right now on a great big monitor. That's what I was going to ask. I want to see the smile. Give a little wave to the fans out there, everybody watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. There he is, J. Michael Kelly, second place in the APBA Gold Cup.
Yeah,
thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no, thank you, everybody. Thanks for having us in San Diego. I miss being here, and just really good to be back, and super impressed on how many people are here and up and down the shorelines. It's pretty cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, J. Michael Kelly, second place in the 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup and Bill Muncie Cup. So I realize this doesn't play well on the public address system, but you can at least, I'll try and do my best to describe it to you. I'm told by the film crew up here on the H1 Unlimited live stream that we're going to re-rack a little bit of the footage here and watch the incident wherein there was a call made on Dustin Eccles for veering out and pushing out Andrew Tate. Now, I thought I saw it. It's at the top end of the race course, and they come off on lap number 4. They come out, and clearly Dustin moved out, and he hit almost the outside course marker, and, of course, Andrew Tate was outside of him. He had nowhere to go, so he had to go outside the outside course marker. In fact, he went outside 3 of them. So that call was made. It was pretty clear on the video. A tough break, but there's a lot going on out there on the water, and some tough breaks for some of our race teams. So probably the busiest guy right now in Southern California and San Diego specifically is our Mickey Washburn. He's now chasing down our third place finisher, who is officially, it is Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercurys Coffee. And I see Jamie, he's right down below us. Smile, Jamie, I can see you down there. There you go. You can't see me hiding behind this mesh. But we're trying to find Jamie, and we'll get him out here. It was a back and forth weekend for the young man from Gig Harbor, Washington, down by Tacoma, south of Seattle. I think we've got a headset on him right now. If you can turn him on there, Nick.
Yeah, I got you, Brad, loud and clear.
There you go. Well, Mr. Nielsen, this was an up and down weekend with a lot of down to begin. But it started to step up, and what do you know? At the end of the day, the APBA Gold Cup, sponsored by Mercurys Coffee, you find yourself on the podium. That's at least a little bit of a better feeling after a sour and tough day yesterday.
Yeah, how about that? So, what a testament to this Mercurys Coffee team. I mean, to put it very lightly, this weekend has been an emotional roller coaster for this entire team. I mean, talk about some of the lowest lows in boat racing. We definitely experienced them, but you know, one thing that this team showed all year long, and again this weekend, is they're never going to give up. They're going to work tirelessly until the 5-minute gun goes off for that final heat, and that's what they did this weekend. They gave me a boat to go out there and compete with in that final heat, and we went out there, gave it everything we had, swung for the fences, and you know what? It feels pretty sweet to end the season on the podium one more time.
And a good baseball reference from a guy like you who's played a lot of baseball in his day. You had me a little worried up here as you were setting up to come down and score up. I thought you were losing power and perhaps going dead in the water out here. And then John Walters and I kept watching and going, I think that's the strategy here, and he'll go slow to the line. You made it work, and you got that inside line.
Yeah, there's a steel line for bad loose. If you got a card up your sleeve, save it for that final heat. So that's what we did. We knew we wanted to put the Miss Mercurys in lane 1. Obviously, that would give us our best chance at trying to find a podium, and that's what we did. We went in and got lane 1, and we just dug for everything we had and ran as hard as we could, and we caught a little bit of luck out there with some penalties. And, hey, it's not how, it's only if, right? So exactly, we'll take this podium. We'll get with the Mercurys people tonight, and we'll enjoy it, that's for sure.
Yes, I am sure you will. And there was a mighty long faces down there in that camp after yesterday. And I know you guys were down here till like 12:30 this morning. but they really turned it around for you. They gave you a piece, and they let you go out there and compete, and that's what it's all about, a team effort.
Oh, for sure. So this podium is much more for the team than it is for me, but it's gotta feel sweet. We didn't want to go out the way that this weekend was going, and to finish like this gives the team something to hopefully get excited about going into the winter. And we're going to go back, and Scott Rainey, he's going to work tirelessly this winter to find every bit of speed and improvement in this boat they can, and come back next year even stronger.
The Mercurys Coffee presents the 2024 APBA Gold Cup at the San Diego Bayfair, third place finish. Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercurys Coffee. That's got to have a little bit of a good ring. Congratulations to you, the entire team. I know they work so darn hard. Glad to see you on the podium. Jamie, thanks for coming out and chatting with us.
Hey, thanks a lot, Brad. Really appreciate it.
All right, Jamie Nielsen, our third place finisher. He is clear off the mic. Want to thank Mickey Washburn down there for doing yeoman's work. Thank you, Jamie Nielsen, for coming out of the truck and talking with him. Well, that almost puts a wrap on it, but I know I've got to get over to the award stage. So because now all of a sudden I've got somebody over here with a great big hook in their hand. You want me over there? I've already told him to go over there. Now he's over here telling me you don't have to come. No, he's telling me to plug the award ceremony. I see people over there in the grass. The sun's coming out. They're starting to shine on some of that hardware over there. We are going to give away some trophies. You are not only welcome, you are encouraged to come over and join us. I am going to step away from the H1 Unlimited live stream. Are we going to cover the live stream live, or are we going to cover the trophy presentation? We think it's going to be post-production. So, anyway, I'm going to step away from the live stream right now. We're going to step off of the public address, and I'm going to head over to the award stage. Come join us, fans. It'll be a great moment. There will be some happy Beacon people over there. I'll be back in just a minute on the award stage. Wanted to come back and have one more conversation with our fans watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of the Mercurys Coffee presents the 2024 APBA Gold Cup. We had a great time bringing it to you. Our champion, the U9, Beacon Plumbing, and Corey Peabody, he will be a great champion. It was his second, or is his second, Gold Cup championship. As I say, he will be a terrific champion. We hope you enjoyed our coverage here from San Diego's Mission Bay. I hope you have enjoyed our coverage all year long. I've sung the praises of our live stream team many times, but this time it's at the end of the season. A couple comments about our live stream team. We had two mantras this year. One was to make sure we put out a good product and have some fun doing it. I can tell you we had some fun doing it. We had ups and downs, but I think we had more ups than we had downs. The other mantra we had, and it still rings true, you ain't seen nothing yet, because we're going to keep getting stronger and stronger. We will be back next year, stronger than we were this year, with even a better production. Hopefully we'll have more people, more equipment, and who knows, we might even take this thing to the top. But we hope you've enjoyed it. We've worked very hard behind the scenes. I'm going to take a moment here and thank some of the people who behind the scenes put on our H1 Unlimited live stream, and most specifically the coverage of our 2024 Mercurys Coffee presents the APBA Gold Cup. The H1 Unlimited live stream team enjoyed the use of our drone pilots all year long. This weekend, those drone pilots were Robert Miguel, Lisa Cornier, and Brian Montgomery. The video, the pictures, the shots they were able to get all season long, and certainly this weekend here in San Diego, are nothing short of amazing. Our specific H1 Unlimited live stream team, can't say enough about each one of these people. I could talk for 10 minutes about each one. I'm just quickly going to run through their names. They know who they are. They know how hard they worked. Nick Kish, Gio Belcito, Tana Morissette, Mickey Washburn, Zach Dickey, Amber Washburn, Rachel Kish, and Erica Allreed. These are the people who worked their tails off, and you have no idea how hard these people worked during the season, during the off season, to make sure you could see H1 Unlimited on the YouTube channel. I also want to take a moment and thank my announcer help I had this weekend, Jeff Conant. He was up here helping out in a tremendous amount. And also John Walters. He brings an amazing amount of technical knowledge to the broadcast booth. I thoroughly enjoy working with that man. I've got to get over to an award stage and hand out some hardware. There's a bunch of people over there. But I just want everybody to know the H1 Unlimited live stream team thanks you for joining in and watching our broadcast. We hope you enjoyed it. We've got a 2024 APBA Gold Cup champion. It's in the books. He's going to get the hardware very quick. It is Corey Peabody and the Beacon Plumbing, the U9. I also want to give a special shout out to the U91, Andrew Tate, our new 2024 H1 Unlimited National High Points champion. I'm going to go give out some hardware. I hear there's people talking over there on the stage, but this is Brad Luce for the H1 Unlimited YouTube network saying so long from San Diego and so long for the 2024 racing season. Good night, everybody.